Let me recognize Stanbic Bank, who are the platinum sponsor for this gathering today. Let's give them a round of applause. Yeah, Stanbic Bank is a member of Piea-Wlpga, a very loyal member of Piea-Wlpga. We also have the silver sponsors. We have Kenya Pipeline Company, we have Vivo Energy, we have Pesapal, we have Bachu Industries, oh come on guys, clap. We have Total Energies, we have Schneider, we have Taifa Gas, latest kid on the block. Please, let's acknowledge them. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes, I see you, Benaranda. Very nice to have you here. If we are ready, he is at the door. Please do come forward so that we start off with a safety brief before we get on to the rest of the program.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mwangi Juguna, Security Manager, Nairobi Serena Hotel. On behalf of management, I would like to welcome all of you.
Roundtable, the policy overview of Africa's transition to clean energy. To please get ready, because after the welcome from the chairman of Piea-Wlpga and the keynote address by platinum sponsor, we will head straight to the roundtable, of course, after David Appleton, who will set the tone, as always, for many years, on what the outlook of LPG is from a global and regional overview. And just as a form of introduction, for those who may not have interacted with the Petroleum Ministry of East Africa, we are a typical professional industry association for the oil and gas sector. And our role is basically advocacy. And that cuts across advocacy for policy that enables those in the oil and gas space to put their money in the countries where they operate, and also policy that enables fair play, and policy that then also encourages others who are not in this space to do so. We do not wait for policy to be formulated, which is very typical of government, no offense to government officials here, but we participate from the formulation right at the table, so that then we have a stake at that point, because if we don't have a stake at that point, then everything else just crumbles. We also participate in advocacy for the legal and regulatory framework, which gives life to the policy, again, not as a backbencher, but around the table, to make sure that then all the legal and regulatory framework that is required for predictability, for stability, for legality of our sector is incorporated. Standards, we cannot do without standards and best practices. Again, there we participate. We work with the national standards bodies across the region. We formulate standards in liaison with other stakeholders within the technical committees that are hosted by the national standards bodies. And obviously, there is no standard development that has to do with oil and gas where we do not have Piea-Wlpga participation, because the technical expertise resides within the industry association. We have done really well in harmonization of standards. I think we owe East Africa a really good round of applause. We were the first region outside the EU to harmonize fuel standards right from 2015. We've done a review in 2019, and we're about to do another cyclic review. We have gone on and harmonized a number of standards in the LPG business segment. And it is the way to go, because if we don't harmonize the standards, then each one of our countries, or maybe one of our countries, may drop the baton. It's the same product, and it's important for us to harmonize that. We build capacity through training, which is offered at our School of Petroleum Studies. And also, this is one of the platforms where we build capacity. We do not do any of the things that we do alone. We work very closely with like-minded associations, such as the World Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association, which David will talk more about. It is the umbrella body for the LPG stakeholders. And as an industry association within this region, we are members of the WLPG, and this is how we've been able to host these forums together. We also ensure that we develop systems of compliance for our members, and there are many. There are a dime a dozen. I won't go through all of them. We have a board, like with every other association, and that board is currently chaired by Vivo Energy, personified by Peter Murungi, who's here today, and he's going to do the welcome after I am done with this brief introduction. I hope it's still brief. And without further ado, Peter, allow me to call on you to do the welcome note for the forum. And thereafter, let's have Edward or Bernard to be on standby, because once Peter has completed his remarks, then Bernard, you're next in queue, and I will come back to then invite David Appleton. Peter Marungi.
Thank you, Wanjiku. Our platinum sponsor, represented here today by, I think it's from Stanbic. Who is representing Stanbic today? Bernard? Okay. We have, of course, the World LPG Association, I think represented here by David. And I've also seen Alison. It's my first time to meet them. Members of PIA are present in all capacities. I was trying to see if we have government representation yet. I think they will be joining us later, so it's fair to recognize them. They will be joining us a bit just after the tea break. We have a number of invited guests. I can see people who have traveled from far to join us. We have even members of For the State here. I want to welcome you today to this forum, which is themed towards net zero clean energy technologies in Africa. My name is Peter Marungi, and I'm the chair of PIA. I also I do my normal job as the managing director of Vivo Energy Kenya, the company behind the Shell products here locally, and to say so also Africa's as part of the LPG. So first of all, just allow me to again welcome all of you, and particularly our participants from Ghana. We have Ghana here. Participants from Nigeria, do we have any? We're expecting Nigeria representation. Uganda, South Africa, Tanzania, UK. Okay. Australia. Brilliant, yes. Karibuni sana, karibu Kenya. Welcome to Kenya. Very warm welcome again, and thanks a lot for taking your time to join us. Petroleum Institute of East Africa, just as you've been briefed, continues to play a critical role of providing platforms for interaction and dialogue for and between industry and other stakeholders on diverse oil and gas subjects, and also promoting professionalism by building capacity through forums such as this. And it's been a journey for more than 20 years. The PIA, as it's known, has made significant improvement to what we call almost self-regulation of oil industry in Kenya, oil and gas industry. Most of the regulations that you see today that govern this industry have had their source from PIA. And I want to thank GM for PIA for spearheading there, that she has been with us for a very long time. It is gratifying that with the collaboration of WLPG Association, we have, for the 12th year, hosted this annual international forum, where this year the focus is on upscaling the use of clean energy technologies in cooking, transport, and the power generation. Of course, some stats, and you'll be seeing them. You can see how much of LPG goes into household cooking. It's over 46%. So, and for that area in Africa, we have a challenge, because that's where we use a lot of biogas. A challenge and an opportunity, if I may say. The energy system transformation has progressively been taking shape, but now there is certainly an amplified shift in technologies and behaviors, and that are needed to replace harmful sources of energy with another and particular cooking energy. Due to the scientific evidence of the diseases and the deaths that are resultant of using charcoal, firewood, and kerosene. Globally, this number starts at annual deaths of about 3.2 million people. That's quite significant. And if you and this is all from indoor air pollution, and of course, charcoal, firewood plays quite a significant part in that. And of course, in Kenya, down in Kenya here, if I may bring it down home, we have about 21,650 women and children below the age of 5, when we talk about children, that die every year due to respiratory diseases, pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, lung cancer, and these are the statistics that are known. It could be even higher. For us in the oil and gas industry, we have not only embraced the call to deliver on the readily available fossil resource technology, LPG, but we have acknowledged that LPG is a key constituent in the contribution that the oil industry makes towards preserving lives and protecting the environment, as well as dignifying the lives of particularly women and children in a myriad of ways. I mean, from gender, decent work, economic empowerment, health, education, food security. And I know the CS is not here, but this is a key focus for Kenya, for government. When we mention health, it's huge. When we mention environment, it's huge. And we can't say less, more, considering the impact we are seeing in the whole climate space. And for agricultural countries like us, here in Kenya and most of the countries, even in Africa, you notice the impact it has when we cannot get regular rains. Through our industry association, PIA, the LPG private sector stakeholders actively participated and contributed to the government policy direction on clean cooking and strategies that aim to displace charcoal, firewood, and kerosene with LPG, biogas, ethanol, to ensure they are enshrined in the National Energy and Petroleum Policy of 2015. Additionally, we jointly with the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum formulated the 2016 action plan for implementation of the aforementioned LPG policy, which is tracked annually at the LPG workshop to ensure that each public and private stakeholder plays their roles efficiently so that the aspired LPG access targets are achieved accordingly. This is how we managed to come with a regulatory framework after reviewing the LN 121 to LN 100 of 2019, which was a significant step as a means of reforming the sector and incentivizing the LPG players to invest. And as I was talking to David, and he asked me one of the key challenges, I don't be seeing it. The incentive to invest has been suppressed for quite a long time in this market in Kenya. And basically, it was more to do with regulations because, of course, you need to protect your investment, and we couldn't. Now we have the regulation here in Kenya. If I speak of Kenya, we have the regulation, but we have a challenge, the enforcement. And I will be more glad to hear that when we have members from the government representation talk to us. Yeah. Anyway, for this morning, I will steer away from getting too much into the detail because I know we have deliberations and the countries represented here will have opportunity to share their experiences and the status on clean energy technologies. But my appeal would be that we keep in mind that the time to deliver on targets and avail these solutions to the citizenry is actually yesterday, it's past. We're lagging behind, and significantly so. So we don't have the luxury of time. And what we should be doing now is take an audit on the extent of uptake of these technologies and subsequently deliberate upon strategies to bridge the gaps of access to clean cooking, transport, and power generation. As is always the case with our forums, I believe that we will drive an action plan that can be implemented by our countries, regional blocks, continent, and the continent at large, so that when we meet next year, we will be reporting back on the progress that we will have made accordingly. So it's important as we deliberate here, we live with an action. And when you talk of something that should have happened yesterday, probably the actions should be starting or should be progressing as we continue with this forum. And this is a great opportunity for us to share, discuss, and find what has worked where that can work somewhere else. And I think we'll have that opportunity. So I want to end my opening speech there. And at this moment, I think it's my honor to invite our platinum sponsor to come and speak to us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm standing in for Joshua Oigara, the CEO for Stanbic for Kenya and South Sudan. He was not able to make it to this event. My name is Bernard Gugi. I'm in charge of energy and infrastructure within the corporate and investment banking at Stanbic in Kenya. So basically, just to welcome everyone once again, including the team that I've seen joining us online. At Stanbic, our association with the oil and gas industry and the wider energy sector has been driven by what we call our purpose. We believe that we are an African institution and we have to take responsibility for the growth within the continent where we operate as part of Standard Bank Group. And to bring it back home, we have also recognized the place that energy plays in people's lives, empowerment of individuals. As Peter has mentioned, issues of bringing dignity to the households, and also aspects of environmental protection, health for the individuals, and more particularly safety. So within the Stanbic Bank, we have been running several programs that are geared towards supporting the development of LPG in particular. We have clients who we support who are within, across the value chain for LPG. We also have developed products that would support the small-scale traders who are involved in the distribution of LPG. We have a specific product called MJK where we're able to provide working capital to businesses to make sure that they're able to meet their business obligations. We are also working through our foundation to ensure that within some institutions, say educational ones, they are also fast-tracking adoption of LPG as a mode of providing the fuel for their cooking. I know I've been given only 5 minutes, so I'll be brief. So in a nutshell, we are proud to be associated with this event, and especially looking at also the policy that the government has given in terms of supporting adoption of clean cooking. We believe this is the right way to go, and I know LPG is just one subset of the wider energy And as responsible citizens of the world, we have also to be at the forefront in ensuring that we are protecting the environment, we are protecting the world, and we are also bringing empowerment to all the individuals who are involved in the whole value chain of energy. So we welcome you to the event, and we believe that you'll have a very productive 2 days, and we look forward to interacting with you later on during the break. Thank you so much, and we appreciate PIA for giving us this opportunity to partner with them. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. A round of applause to both the chairman of PIA and our platinum sponsor, Stanbic Bank. David Appleton, you always give us this snapshot of what the world looks like on matters LPG, the statistics, so that from there we will kick off the first round table, and I'm hoping that every country that was mentioned by Peter that wasn't here by the time he was finishing is now here. So welcome, David.
Thank you very much, Wenjiku. Thank you very much to PIA and WLPJ for the invite today. It's great to be here. I have done this role at this conference before. Sadly, for the past couple of years, it has been online, so this is really makes me happy to be here for the first time today to see you all in person, and I see a very full room as well, so that's great to see. So it's good to be back in Kenya. Actually, this is my first time in Kenya, I think, since 1997, so it's also nice just to be back in Kenya again. So today, what I'm going to do, I've got 15 minutes on the topic of the global and regional markets, which frankly is a theme I could talk about for the entire day, so I will do my best to be relatively brief. And the idea here is just to give a flavor about what we've been seeing on the international markets, which of course has an impact on Kenya and on Africa, and basically the demand here and how it's all connecting to what's going on around the world. So I'll try and do that and set the scene for discussions, and then just add a few thoughts on some principles for growing LPG markets. At Argus, we spend a lot of time working with companies around the world. We are primarily a price reporting agency, so we assess markets every day about what people are paying for LPG and publish those prices. But we also do advisory services for things like investments into terminals and so forth. So we do have some experience in listening to what's going on around the world and trying to kind of formulate strategies with companies on the market around how to basically have successful markets, how to bring the product to people first and foremost, but also in doing that, how to, at the end of the day, make that with a bottom line that works for all of those in the chain. And I think it's important to not forget that we are all obviously in this business because we want to bring a good product to people but not lose money in the process of doing so. So a few principles around that as well. This is current, oh there we are, okay. I'm not going to go into the details. I will obviously be happy to share these slides afterwards. We have various reports on prices and so forth, which I hope some of you are familiar with. If not, please do come and talk to me. And then we also provide some trouble here. Forecasting services, which are these various reports, which basically tell you what we think is going to happen in the future. So today I'll be drawing on all of these things in my presentation. So just to start with a very basic principle about how the product comes to Africa and Kenya specifically, and what the price would be for the delivery of that product. And in order to understand that, you just have to look at the global market and how it functions. And broadly speaking, we have one key demand region, which is Asia Pacific, which takes most of the additional product that comes to the market on the demand side. And then you have two regions of supply, which are the United States and the Middle East. Now, it's not to say that there aren't things happening in the rest of the world, but ultimately the price that you pay for your product will depend on the balance between the demand in Asia Pacific and the supply from those two regions. So if we're seeing things going down, generally that means there's more LPG than Asia needs at a given time. And if we're seeing things going up, that means that it doesn't have enough and people need to bring it in order to do that, the price has to go up. That will ultimately determine the price in Asia. From there, you end up with the price in the Middle East, which is generally speaking, the usage is the Saudi Aramco contract price. So that will follow, and then you have obviously the knock-on effect into markets around the world, including Africa. And the basic message here is that we are in LPG quite a long market at the moment. In fact, I'd probably say a very, very long market. Do you want to just do this for me, because it's not working, unless I'm not pressing the right button? Oh, there we are, okay. So basically, what you can see here is the last year or so, and I usually show this chart. So for those of you who were here last year, you would have seen this. And you can see that we've got the three main daily indicators in blue, purple, and red. Those are the Mont Belvieu price, which is America, CIFAR Large, Northwest Europe, and the Argus Far East Index for East Asia. And I've put it alongside ICE Brent. And you can see that what we've seen over the past year is that with one exception of the first quarter, around February, we've seen prices basically going down. And the reason for that is that we've seen this very difficult macroeconomic situation, particularly in Asia, which is reducing, in particular, the petrochemicals demand for LPG. So the imports into China have been lower. The market is not really needing the product to quite the same extent, and then as a result, the prices have been going down. We did see a bit of an uptick in February, as I mentioned, where the market went up around $250. Next slide, yeah. So you can see how we do see some volatility in the markets. And what I would like to really focus on here is in blue, we have that Argus Far East. That's delivered Japan-Korea pricing, Japan-Korea-China. And then I've put in there our East Africa delivered assessment. So we publish the CP, we look at the delivered costs into Mombasa, and I should stress it does not include terminaling. It just includes the price of getting a mid-sized cargo into Kenya. And you can see how there's basically a clear, distinct following of when that price goes up in Asia, it goes up on CP and therefore delivered here and back down again. This was a very unusual situation where basically the market was temporarily caught quite short, particularly in Asia. What we saw was the price go up, lots of cargoes went to Asia, price came back down again. And I do think that going forward, we will see the occasional bit of volatility on the market, but by and large, we do remain very, very long. We've got more products globally than we need, and consequently, the price against other oil products has been relatively low. And I stress against other oil products because I'm fully aware that the affordability of LPG in Africa is one of the key challenges. And just because it's low on the international market does not necessarily mean it's low for everybody who wants to consume it in countries around the world. If we briefly look at why we're seeing this length, I've put here the supply, the exports in 2022 from key Middle Eastern countries. If we add up all the additional product in 2022, it's about 6.5 million tons. If I put that next to the demand growth in Asia, then it's about the same. So what that means is just with the Middle East products, you can cover all of that additional needs into the Asian market. But of course, at the same time, we have a situation where the United States has been producing a lot, and I mean really, really a lot. And the key thing to look at here is, one, you've got that, this is the stocks on the left, and you can see how we've gone from, in the red line is the 2022 levels. They've gone from the bottom of the 5-year range to the top in about 6 months, and actually during winter heating season, and that's carried on into 2023 on the purple line, and on the right you can see how exports are going up at the same time. So it's very unusual to have a situation to tighten up a bit 25, 26 and onwards, but this, we do expect that basically we're going to remain pretty long going out for the rest of the decade. So if I've got one key message from the global markets in terms of availability is that the product is definitely going to be there, and it has been there. I'm not going to go through all of these points, you can read them afterwards, but the summary is that we are in this situation where supply is outpacing demand. The macroeconomic situation is causing some challenges for petrochemicals, which is availing that product to other markets. So something that really is a consistent view that we expect to see over the coming couple of years. Now, moving to Africa, so we put together the supply and demand data globally every year, both historically and forecast, and actually we do this for the WLPGA. I'm very proud to have a partnership to produce the global statistics. And what you can see that we've seen consistent growth in African LPG demand. On the left, I've got the totals for Africa. It's averaging something like 3% historically, When we forecast, we expect that to slow down a little bit. There's a couple of reasons for that. In particular, North Africa is now basically saturated. Morocco is not really moving because everybody's got as much product as they need. Similar situation in a couple of other countries. But then when you look at sub-Saharan Africa and we look at the developments that we've seen over the past decade and some of the new facilities, particularly in West Africa, I would say more so than East Africa, though of course we have seen Kenya growing significantly. We expect to see something like double that growth, maybe 6 or 7%. So this is a market which is going to grow. However, I should stress that we base our forecasts on the world as it is today, and the world, hopefully, will change for the better going forward. And very interesting conversation with Peter about infrastructure and challenges in the market. And you can see how if there are changes to the situation in terms of the key dynamics around Africa, then this forecast could go up. It could be considerably higher. Alternatively, if there are problems that need solving that do not get solved, it could be lower. And so just looking at some of the things that we've thought about and worked on at Argus, these are just a few ideas, and this is not prescriptive about what you have to do, just some of the things that go into making a market grow. And I think if I take sort of these point by point, we always have to think about the fact that investments need a return. We need to make sure that a market allows people to know that there is consistency throughout the chain. And obviously we have a platinum sponsor who's a bank. They want to invest in projects, but they need to see that they're going to work. And to do that, you need to make sure that you have the right regulatory environment, you need the right pricing infrastructure potentially, and then in particular, you need to think about things like safety and so on. I also note there that you've got to think in decades rather than years. And I actually draw on a story from a completely different market where this didn't happen and things went quite wrong. In the late 90s, the United Kingdom started pushing autogas, LPG as an automotive fuel, for local consumers. It is today still taxed lower. But the industry could never get a firm commitment beyond 3-year chunks from the government. And as a result, nobody wanted to invest in the market. So, you know, these investments that we put into this product, whether it's in cylinders, whether it's in terminals, they are not something that pays off in 5 years. It's usually decades rather than a short term. So from a regulatory point of view, it's really important to think big picture. And of course, in that are things like safety and standards and so forth. David will be talking a lot about that, I think, on the third day. So really, really important to create that structure where the market runs smoothly, where accidents, which will happen, are minimized and learnings come from them and so forth. Just in terms of the government role, there's no single way to do this. We see very, very different approaches. If we look at the markets that have grown in Asia, some of them will have a government oil company which basically runs the market. Some of them will have a government oil company which helps invest and allows the private sector to get on with things. Some of them will subsidize, but of course you need to have money for that. So there isn't one specific way that you're going to grow the market in a given country, but you do need to have support where there are gaps in terms of how the market is functioning, be it in enforcement of laws and helping circulation of cylinders work, standards and so forth. The other thing to note is that partnerships are really essential, and this is one thing I think the industry sometimes misses a little bit, is that often there are adjacent industries which are doing something, building something, for example, maybe it's an oil terminal, and the LPG just gets missed, or there's a petrochemical project where you could have brought in LPG for the local population. Doesn't happen. So it's always important to look outwards from the industry and see what options there are and who can be partnered with in order to build the synergies to make that market more efficient. And then finally, of course, I think sometimes, maybe this is more on my side and being a bit more upstream, is that we have to always remember, of course, the consumer and getting the consumer on board with the products. And we do see very good examples of excellent marketing around the world, have done over the past 10 years in some countries where markets have grown, where there's a lot of engagement. And I write there king or queen, and I would specify actually in the cooking market, it's often the queen which is the most important. And it's great to see Alison here doing the Win LPG and leveraging the fact that there needs to be gender neutrality and pushing forward the business with the women in a given country. So there's a lot of different elements here to focus on. I hope that's useful just to set the scene for everybody for today. And I look forward to talking to all of you across the next couple of days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I think the tone has been set. I love the slide. If you can just put it back on the guiding principles. The really last slide. Yes, for growing markets. So the panelists who are coming to the stage, please do come over. You can start now. You know yourselves. Please come over. I think what we're going to do is to put this in context and see if we are using these guiding principles for growing the LPG markets, or if we have others that, because it's not straitjacket, other countries may be using. So we have Gadi from South Africa. Thank you very much. We're being joined by Kwaku from Ghana online, and we're also being joined by Ongechi from the Nigerian Association online. I believe they're on call. Oh, fantastic. As I mentioned, our policymaker will join us after tea and just before lunch. So we will carry on. And if there are any areas that we have, although we'll not be holding brief for them, we have information to disseminate on the subject matter before the policymaker from Kenya comes, we will do as much between all the Kenyans and myself who are represented here today. So, Gadi, it's you and I physically, and then we have Ongechi and we have Kwaku on call. So you'll allow me to take a seat because I'll have the conversation as we all sit down. It really is a conversation. We cannot see the guys behind us unless we turn over. Are you able to at least say hello? Ogechi. Hi. Oh, fantastic. Loud and clear. Technology is so beautiful. Okay. Kwaku?
Yes.
Oh, great. Today it's not raining too much in Ghana. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. So what we will do, as you're aware, panelists, and thank you very much for agreeing to join us on this panel, we're going to have you submit in just 1 minute, and strictly 1 minute, of your thoughts around the subject matter that we're tackling, which is a policy overview of Africa's transition to clean energy. It is not restricted to just cooking. As we have mentioned, we have expanded the conversation this time to include transport and to include generation and also diversity. Gadi, you and I talk a lot, so it's strictly 1 minute. And you're going to start so that we can dictate when the 1 minute is over. So go for it.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope I'm going to stick to the 1 minute, but I also hope I'm going to stick to the topic. My name is Piea-Wlpga. I'm from LPGSA, the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Association in South Africa, and I'm the managing director there. But I would like to believe I'm an energy professional. That's not part of the 1 minute. All round. So I'm just going to talk about the general policy setting in general, energy setting, things that we need to look out for, things that we need to be realistic about as African countries. And I'm going to follow the guidelines from our very own government, the Ministry of Mineral Resources and Energy, in terms of what the language that they have said. I want to disclaimer, I'm not a government representative by all means. I'm not here as a representative for them. So these are our thoughts as LPGSA, yes, minus the government. I just want to start. I do believe, Wanjuka and everybody else here, that the energy policy in every country is one that is supporting that country's national development plan. And the national development plans are generally made to address issues of inequalities, unemployment, poverty reduction, and just providing our citizens a decent standard of living in general, and obviously many other socio-economic benefits, nuances that may come out of there. But at the heart of any national development plan, there will always be an energy mix to talk about. And that energy mix, we know that it needs to address issues of reliable and affordable energy. It needs to address issues of environmental sustainability that can reduce emission and pollution. I wrote my stuff down. And when we speak about towards net zero, what I just need to say is the transition that needs to happen for us Africans. We need to remember all this. The transition needs to be socially just. It needs to be sensitive to the potential of social impacts that we set out in our own national development plan. So the transition on its own needs to recognize that countries are different and countries have different energy transition paths or will follow different energy transition paths which are supporting local conditions in that. In South Africa, for example, the energy industry accounts for 80% of the emissions that are obviously created. But that alone comes from electricity generation and liquid fuel. And I may add that South Africa has about 33% unemployment rate. Now, if you are going to be careless about your transition in South Africa, taking away certain aspects like coal, liquid fuel, out of the energy mix, in the hope or with the outlook of moving to a much lower or net zero, you must remember that you are impacting 33%. That 33% can already be doubled with regards to unemployment. We can't afford that as a country. But also the positive or the opportunity that exists in there is that we can easily move to a much more high efficiency and low carbon energies, LPG. I forgot that. That will really help us into that transition. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you bring a really good dynamic into the conversation on transition. Who calls the shots? Is it the African country or is it others? And is it based on accessibility at the point of transitioning? Because it cannot be a one-size-fits-all. Ogechi, you go next. Today we're really being gender forward.
It's great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me, Moman, to this event. I am representing my CEO, Mr. Clement Isong, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. So this is our first time at this event, and it's really an honor to be here. I'll just try and stick with the 1 minute like you've said. What I just wanted to point out, first of all, is Africa's population is growing. And it's expected to reach about 2.5 billion by 2050. So naturally, the energy demand is going to grow. And with that, our consumption pattern has to evolve. Different energies need to be developed. And Africa's demand really has to be met with clean fuels to address pollution and health issues. The PIEA chairman already touched on the risks and the challenges with not using clean fuels in Africa. The other thing I want to also point out is we see the world moving away from, quote, bad fuels, the worst being coal. And we see how in recent times, according to the IEA, that clean energy has accounted for a majority of the global investments in the sector. So we need to have this paradigm shift on global energy transition. We need to understand that it's a global commitment, and we should all have a global commitment as a nation, as a continent, to clean or cleaner energy. Nigeria is definitely on board with this. At the COP26, our president, Muhammadu Buhari, pledged that Nigeria would achieve net zero by the year 2060. And soon after that, he signed into act the Climate Change Act, and which is really just a framework to develop initiatives to reduce greenhouse gases, and also to mainstream, to develop actions to mainstream these initiatives into national policies, national plans, and programs. Nigeria as a country, we appreciate the fact that we need to move towards cleaner energy, and we focus on a trilemma in our sector, and really focus on energy security, energy transition, and clean energy and clean fuels. So I'll stop here for now, but it's also important that the world understands and has appreciated and has been bought really by everyone that gas should be the transition fuel. At least that's what Nigeria, we are starting off with, as gas as a transition fuel. And there are a lot of initiatives we're working and a lot of policies that we're putting together as a country towards that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a transition, energy towards electrification. Kwaku, there you go next. And just before you go next, I wanted to alert Bernard that you're supposed to be sitting up here since Joshua Igara is not here. Yes, you will. Very easy questions. Please come over. So Kwaku, go ahead.
Good morning, my friends, brothers and sisters in Africa. It's pleasant talking to our friends and brothers in Africa on these energy issues. And I think we all know that Africa is embedded with a lot of energy. Like Ghana, oil here, we've got a lot of gas from our fields, but we've not been able to tap them all fully. And the raging thing is that we sit on this and we are using other means to be able to survive. We still have our people using traditional energy sources like wood, charcoal, and kerosene, which invariably are just available for them to use, and they are less expensive than using the LPG. So you could see that even if you have got LPG there, the price, it becomes another issue, and accessibility becomes another issue. So transforming Africans and energy require technological advancement to reconcile economic growth. But the conservation of natural resources is going to be a huge thing. Because we have here in the northern part of our country, they say that even if you put LPG there, they don't even have money. There was a time we tried to distribute gas cylinders to them. And since they were not able to buy the gas, they use the cylinders as and put a woody plank on it and sit on it under the tree. And they go around and look for wood as a means of fueling the energy up for their use. So the transition to clean energy also has got some policy implications that should be carefully considered to ensure that this transition benefits and burdens everybody in a fair manner. Not only the rich people or those who can afford can use it, but the marginalized should be able to afford, regardless of their socio-economic status or race or ethnicity. So it's something that we in Africa, we have a different paradigm that we have to look at, especially the marginalized, who always are the ones also who go to the farms and get the food for us. So rather a cost-effective and dependable and sustainable energy system is crucial not only for a lot of us, but to be able to lift millions of Ghanaians, thereby Africans, out of poverty is something that we need to look at. So our issue had been the marginalized and vulnerable, how they get access to the energy so that we can get ourselves out of this. So that's, I'll just stop here for a while.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for the opening remarks. And I think a number of issues have been raised therein. We have input from an interesting member of the panel who's a financier. It will be interesting to hear your thoughts on the subject matter, especially through the lenses of a financier.
Yeah, thank you, Wajiko. I think from a financial perspective, one, as I had mentioned during the opening speech, is that we believe that energy transition is an essential part of, giving humanity the dignity that they require. And from our perspective, we know that we cannot do everything on our own. So we have been partnering with, like-minded partners, partnering with industry players, partnering with even the policymakers. And as an institution, we believe that we have to be responsible citizens of the world, and that is why even in our discussions with our clients, looking at the opportunities that exist within the various markets where we operate, we want to make sure that even in our financing, a very good point that was made, social justice is very key in terms of, the kind of projects that you get yourself involved in. We also have to make sure that the business that we are also supporting are sustainable, because we believe that the more the business is sustainable, the more it will have the kind of social impact that you require. We also believers that as you transition people to more cleaner energy, overall you are also tying that with economic empowerment. We have seen a lot of business and opportunities being generated in very remote areas. And this is just from energy transition, not just on LPG, but even people adopting, cleaner ways of lighting their homes. We have seen women and unemployed people who have gotten a livelihood just because there have been initiatives in very remote areas of this country, and would want to continue that journey with the right partners, both locally and globally. Thank you.
Absolutely. We couldn't agree with you more, which brings me back to the word affordability and where that comes in to policy, and how important policy is in ensuring that LPG, in this case, is accessed. Is it a question of affordability or accessibility, bearing in mind that there is innovation around LPG that can enable consumers to access LPG in quantities that can be afforded in a given time, so just for one meal. Two, that it is actually more expensive, and it's been proven time and again, to use charcoal or kerosene. So what is the contradiction here, Gadi?
Interesting question. Mark and I were just discussing this issue of affordability earlier on. I understand that in Kenya, affordability is an issue, hence over and over biomass being used. In South Africa, it's electricity versus the price of electricity versus the price of LPG that we talk about. And interestingly, I have developed a matrix with my own home, my family, my relatives' home, my mother's home, and my colleagues' homes to actually address this issue of affordability of LPG once and for all. I won't talk more about that. But for me, it's one thing we need to understand. It's not either or. It's what is the opportunity cost of having an affordable LPG versus its consistency, like supply consistency. And I always put this question back. When somebody says LPG is expensive in South Africa versus electricity, I know that's not true. I have done the maths. But the issue is the opportunity cost is not having the supply. Like David said earlier, unlike the international markets that we are benchmarked against with regards to LPG pricing, when it comes to our countries, into Africa, it becomes a little bit more expensive. Rightfully so, we have issues of moving it from the supply point, i.e. the coast, all the way into our inland regions to get it to the consumer, who happens to be the king and the queen. And that is not cheap. And we need to always consider that when we tell people about issues of affordability versus supply, you cannot separate those. You need to take everything into context. And yes, Maybe it could be cheaper than, it could be more expensive than wood. I don't think it's expensive than electricity, I'm sorry. I won't even entertain that. But the thing is, there are more benefits to LPG than to using biomass. And that needs to be considered as well. It's a holistic approach.
Thank you very much. Indeed, LPG is cheaper, I can confirm, than firewood. We've actually done the math, it's cheaper than charcoal. And we look at the cost that accrues on the health of persons who are using LPG. You cannot equate that to a price. Ongechi, share your thoughts on what it is that governments need to do to prioritize displacing of charcoal and firewood, bearing in mind the statistics evident in every country. And Peter has just, the chairman of PIA has just mentioned that in Kenya, 21,500 people die. And these are not statistics. This is real people. And actually today I told my colleague that I would carry a newspaper article that was very well researched. It has real faces, it has real people, it has people who doctors have told that they need to displace what they're using. So what is it that governments need to do to eliminate death and disease that is caused by cooking a meal?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the question. The statistics are scary. I think it's in, I have the numbers somewhere here, that Africa's demand is about 5.5% globally on Africa's demand on energy. And with the population of about 1.5 billion in Africa, about 43% of people have no access to electricity. And there are hundreds of millions of people without access to modern cooking technology, LPG. So it is something that Africa needs to focus on and focus on immediately. As the chairman of PIA said, I mean, something that we need to start now. I mean, we are late, but we can start the initiatives and the talking now. Some of the challenges, at least in Nigeria, that LPG faces or gas faces really is the legislation and regulation. We don't have a robust regulatory sector yet, so that's one of the challenges. We also have a very slow transition from oil to gas. You know, we're very oil and a very oil-based country, and we also have our rural areas also not really, like I said earlier, don't have access to electricity. So there's a little slow transition which is going on there, which is a major challenge. There's governance issues. We have insecurity issues. As I mentioned earlier, a lack of a robust sector infrastructure. So some of the things the government needs to do is really take it upon themselves to start a public initiative to speak on the disadvantages and the advantages of cleaner energies. So we're talking here about your security, your health. So there needs to be a lot of mainstream programs, plans to spread this information and to let people be aware of the dangers. We need to ensure that regulatory frameworks are in place and policies to attract investment opportunities into the countries, into the continent. We need to be big on innovation, technology. We need to move with the world. We need to enhance business growth in all sectors. We need to also reduce the barriers of entry. So we can do that by, helping out with expertise for local production, for local producers. We need to help with investment in infrastructure for these producers, local producers. We need to also encourage our people. We need to encourage training. We need to encourage more local production. And one of the things that the government has done, at least in Nigeria, along with the PIEA, is we've established a midstream, downstream gas infrastructure fund, which would help to create an equity in terms of investment within the sector. players are supposed to contribute 0.5% of the wholesale prices on gas, natural gas sold to this fund, and it's just to help the sector. So those are a few things that the government can do, but you really need to have a platform. You need to have policies, the right policies, regulation, in order to have confidence and to build confidence. So I'll just probably stop there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ongechi. So, Kwaku, it's very interesting that infrastructure is key in availing or enabling access. And I think Gadi has said that the reason why affordability becomes a matter on accessibility is because then the logistics may not be as smooth and enabling. What, in your view, should government, and I'm saying government because this has to do with policy issues, and investors then come and plug in, and that is where, like the PIA, we're involved right from the onset when policies are being crafted. What kind of policies should be put in place to ensure that access is eased, bearing in mind that households will always need energy, but they will procure the energy that is available at the point of purchase? So what, in your view, should be done to spur investments in infrastructure in every corner of your country, which can be replicated, of course, in every corner of any other African country represented here? Kwaku.
Yeah, thank you very much, Oji. In our country, if you look at our country pretty well, you can see that the southern portion of the country, they are well imbibed with a lot of infrastructure. So the uptake of the LPG has been soaring, going up, and then in the north. In the north, we have issues of transporting the LPG to the north, and also the apathetic nature of the northerners, the fact that the income are so low to pay LPG is also an issue. I remember I took a trip to the north. In one forum, we're even begging them to release land for us to put our stations in there. And we got some land for our stations, and unfortunately, some LPG marketers went there, and they were not having their return. They needed return on their investment. They said that they stopped supplying the products because in the north, there's a lot of abundance of wood for them to use. They just get wood freely out there, not thinking about the health implications. So there's a lot more that we could do in terms of education and from the government for us, and also trying to see how we can get the price down. At the last checkpoint with the government, we're thinking of putting a subsidy on the LPG, but we were hit by the fluctuations of the oil market, and the government couldn't do that. But they are still on the table for discussion, which we are going to do that. If we do that, relatively, we could see how we can reduce LPG price, especially reducing the transportation, the freight cost, which takes us from the southern to the north, in a way that we can bridge it so that it will be a lot more cheaper. And the government was also thinking about cross-subsidizing, where the Southerners will pay a little bit more on LPG to cross-subsidize what is going on in the north. And I think it's something that I know is going to be difficult for the government in the long term, but something worth doing if we are to get our northern people as part of us. Basically, our northern people constitute a lot of the poor guys we have in the poverty channel. So we have to, if we get them in the food, obviously we have made some progress. So, and the growth of the LPG in that area is slow, unlike the southern here. At the southern part of Ghana, it's all with all the development close to the sea, with all the stuff there. So people don't even have to go and look for wood. So obviously they are addicted with LPG, and it's growing pretty fast. Well, month to month, it's growing like almost 2%. But your eyes in the north, we have not made any substantial progress as at now. So when you have the emphasis, and they are the ones who have most of the people being poor, and the marginalized. So if we get them into the fold, obviously we would have achieved our goal.
Okay, thank you very much. So on financing, and I'll give an example in Kenya. Malaria was deemed to be the biggest cause of death of children below the age of 5, so high mortality rate. And so was diarrheal diseases. But what data has proven since we started actually paying attention and focusing is that it's respiratory diseases which kill more than diarrheal diseases and malaria combined, even in the latest economic survey. It's a government document of 2022. But it's surprising that the government intervened in Kenya by availing free mosquito nets to every home, because then it was a matter of life and death. So, and there were financiers actually who came out, there were all manner of donors and grants coming through. That's not the same clamor that we have observed whenever we pitch for financing institutions and for the government to prioritize clean cooking access using the lowest hanging fruit, which is LPG, the transition cooking fuel. And that conversation always takes it's taking a different paradigm shift. It's taking, LPG is a fossil fuel. For as long as it's landing in Africa, it's a fossil fuel. When it's elsewhere, it's not a fossil fuel. And it's not a transition fuel to electrification. So as a financier, what did you have to say regarding your packages or the financial world's attention on what it is they can do to salvage, even if it is under social, covering ESG, on matters, accessibility for clean cooking fuel like LPG?
Yeah, thank you, Majiko. So I think from a financial, I will talk specifically about Standard Bank. So Standard Bank has specifically taken an active step. Within Standard Bank, we have a division that deals with sustainability-linked financing, and that is geared towards supporting our clients and institutions that are, having projects or investments, or they are in businesses where there's proven sustainability-linked metrics to which will make them, benefit from, more concessionary financing in terms of the pricing. So that's one step. The other step, and specifically talking about our operations in Kenya, we have a foundation that is partnering with a number of institutions. And one of the areas that we are also paying attention to is promotion of adoption of LPG as a fuel, specifically in educational institutions. The other activity that we have been undertaking is also to support the small-scale traders who are within the LPG value chain by giving them soft loans that will help them to anchor their working capital needs. I know from, globally, definitely the financial institutions cannot, isolate themselves from the issues that are affecting the planet specifically. And because our business is done amongst our clients who are individuals, we have a responsibility through the various drives, if it's through, the donations or partnerships that we undertake with DFIs or other financiers who would be, be geared towards supporting adoption of clean energy across, and also indirectly lobbying the government in terms of the policy direction. To give an example, we are all familiar with the Vision 2030, the economy. I know we had the other flagship initiative by the government, and would also be expecting that the government will take the lead in terms of entrenching adoption of clean energy as part of the strategic goals that they will be seeking to drive. And I like what David actually mentioned, is that I know we are more geared towards planning cycles that go around a calendar year, but I think this has to be a long-term view that people has to look at, not just within a 2-year framework, but maybe in a horizon of even a decade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gadi, we are always having this conversation about clean or cleaner cooking fuels. And we have found that there's an abuse of cleaner definition and clean when we're talking matters Africa. And an example of that being, and I'd like using frankly this word, the so-called clean cook stoves, which still use biomass, which still emit the particulate matter, which still emit the carbon dioxide in a cooking environment, which is then breathed. It just delays disease and death. And there's a lot of money that governments are prepared to fund on the cleaner cook stoves, but very limited. That if that money was can I say, availed to fund LPG, it will actually go longer and then would have an elimination of the deaths that occur in our jurisdictions. What are your thoughts on this, and what can be done to influence policymakers to then shift that myth into the reality of what really a clean, in its strict definition, is LPG or biogas or ethanol in our countries?
From a person who fights that every day, I really don't know the answer. Because that's my daily struggle in my work, trying to convince the people, or at least the financiers. Standard Bank is not my favorite people at all, and they are my personal banker. And the government in particular. Yesterday, we had our National Mineral Resources and Energy Department budget speech. I spent the whole of the past 2 weeks just getting data to them on how LPG is a cleaner, a low carbon energy that can be used for cooking, and we move people. I mean, remember South Africa, we struggle with electricity access supply. So we're no longer even talking about a lot of things. We're just saying for daily cooking of people, which we know once adopted, nobody's going to turn back in their rightful mind. But I don't know the answer to this fight of clean and cleaner, but we can consistently continue to sell that message. The government only put 2 sentences out of the hundreds of pages I created in the past 2 weeks. I'm not complaining, because at least finally they put the word out there as government that LPG is a low carbon emitting energy, and it is good for cooking, and it will remove or reduce the burden of the Eskom grid. If you know, South African electricity is generated out of coal. That is our main energy source in the country. And by just moving to LPG, and I have made this example before, how much it will take to just move the billion that wasted somewhere else in corruption or any other form, can move at least 666,000 poor household, just into gas. And that is just providing them with a 2 hot plate stove and a cylinder, a 5 kg or 7 kg cylinder. That's a quick match, like maths that you can do as anybody. And yeah, that debate is never ending. As you can see, I really baffle to continue responding to it. And you can always put in stats into it. You can always put the World Health Organization's stats into it to show how cleaner LPG is and how making it accessible to people through providing simple things like hot plates will reduce burden on health system, will reduce burden on electricity grids or energy supply. The government just have to do their part, especially in our countries, African countries.
Thank you. Don't give up. I can tell you that Kenya, fortunately, is converted. The last time we had a State of the Oil and Gas Industry briefing in March, our Cabinet Secretary actually accepted to call LPG a health product. It has now led to that it's a health product. And though the PS will come and speak on behalf of government, we also have presidential attention on LPG and how that then can lead to not just elimination of diseases, but also sustainability of the 15 billion tree growing that is his target. And he's actually given targets to be met for conversion also in institutions that consume a lot of logs that are derived from our forests, which are schools as well. Kwaku, I will come to you and just ask you what it is that is the biggest challenge in Ghana with respect to, one, increasing LPG in the household. I know you implied a few items therein. And also what the biggest challenge is in terms of getting investors to put in money in your space, because without safe cylinders, it's very difficult for the citizenry to access LPG, even if you're going to carry out awareness and education. So Kwaku, very quickly, because I also want to give time for the participants to ask questions and to engage.
Okay. Thank you very much, Wati. We've been trying to get through with that. And the issue has always been the income of our people and how expensive it is. And we've had a series of discussions with the government. Government, as usual, say it has listened, but they're not to start processing it becomes a problem. So we're looking at reducing the taxes on the LPG to make it more affordable, and also government also looking at the pipeline for the LPG so that it can be accessible to certain areas. The second part is also talking about getting those one in the hooks. But it's something that now we'll be able to get people to talk about the LPG, and generally it has been accepted in Ghana that for cooking, LPG is the way. But I'll just show you something. In trying to have some meat, getting it roasted for people to eat, I never knew whether Kenya you have the same issue. That when you roast the meat with gas, the taste is different from when you use charcoal. And according to the public, you take the charcoal, it's better than the gas. And there are many small things that we have here that people will enjoy. So you go to you see those joints, they still use charcoal, and that becomes an issue. But fortunately, we have talked to government, and this government, in fact, it's the first time we have a coherent policy, which is taking from one government to the other and trying to sustain the LPG growth in the country. And as of now, we have been discussing with the government, and it looks like it's the right path. And the government has given a hearing. Only government is trying to work in the matrix, which will make it a little bit cheaper, accessible for the populace to be able to utilize that, especially our northern friends. And the main reason we have is the northern. And unfortunately, we have economic turmoil now in this country, which is not a priority as to speak now. Now we're trying to put our finances together with the help of the World Bank. I'm sure, and it's one of the key things we have in there. So I'm sure when we get through with that, we'll be able to jump on the LPG free and get it back on track.
Excellent. I would encourage you, Kwaku, to make sure you join us tomorrow morning, because we have a very interesting conversation on financing opportunities for clean energy projects in Africa. And we have one of the innovators who will be in the house, is already in the house, to share with us how it is that LPG can be afforded on an ongoing basis in small quantities, and therefore it shouldn't be an impediment for households to actually access LPG, because you don't have to buy the full 6 kg or the 13 kg. You can leverage on mobile phone technology to then avail the LPG as it's required for cooking and according to the size of the wallet of the household. Ongechi, I will get back to you, but meanwhile, I would like us to take some 3 questions from the floor, or some comments, so that we then do closing remarks. It's very difficult to finish the subject matter in 1 hour. There's a lot to discuss about, but I think we can also learn from each other, from what has been shared, and I think also during the tea breaks, we can network. So Mungai, if, or you can raise your hand from wherever you are and I can pick you out if you have any comment, any question, any intervention. Yes, please go ahead, introduce yourself and then go on to your submission.
Good morning. My name is John Sebastian Gerard. I work with Vitol, so I'll be on some of the panel afterwards. We'll have the opportunity to chat. I just wanted to offer maybe a comment on the discussion you guys had on clean versus cleaner. And I think part of the answer possibly lies in the carbon credit market. So yes, LPG is much more efficient in terms of energy to the pot and vastly superior to stoves that run on biomass, but it's also a more expensive scheme to deploy. And if you look at it from a carbon credit market, the risk that you have in terms of placing those credits in the voluntary market means that you need to generate carbon credit at the cheapest possible price. And at the moment, the cheapest possible price to do that is to deploy stoves that still run, unfortunately, on biomass. So that's potentially part of the explanation.
So, very good explanation. So I think what Africa needs to do is no, we won't stick to biomass because obviously we are not going to continue to die as somebody else is making money from the cook stoves because they're actually not even manufactured here. But I think what Africa needs to do is to then trade off with the conservation and restoration of our forests as carbon sinks. Because then with that trade-off, then obviously it is cheaper to have LPG as a cooking fuel because the sustainable afforestation and protection of our forest cover from where the biomass is derived will enable us to solve not only the carbon sink issue with the carbon being absorbed by the forest, but it will also enable us to then reclaim our water towers, to have food security. I mean, the trade-off is enormous. In fact, the balance would be skewed towards LPG. And when you think actually even about the investment cost, if you're talking about electricity, the investment cost for electricity, and Agadi here is a witness, are very expensive. LPG is basically plug and play. And it's easier to get LPG in the households as we transition, and maybe it's also packaging it as a transition fuel to electrification. But thank you very much for those comments. I think it also puts us into why then there is a cleaner cook stoves being forced down our throats, and I think the countries can dictate what it is that they want to use as their transition cooking fuel, particularly when it helps in eliminating death and disease. No one should have to die from cooking a meal. Any other question or yes, Alison.
Thanks, Wanjiku. Alison Abbott, World LPG Association. As the Director of Communications here, you said one thing, Wanjiku. I mean, there's so many comments here. I think you could spend a whole morning on this topic, and lots that will reverberate over the next 2 days. But you said one thing that so many people, I think, took the note, and you said that LPG has been recognised as a health product. And I just think perhaps it's something we can take offline, but I just see that as some kind of best practice that we can sort of push throughout the rest of Africa, because to have that category is huge. And you just said it and kind of moved on. And perhaps later we can talk about how you achieve that, and surely that's something that we can then disseminate to other nations, because I think that's sort of such, congratulations on that, it's huge.
Thank you, and we'll share with you exactly what we did to change the narrative at our policymakers level. Any other comment before? Yes, David, of course.
Thanks, thanks Wanjiku, and thanks to the panel for the really interesting discussion. I just want to pick up, excuse me, a couple of things. One, Hadi mentioned the power generation in South Africa derived from coal, and it reminded me of some work that PERC did in the US. They determined that 38 out of 50 states in the US produce what they call dirty electricity. So I think we should be aware when we talk about electricity, we're not talking about zero emissions. If we talk about electricity generation from the source to the end user, then we should bear in mind that message from PERC. And the second thing is just picking up on what Alison said about the health aspect of LPG. We work really closely, the WLPGA works really closely with the UNHCR, with the refugee camps around the world, and in particular in Bangladesh. And some work that was done by a company in Switzerland, they assessed the impact of switching 1 million refugees in Bangladesh from wood to LPG on a couple of parameters, but one was, was on health. And what they discovered was that with using LPG compared to wood, your food diversity index, they called it, goes up. In other words, you can cook different foods with gas that you can't cook with wood. And these new foods that they are cooking with have vitamin intake, which increases the health of the refugee. So we're not just talking about dirty kitchens and particulates and smoke and bad chests and lungs. We're talking about the actual food intake into the refugees has improved, and their food diversity index, forget the units, it's gone up by 50%, so that they are eating healthier and they are becoming healthier because of their vitamin intake. So another aspect, another message to sell when we talk about the health impact of LPG, and congratulations to getting that message across in Kenya, because it's as Alison said, it's a brilliant message we should use in future. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission. And Elizabeth will go next. And that's a very pertinent point in terms of what is the generation source of the power, really. In Kenya, and I'm sure the PS will speak to this when he comes, and this is the latest data from the economic survey. We have made gains in terms of progress. I like calling it progress because, you know, transitioning is nor here nor there, because we've made a lot of progress even in terms of the quality of fuels that are in our gas stations. But with respect to the generation mix for the sources of generating power, now geothermal is at 43%. Hydro takes 19%. Wind takes, thermal takes, hydro takes, I think 26%. Is Ayuma here, the number girl? Yeah, I think 26%. And then wind takes 19%, and then thermal 12%. So it's decreasing. And one of the benefits that has accrued from this, and I know we have a session on power generation, and Schneider will be speaking a lot on that, is that we've had 2 years of serious drought. But there was no power rationing in Kenya. And you know, it just passed. People didn't realize that we actually didn't get any power. We didn't get any power rationing. Why? Because we have the renewable sources being used as a generating source, and particularly geothermal, where Kenya has been a trailblazer in Africa. So, yeah, so it's important to recognize that you can actually have a dirty electricity as well. Elizabeth, please. And I think that will be the last one, I believe. Don't worry, there'll be a lot of networking out there over tea break. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for that opportunity, and thank you very much for all the presenters and what you have stated. And indeed, we appreciate that each of the countries represented here and elsewhere have their own unique problems. For instance, Ogechi from Nigeria has addressed the challenge of infrastructure, and we are aware that Nigeria produces LPG and they flare it. And they flare it when people are still using firewood. In Ghana, we are aware the challenge of the biggest challenge in Ghana is, like Mr. Kwaku says, is a northern region where they cannot reach LPG. And the reason they are not able to reach LPG is the way LPG is traded. There is no retail network supplying fuel cylinders. Indeed, the expectation is for people to go with their empty cylinder and have it refilled. And if you have to travel a long distance, then that becomes quite a challenge, and we are aware also of the accidents people have had as they queue to collect LPG or to have their cylinders filled. That is something that is unheard of in East Africa. And in South Africa, it's unfortunate, it's an issue of supply, and observing the numbers, we've been seeing a decline in the per capita consumption. And I can tell you 20 years ago, in Kenya, we used to admire South Africa because they were way ahead. But now, right now, in terms of per capita consumption, Kenya has overtaken South Africa. And what I would say that we ought to learn, and from in Kenya we have the right regulation, but again we have a challenge of enforcement. So each country is unique, but we can try and copy the best practices particularly in Asian countries. If you look at India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia, and see what they have done, and try and copy some of those practices and align them to our own conditions. We really should have be benefiting from the use of LPG in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
Very, very, very well put. Thank you very much. Very, very good, valid points. And again, we have a session on the role of the regulator also tomorrow. It will be interesting to hear what it is that the regulator can do to ensure that even when you have a robust law such as ours, then investors have confidence that they will get, but particularly their asset, the cylinder, and also how consumers are protected to know what their rights are and the obligation of the consumer and the stake and the investor as well as the government. So let me request our panelists to please give their closing remarks. We will start with Gadi.
I think my fellow panelists have said, it is on now? Yeah. My fellow panelists have said a lot around what the government needs to do to get LPG out to the people. But as businesses, I think we also need to be realistic. It's not called public-private partnership for nothing. It means we have to exercise it. We have to play our part as private partners to government to ensure that LPG would get out there. Our financiers plead with you, do play your part as well, and ensure that we get LPG to the people where it's really, really needed to the people. Transition doesn't have to be difficult when we have products like LPG in our midst. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ongechi, we'll go to you, please. And if you have any comments to make on what may have been submitted, please go ahead as well.
Thank you very much. I just want to close by saying that there are going to be a lot of economic and infrastructure challenges in achieving net zero and in transitioning. But we should also keep in mind the benefits. Africa is big enough to be able to fund this transition, so we need to take advantage of that. There needs to be a lot of initiatives to speak to the public, to engage the public, to talk to them, to get their feedback. So that's also very key. If efficiently harnessed, gas really is sufficient to take care of Africa's energy deficit. Gas is sufficient to be able to handle it. It's much easier, as far as I'm concerned now, to keep up than to catch up. So we need to increase our efforts. The PIEA chairman also mentioned it during his opening remark that Africa is lagging behind. So it's something that we need to pay attention to. Just to bring it home a bit, in Nigeria, the environmental performance index is really low. So it's something for us that we need to keep in mind and know that we need to ramp up our sustainability efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kwaku, your closing remarks, please.
Basically, I think we need to look at the nexus of a return for the businessman and the needs of the country versus the regulatory, how the regulatory impact will also make it, so that the average person will also get the gas at affordable price and on time, and that's where the matrix that we have to work on, and we will be taking that up with all the stakeholders involved. We find ourselves in a unique place where we can do that, so we'll do that and push the agenda very far to the government and to the people of Ghana so that we can achieve that end.
Excellent. Our platinum sponsor.
Yeah, thank you, Wajiko. So I think my closing remarks, I'll give a short story. And for those of you who may have heard this story from the late Wangari Maathai. So it's a story in the context of a forest that caught fire, and how the animals were standing there. The forest was being consumed by this huge fire. Elephants, rhinos, and all these other, strong animals were there watching helplessly as their habitat was being consumed by fire. But a hummingbird came, landed to the nearest stream. It would dip its feathers into the water and come and try to frap it over the fire. And these other animals were curious and asked the hummingbird, "What are you trying to do? You are so tiny. Whatever you're doing cannot make a difference." The hummingbird told the other animals, "I am doing the best that I can." And I think in this discussion that we had today, it's everybody's responsibility. If you do your little part and not sit back and watch, we will achieve our goals in terms of, going towards a zero carbon environment. Thank you.
Well said. I think that's a beautiful place to close it. Thank you for that story. I wish to thank the panel for making the time to join us. Kwaku and Ogechi unfortunately did not join us for the business networking and the tea and warmth of magical Kenya, but please stay on call. We are going to have a tea break, and after the tea break, we're going to look at clean cooking across all the available sources, so from biogas to electricity to ethanol and solar, because we have more or less tackled LPG. And I think I agree with Gadi. From the conversations that have taken place this morning, I think it underscores the importance of private sector, particularly through the industry association, in engaging government on what kind of policy direction government needs to take on matters that are of socioeconomic benefit, such as clean cooking and clean energy access, and that is what we have done as an industry association. And I always say this, government always tells us, tell us what to do. They're serious. When they say that, they mean it. When the government tells you, okay, tell us what to do, actually don't laugh and go away. Do tell them what to do. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your tea. Can I plead that we do 10 minutes? We will ring the bell thereafter so that we make sure we are on time and so that we get the best out of the discussions. Thank you very much. Tea, I think we stay here, but tea, well, the panelists, the tea will be served at the foyer right outside the exit. So please enjoy yourselves. Mungai?
It means we'll have a brief photo session with the roundtable speakers, and also the tea break is sponsored by Stanbic Bank. So kindly make sure you visit their exhibition stall on the display. Thank you.
Fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stanbic. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stanbic. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is the professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stanbic. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business.
If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJeki. MJeki is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJeki solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate, and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now, the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now, what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities, they're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJEKI. MJEKI is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJEKI solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities, they're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJEKI. MJEKI is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJEKI solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate, and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the...
As soon as the podium is taken down,
the
here we are again, back to a very exciting program. If we can have those who are behind, they just close the door so that we keep it as neat and quiet for everyone. So welcome back. A round of applause to our platinum sponsor. You really do need to clap. They're the ones who actually treated you to that tea and coffee. Thank you very much. So there's a slight change in the program. We will have Martin Kimani, CEO of MGAS. The conversations on the policy issue were quite hot. So he has decided, the platinum sponsor has decided, you know what, let him come and speak to this subject matter, because we're going to tackle cooking only with respect to the clean cooking solutions and technologies that are available in Africa. So we have Martin Kimani, he's the CEO of NGAS. We have Kevin Kinusu from the Biogas, Kenya Biogas program in Kenya. And then we have Edward Kinyua representing the DG EPRA. A lot has been said about the regulator. He's going to be talking about electricity. And then we have Mabel, am I pronouncing it correctly? Yes. From Cocoa Networks, Africa Cocoa Networks. And last but not least, we have Mark Afi from Paygo Energy. He's a co-founder, and he's going to be speaking on to matters solar. So as we did in the previous panel, I will ask you, lady and gentlemen, to just take 1 minute to speak to the subject matter, clean cooking, and perhaps to share just a snippet of what your company does, because then we'll delve a bit deeper in the 1 hour that we have available for us. I will start, not 1 hour, 30 minutes, oh goodness. I will start with Edward. Hopefully all the microphones are working, but you can use this one.
Thank you, Wanjiko, and thank you, the participants to this conference. I'm Edward Kinyua. I work for the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. I'm here on behalf of our DG, who could not be able to join us because of other commitments. So we do regulate the energy sector, energy and petroleum sectors, under the Energy Act 2019. This is the mother act that has formed the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority. We have been there since the year 2007. Our previous act was the Energy Act 2006. But in the new act, we've been given a new mandate to regulate the upstream petroleum sector. So currently, we regulate all the streams of petroleum value chain. We start with upstream, midstream, and downstream. And we also do regulate the electricity subsector and also the renewable energy. And of course, within the renewable energy, we have energy efficiency department. In terms of this subject matter, I think we have been doing technical and economic regulation of petroleum. Petroleum includes LPG, and we've also been doing technical and economic regulation of electricity. So basically, we do license players in the energy and petroleum sectors, and we also do set tariffs for the players who are working in these sectors. And that is under the powers and mandate that we've been given in the Energy Act 2019. We do also have the Petroleum Act 2019, which we also implement. We don't have a omnibus kind of an act that has both petroleum and electricity or energy. We have 2 distinct acts, one for energy and the other one for petroleum. So we have developed regulations in these 2 fields, the one of petroleum and electricity. And these regulations are geared towards ensuring efficient operation of the sectors and ensuring also that consumers get value for money and also investors get return. So one of our key mandate as a regulator is to ensure that we balance the interests of both the investors, the consumers, and other stakeholders like government. Government is a big stakeholder in the investment scene. So once you come to the country, you are interested in an energy project, you may be asked to do a feasibility study. That feasibility study goes for policy approval, and once policy approves, then it comes for the regulatory approval, where now we start discussing issues to do with technical requirements. We also discuss issues to do with your tariff. And then once we do license you, then we are able to approve your tariffs that will be charged, and they are also gazetted. So we do electricity tariffs, and we also do petroleum pump prices every month. The electricity tariffs are reviewed every 3 years, the retail tariffs. We just released lately, I think it was last month, we released the tariffs that will be applicable for the next 3 years. So we are also keen in ensuring that we have clean energy solutions in the country, and this is a commitment that government has given. We look at our energy mix. We're looking at 75% of our installed capacity. Our installed capacity is about 3,222 megawatts. with a peak demand of about 2,149 megawatts. Out of that, 75% is a geothermal, is a mix of geothermal, solar, wind, and hydro. And we're also doing some imports from our neighboring countries, the latest being the imports we are getting from Ethiopia, 200 megawatts. We also get some imports from Uganda. But in terms of dispatch, we are doing 90% dispatch of green energy. So the only dispatch we are doing for thermal is about 10%. And this is basically to stabilize the system. So you can see already that we are geared and we are moving towards being 100% green. So when it comes to petroleum, we are encouraging and promoting the use of LPG. And we have put in place the legal and regulatory framework. This is in terms of our regulation. We have an LPG regulation, which has been, we had one that was there from 2009 up to 2019, and then we have a new one that was gazetted in 2019. And this all is towards ensuring that the investors who work in this sector follow certain standards and rules, so that we also ensure safety as we penetrate LPG. Our consumption has seen a tremendous increase from 93,600 metric tons in 2012. And now last year we did about 333,000 metric tons, which is like a growth of 260%. We are not yet where we want to be, because if you look at our per capita, it's slightly below 6 kilos per capita. The government's aim is to reach 15 kilos per capita by year 2030. So we still have some task, and this is why we are encouraging new technologies like the metered LPG. We are also encouraging issues to do with reticulation. We've also come up with other issues that we are encouraging, other technologies that we are encouraging, like partial filling of LPG cylinders. So I think we'll continue working with stakeholders in the sector to ensure that we have also allowed autogas in this country. We have slightly over 10,000 vehicles that have been converted. And I think we'll continue working with stakeholders to ensure that we work towards decarbonizing the energy mix in the country. As you've been told, LPG is still part of the hydrocarbon mix, but in terms of the carbon context, it has the lowest carbon, I believe, along the chain, because we are talking of 4 carbons in butane and 3 carbons in propane, as opposed to like what we are talking of 8 or 9 carbons in other fuels like PMS. So it is a good alternative which can act like a transition fuel, and that is what we've taken up as government. It is a transition fuel, and we will ensure that as we continue using hydrocarbons, we are also looking at how we can also do sequestration by planting trees. These are carbon sinks. And this talks towards the government's intent of ensuring that even those people who are using biomass are transitioned to the use of LPG. And I think particularly government is now looking at learning institutions. I think there's a policy coming up where all schools now have to transition to the use of LPG by the year 2025. I think that could be my opening remarks. Thank you.
I'm wondering what to ask you about next, because you have actually done a very comprehensive. A round of applause to Edward. So let's have Martin, CEO of MGAS.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'll just mention a little bit about what we spoke about in the morning. And this is the state of access of clean cooking in Kenya particularly. And you heard it from the PIA chair and the earlier panel that was here. As much as EPRA says that we have made very commendable growth, which is true and very significant in the last few years, we're still at a very low penetration rate. We are talking about 24% across Kenya, with 6% being in the rural areas. So you can see majority of this penetration is still within the urban areas. When you leave urban, it's then 6%. That is very low. What has helped us to at least get to this 24% in so many decades. What I must appreciate is the level of investment that has happened in this country. Of course, encouraged by government, private investors. Most recently, we've seen government putting up a more enhanced port facility at the coast. What this means is that as a private investor, you are free to come in and be able to connect to more storage facilities, which is a very good thing. And we've also seen a lot of investors still doing more storage facilities, which I attribute to the growth that has taken place in the last few years, as statistics are showing. So we are no longer suffering a supply issue. And even from a global perspective, as David said earlier in the morning, availability is not a problem. And that has been also addressed in Kenya. And this is where we are. So for the last few years, there was a steep growth, many more households getting into the LPG, which is more cleaner cooking alternative for the last few years. But now, getting to where we are at 24, we have started to see a stagnation. We've sort of reached a peak because we overcame the first obstacle. We are sort of stagnating now because if you cannot afford LPG, mostly where the impediment is the upfront acquisition cost for the initial accessories, then you still cannot get help. And I'm sure Edward will tell you that. If you look at the consumption level for 2022, it was slightly lower than 2021. So if we are not very careful, we might stagnate or start going back. Now, how do we deal with the challenge, which is the elephant in the room, practically speaking? And Wanjiku alluded to that earlier. How do we make that Wanjiku, and not this one, that Wanjiku in Kenya, as we commonly refer to the low-income earners in Kenya, how do we make them access this? How do we empower them? How do we enable them also join this wagon of clean cooking? Because without belaboring the point of the negative effects that the 76% of households are exposed to, we had numbers, scaring numbers, 21,000 people dying every year, millions across, 21 is Kenya, millions across the globe. How do we make sure, and these are numbers as Wanjiku emphasized, these are not kilos, these are lives. And if you look at the magnitude of those lives, it's worse than COVID. So it is a real pandemic that we must address and deal with. Now, what we have done at MGAS is then tap into technology and innovation, because today it is possible to meter gas. Today it is possible to regulate what a household consumes on a daily basis. The reason the 76% are not getting into clean cooking is because they only afford little money, it's $1 a day. They get out of their houses into the nearest kiosk, use 100 shillings, buy charcoal, come and continue exposing their families into all these pollutants and all that. With the same and significantly lower amount, we are saying that that household can still use LPG because they can use the meter, pay little money, cook a meal, go back to work the following day, make a little money, come again, top up, and continue enjoying clean cooking. This is what we are doing, and we have seen quite some good strides in the last 2 years, because we are talking about about 400,000 households today who are able to use our metered gas just within a period of 2 years. This can tell you that we can be able to push the country, or Kenya in this case, 2% households within a short span of time. So with consistency in that kind of an offering, again, there can be tremendous growth and increase. Allow me to stop there.
Thank you very much. Well done, and very passionate. Let me say that we have seats in the front. I can see you're cramming up and increasing seats at the back. We have about 10 seats right here at the front. Please come and occupy them. Even I know as you try to set up another table. So over to Kevin Kinusu. What can we do with the 94% in the rural areas? With this clean cooking fuel that's been available in an agricultural-based economy such as ours, but doesn't get as much attention, never mind that it's in our policy. And across Africa, I don't think there's any village that doesn't have at least one cow.
Sure. Thank you so much, Njiko. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to share the same platform with LPG, because many people think that biogas is competing with LPG, but actually biogas and LPG are complementary. I mean, we are basically focusing on the same goal, that is to ensure that people are cooking clean. My concern is cooking has actually been a debt trap for about 70% of our rural economy over the years, and it still remains a debt trap to most of them. Fact is, if cooking stops today, within 24 hours, nothing will happen globally. Cooking runs our lives, literally. I mean, you know, nothing happens. So cooking is going to be here. And if cooking, which happens because it's making a difference to homes, to institutions, to businesses, you know, hotels like this one, then we owe it to ourselves and also to government. Government owes it to its citizens to shift these, you know, cooking fuels from fossil-based or from emitting fuels to clean cooking solutions. When you look at biogas in Kenya, we are talking about 1.8 million households who technically can access this solution across Kenya, and these are just rural-based households. When you talk about 1.8 million households, we are referring to that household that has at least 2 dairy cows, you know, and those dairy cows are either night-stabled or they are zero-grazed. One of the things that these rural household farmers don't optimize is the cow dung. You know, and sometimes this cow dung is a menace, especially when you go to places like Githunguri or the general Kiambu area. It's becoming really, really difficult for them to manage this waste because the land sizes are small. So why is it that over the last 15 years since the Kenya Biogas program started, we've only managed to influence 23,000 households to take up this technology? I mean, I think when I hear across, you know, the floor, the issues seem to be the same. But because we are really targeting the rural farmers, these barriers are even more heavier on us. The first, of course, people talk about affordability. And affordability for us in biogas sector is not really a big problem. Because if the business case is well understood by both sides, the supply end and the demand end, then we can tackle this issue of affordability. A good example is a farmer or a household that uses biogas literally saves between 2,000 and 3,000 shillings a month. Because most people buy charcoal. 1 tin of charcoal is about 50 to 100 shillings per day. I mean, average depending on where you're buying it from, and you use about 2 tins or 3 to cook 3 meals in a day. So a household would actually spend around 150 shillings daily. People cook every day, so there's no weekends. This weekend we are not cooking. So it's 30 days times about 2,000. You're talking about 6,000 a month. A biodigester, 4 cubic meter that can help a household of about 5 people to cook, you know, 3 meals for 2 hours continuously costs around 65,000 shillings. That means that within 12 months, maximum 24 months, any households that buys charcoal or fuel wood every day has actually just consumed a whole biodigester. So why is it difficult for these households to spare that 3,000 per day to acquire a technology that will help them cook for a lifetime and manage their waste? It's because even enablers like financiers don't understand this technology. They don't know how to de-risk this technology. And the population that needs this technology so bad, the rural technologies, also have income streams that are not well, you know, attractive to financiers. So it's about time that, I mean, impact investors, commercial financiers should actually think about these, what we call non-consumption consumers. I heard a story of Mo Ibrahim when he first thought about bringing mobile telephony in Africa. Very many people laughed at him. And they told him, why do you want to talk about mobile phones in Sudan, where people cannot even afford a meal a day? But when you look at the value of communication to a woman in Sudan or a man in Sudan, then you begin to think about the business case and not just the cost of a technology. Is there something that can be done to break this barrier of affordability by just looking closely at the value of cooking to rural communities and what they are willing to pay, including deforesting a whole, you know, area to make sure that they cook? So when we start looking at it differently, then we know that affordability is a barrier because maybe maybe some of us have just refused to go an extra mile and make things happen. Business case for demand end is increasing. We've seen over the last 5 years, 3 international companies setting up in Kenya doing prefab biodigesters, and they're doing about 6,000 digesters per annum. The prefabricated types. It means that the demand is there. And the reason why these prefab companies are able to real numbers is because they have introduced what we call lease-to-own purchase models, where using the same model of 3,000, 2,400 a month, a rural home can actually access the technology and pay, what we call pole-pole, pay in installments for 24 months. But why are we not seeing the opportunity in this? Because a bigger chunk of the 70% in rural areas will not probably access electricity for cooking, and they will probably even never think about electricity for cooking, in the near future. But they can access biodigesters. So biodigesters is just beyond cooking. We look at it in different ways. We look at it as waste management, because it's not just about the rural homes. Very many industries right now are dealing with organic wastes and how to manage it and how to really valorize it, optimize their waste to ensure that it's part of their business model. One of such companies is actually a company that work with Olivado. They have wastes from the avocados. They're using the waste, to capture energy and bring it back to the processing plant. And we are looking at waste management and optimizing waste to energy as one of the opportunities that are there in biogas. Then, of course, the biggest opportunity we've seen in rural households is fertilizer. In Kenya right now, the biggest topic is inputs. How do we enable farmers to actually grow their crops? And we know there's a problem with inputs because with the choking chemical fertilizer on our lands, approximately 88% of our land is acidic. Our pH cannot allow us to produce anything without putting lime on the soil. A biodigester technology is not just a cooking technology, it's actually a solution, a household solution, a farm-based solution, because there is now the organic fertilizer that comes with it, and that strengthens the business case that we put across for these rural communities. So when you're selling to them the biodigester, it's not just about the savings from the fuel switch, but also the value add on your farm to grow your vegetables, your bananas, your coffee, and improve your yields and heal your soil. So that's really important. And of course, we're talking about the health, and we cannot overemphasize on that. A lot has been talked about the health issue, and I don't want to overemphasize on that. Yes, so I think I will stop at that to just allow others also to talk about it. Thank you.
I am now completely convinced that it's not a question of affordability. I thought it's just a personal bias. My colleagues will tell you that, but it's not affordability. It can be afforded. We just need to package and make that information available and certainly influence policy. I dare say then that Africa is not short of clean cooking solutions. Mabel.
Yes, my name is Mabel Rubadiri. I'm from Cocoa Networks. I'm here representing Sophie Odupoi, who's our global head of public affairs. She sends her apologies. So we are Cocoa Networks. We are a clean energy, clean cooking company based here in Kenya. We are enabling the replacement of dirty cooking fuels, such as charcoal, with bioethanol cooking. Bioethanol cooking is modern, it's clean, it's safe, it doesn't result in smoke or fine particulate matter or carbon emissions. We manufacture and sell a 2-burner cooker and a reusable canister. The ethanol fuel can be purchased through a network of about 2,000 fuel ATMs that are located across the country here in Kenya. Customers can purchase fuel for as little as 25 shillings and cook for about a day. They can refill their reusable canister for about 189 shillings and cook for about a week. So we're meeting customers in the areas that matter to them the most, which is affordability and accessibility. Matching that small but often purchase behavior of these informal incomes prevalent amongst our customer base. We launched around the end of 2019, November 2019, and over the past 3.5 years, we've reached just over 900,000 customers. We grow about 10,000 customers per week here in Kenya. We're in about 5 major urban hubs here in Kenya and slowly moving into rural networks where we're seeing a lot of positive uptake as well. We're in about 30% of all of Nairobi households currently. We're about 40% cheaper than charcoal in many parts of the country. So switching to bioethanol, has a lot of positive benefits. The carbon emissions and reductions are really, really significant, and it's something that we're trying to bring to the sector.
Excellent. A round of applause. You know, Kenya, I'm even wondering about this, you know, with a devolution, I think every county is urban, truthfully speaking, with all that money that is, you know, deployed in the counties, each county, and that was the purpose of devolution, should actually generate its own wealth, and there should actually be no classification about urban and rural. The most unspoken source of cooking, solar is not really spoken about for cooking, it's spoken about for lighting, so we are pleased to have you in this panel. Go ahead.
Thanks very much for organising today, and the session's been really informative. So my name's Mark O'Keefe, Director of Product at Sun King Clean Cooking. We were formerly Piea-Wlpga Energy, and we've just been acquired by Sun King Clean Cooking. So the question is, why did a solar company acquire a pay-as-you-go gas company? Now, Sun King's the biggest pay-as-you-go solar provider in the world. In Kenya, we've got 3 million customers. Out of those 3 million customers, 80% of them still cook with charcoal and firewood. So the logic behind Sun King acquiring Piea-Wlpga is that we've got an incredible... Oops. Hello? Yep. There we go. We've got an incredible sales and distribution network, which is one of the key barriers towards getting clean fuel into people's homes. And we can leverage on that and the technology that we developed as Piea-Wlpga Energy to really be delivering clean cooking products to all of the customers that we've got and the customers that we've not got at the moment. And so, you know, when we're thinking about what does this transition look like and how do we accelerate the growth and the, you know, incredible numbers that Cocoa and MGAS have seen as well, when we're talking about growth, it's not this incremental 3% a year, which none of us really want to see, because that forecasts into, you know, when do we get to 15 kg, 2030, 2040? How do we really supercharge that growth? And so what we're thinking about is what's the most appropriate, you know, linking back to net zero, what's the most just and most appropriate for these different customer segments, urban versus peri-urban versus rural, and what toolkits do we have available? You know, we've got connections to grids, we've got incredible partners that have LPG networks set up. So, you know, we're thinking about what is the best strategy to get there, LPG being a key aspect of that, but also looking into other technologies, other products that can help us get there as well. So, yeah, really excited to be on this panel today and share with such esteemed colleagues as well.
Excellent. And we all have so much sun, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah? So I will just want to hear a little bit more from Edward, specific to electricity. Accessibility, as we know in Kenya, is attached to affordability, because electricity in Kenya really is expensive. There is infrastructure that goes with it. There is all manner of stuff that goes with it. What, in your view, could you perhaps submit as the effort that is being made to then avail electricity really as the end game from the transition fuel? Or are we going to jump straight? Does the government have a policy to just go straight and make LPG, electricity, as affordable or as accessible at the same level as the other cooking fuels that we've just said about now?
Thank you, Wanjiku, for that question. Electricity, as I said earlier, is one of the energy sources that we regulate, and basically we do have a least cost power development plan as a country, where we are looking at a plan of 20 years. Like now, we just prepared a least cost power development plan for the year 2022 to the year 2041. So this looks at the demand projection for the country and the various technologies in terms of the generation of electricity that we might admit with to serve that demand, so that at least we can give priority to the least cost generation sources. The government is giving a lot of emphasis to renewable energy because we have vast geothermal resources. And if you look at the generation cost from geothermal, it's much cheaper, and hydro sources, for example, is much cheaper than what we get from thermal generation. So what we are looking at in this plan is maintaining much of the energy sources being renewable energy, and just not approving, I don't think we'll be able to approve any thermal generation plants in this LCPTP cycle. What we have is the thermal plants will just maintain stability of the system, the 10% I was talking about. So in terms of ensuring affordability, we are trying to have a mix of the least cost generation sources so that we can increase affordability. We have an access rate now of about 75%. This is a connectivity or the access rate for electricity. But I must agree, because the infrastructure for electricity is also quite expensive. We've just been building up on our mostly the transmission and distribution infrastructure. That is what has caused our tariffs to be a bit high in the few years that we've been issuing these tariffs or publishing these tariffs. But as we go into the future, as I'm saying, we are now trying to look at how we can now adopt what I was calling the least cost, mostly dealing with what is abundant in Kenya, and that is basically geothermal. And you've also seen we are also getting some imports of 200 megawatts, and this is coming mostly from Ethiopia. It is at a very affordable cost. It's quite a competitive cost if you compare it with the thermal. If you are talking of about 6 US cents compared to the thermal generated electricity of about 24 US cents or thereabout, it means that our imports from Ethiopia, which is hydro-based, is also quite competitive. I think for thermal, we are doing like 7 US cents in terms of the generation cost. So as we modernize our infrastructure, because again, we can't generate electricity and not distribute it, I think as we build and modernize that infrastructure, we'll see over time that cost coming down, because most of the cost now is going to new projects that are geared to ensuring stability of that infrastructure. So the retail tariffs that we released last month, but last month we also had a special category which is geared towards encouraging cooking using electricity. So we have an e-cooking tariff. We are still working with the distributor Kenya Power to see how we can monitor the implementation of that tariff. It might not be easy, but at least for a start step, we have published a tariff for the first time, an e-tariff for e-cooking. And we also have a tariff for e-mobility because of the EVs. We are cognizant to the fact that the country is slowly taking up electric vehicles, and we also had a tariff category for e-mobility. So I think that's what I can say.
Thank you very much. Martin, and not to go into financing, because we have a session on financing tomorrow. Could you just put it into context for us on what MGAS has done to enable customers to access the equipment that is required to then use LPG? And I'm actually impressed that the Biogas Association has also done something identical or proposed the same with respect to the equipment that then enables the consumer to access that LPG. Do they have to buy for it? How do you, handle that? And when you're doing that as well, perhaps you can also speak a bit to the amount of money that is used per household, and how that access by your innovation has then made sense to the household.
Thank you, Wanjiku. I think what we've done is, like I said earlier, we are at a certain base that is covered by LPG. So for us to grow that base, because if that is not done, what that means is we'll keep within the 25% I spoke about earlier. Even if you bring in more investors for LPG, it will simply be cannibalizing the same percentage with a 2% growth year on year. So it will be today you change from blue cylinder, you cut your price, you move into a white cylinder, and it will be sort of a zero-sum game. So for us to push the pie, it is then where we must be innovative, and I'm happy to hear what my colleagues on the left are doing. Unless we think outside the box, unless we become innovative, then we cannot go more aggressively from where we are. How we have done that at MGAS is of course, to innovate the smart meter, use technology in partnership with the telecoms. And today we are privileged in Kenya and in this region that mobile money platform is very well advanced. In Kenya, for instance, when you look at the use of M-Pesa, we are talking about over 30 million customers who use M-Pesa. I mean, and it's no longer a problem. It's not an issue of training. Every kiosk near you has M-Pesa till number. It's a household platform. So then what M-Gas does is to ride on that platform, mobile money, technology for the meter, that once you synchronize these two, then you have a gate that allows and controls the usage of gas in a customer's house. Now, this is our platform. Now, how we do that, and more over and above that, and to answer Wanjiko's question directly, customers don't have to pay upfront. We simply go into their house, walk into their house. We have a team of salespeople who get into the kitchen, set up the unit, and leave, of course, train the customer, which is another aspect that goes into helping families access clean cooking. Because it was earlier said here that there's a lot of myths that goes with the LPG or use of gas in homes. Some houses think it's dangerous. Some households think food doesn't taste better. We had all that. So we have invested a lot in customer education. So we have to sit there, do the connection and the installation, and have a training session. So this customer education is helping to debunk all those myths and help the households appreciate that gas is actually more friendlier than the other alternatives. So it's a question of training. It's a question of last mile. We go to their homes, which is another benefit. They don't have to walk long distances and carry cylinders into their houses. We will have our team ready to do that for them. They will never have to handle cylinder, which again speaks into the issue of safety. Because when you have a disconnection between the brand owner and the handler to the last mile, that's where the exposure for unscrupulous business people come in. And therefore, the end consumer is not sure whether they are consuming the real brand or it's something else that is not safely filled and handled, etc., with all the risks. And we have seen all that in Kenya, and EPRA has the data, and they are publishing all that in terms of the dangers that we keep dealing with. So it's training, it's last mile that improves on the safety, it's affordability. Our customers will not need to pay upfront. We simply institute the accessories into their home. They only pay when they need to use. If I am to break that into how much it costs them on average, because we have all this and we can see it, it costs a normal size household just about 40 shillings to cook for a day, 3 meals in a day. I mean, there's no way you will even compare that with using charcoal, with using paraffin, which is dirtier, unhealthy, it touches on the dignity of the people, etc. And of course, when we talk dignity, there is no price to it. So we have a proposition where we teach households that you have to cook like everyone else. You have to cook with dignity. So this is what our proposition is all about. Obviously, for us to be able to do that, as you can tell, and we'll delve more into that tomorrow, there has to be a lot of capital outlay and a lot of money involved. So anyone who is looking for how to spend their money well, opportunities are there, and sustainable opportunities for that matter. I appreciate what our government is currently involved in. There is a lot of discussion on LPG. Do we subsidize? What do we do? How do we make it affordable? I dare say subsidizing is important. It's one of the options to help reach into this untapped 75%, but it must be well thought out. It must be well thought out, well executed. Otherwise, it can easily become an avenue of losing money. And we had it from the example of Ghana, where there is a one-off subsidy, help people to acquire or help customers and consumers to acquire cylinders, but immediately they consume the first fill because they can't afford the second one, that cylinder becomes furniture. Thank you.
Absolutely, very well said. Yes, please go ahead. I'm now thinking that perhaps, just from what you've said, then maybe private sector stakeholders in this space need to respond to their customer needs in how they package the solution. So it cannot be, this is how we've done the business, it's a cylinder, size for size, and you buy it from us. So I think it's innovating and being, can I say brave enough, courageous enough, to innovate and pivot around being responsive to the customer need. And bearing in mind that mobile phones are not cheaper, they are more expensive than the 6 kg. We have now Netflix and everything in between. So I think that's food for thought. So back to our biogas, Kevin Kinusu. Is there any learning perhaps that you have had in availing, and now this is being responsive to customer needs, or mirroring availability or use of biogas with how our rural communities are set up? And I'm not sure if David shared that this morning. You did, about the refugee camp. Did you now? Yeah, because that is communal cooking. In India, they've also used the communal kitchens where you have a place designated for households to then do their cooking, because women, that's what we do. We don't, and in Africa, we cook together. Cooking is a social thing. Eating is a social thing. Have you perhaps considered such kind of innovations in terms of the last mile delivery, then to decrease or to defray the costs of the equipment that is required to access biogas?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's really interesting. There's something that's happening in Kisumu. I think if you visited Dunga Beach, there is actually one biodigester technology in Dunga Beach, and what happens there is the women who fry fish, basically before you fry fish, you have to remove the intestines and all that, clean all that. So that waste is actually the feedstock for the biodigesters. And they use now that the gas that is coming from the biodigester to fry their fish, at a fee, at a small fee. It's an innovation by one of the companies that we work with and we partner with. So communal cooking is something that can be practiced, but not applicable to all community setups. And the challenge in terms of responding to communities' culture and way of life is looking at the feedstock that you're targeting. For example, a majority of the people who use biogas get their feedstock or their waste from dairy, cattle. So one of the things we've seen, or the learnings that we've actually observed, is most farmers would actually request us to wait for them to build a dairy unit for them to now do a biodigester. And the important thing about that is how such a clean cooking technology transforms even optimizes a household. Because we know how inefficient it is for you to just, keep your animals running all over the place. There's not enough land, not enough pasture. So there's some level of behavior change that comes with aspiring to acquire or get this technology. And I think the other thing that we are looking at is increasingly people are looking at the biofertilizer as a more stronger business case than the cooking gas, because of what people care about. Most of the rural homes, their main livelihood source is the land. And if I can get something that can offer me both input for the land and energy for the kitchen, then that's a better deal, than solving each problem, in an isolated way. So the business case for the biofertilizer is increasing, and that really underpins the mainstay of the rural communities. So looking at how clean cooking can also influence agricultural productivity, in communities, that for us is very, very interesting. Then one of the opportunities we are looking at is how do we create community-based enterprises? Because what I realize is when it comes to clean energy solutions, communities are actually consumers, 100% consumers. And we are really trying to think, can there be a role that communities can play in the supply chain or even in the value chain? How can we, because that is part of also motivating uptake. Because if there is something in it for me beyond just me using your gas and paying you, then the conversation becomes more interesting. We realize that there are gaps when it comes to energy technology supply. There's a very big gap in after-sales service delivery because there is no enough technical capacity at the last mile level, at the community level. And these are roles that we believe communities better organized and trained and equipped can actually offer and maybe get a discount on a product or get, some revenues. So how do we deliberately transform the thinking of how this business is transacted, but by looking at what are the opportunities that can actually also be revenue generating, apart from just productive use of the energy, but even in the energy supply chain itself. And for biogas, we say for training and extension, you don't have to have 30,000 or 20,000 extension officers across the country to train your farmers. The farmers themselves within their community-based organizations and farm organizations can actually be trained. They'll do that for you. It's cheap, it's efficient. They're a call away, they're even a walk away from their neighbors, and you get trainers who are locally based, very efficient to do after-sale service for you. Operations and maintenance. We are currently now looking at leveraging on TVETs. We have very many masons, electricians, plumbers, being, churned out of TVETs across all counties. And they're all waiting to graduate and come to Nairobi, and probably get a job from you. But, how do we create, if we can actually downscale some of these services to community level, then we are creating, we are building we're building an opportunity that will retain some of these skills, for our young men and women in the counties. So we're also looking at deliberately, as Kenya Biogas program is implemented by an organization called Africa Bioenergy Programs Limited, and we're looking at how do we ensure that we bring up more young men and women to be attracted to stay at community level to offer these services, operations and maintenance, training and extension, after-sales service to communities that are accessing these clean cooking solutions, because this adoption and functionality is also working against us when something fails and there's no one to attend to it. Yeah.
Very well said. Can you believe that the domino effect that comes from accessing clean cooking in terms of employment, revenue collection? So why is KRA actually increasing? Okay, that's a conversation for another, because the diversification of the tax bracket really is in solutions such as this, because then if you have value chains that accrue from this, where there's employment and everything, that's an opportunity to increase tax revenue. We need to have a conversation about how to engage the counties as part of our advocacy, so that then counties can generate their wealth without having to do what we call the conventional methodology of seeking money from an already overstrained cow. Mabel, could you please just speak to partnerships and how you've leveraged on partnerships to meet your customer needs that may not be competitive but complementary?
I can think of two main partnerships that we have at Cocoa. One is a high-level strategic partnership with Vivo Energy. We use their existing fuels infrastructure in our last-mile delivery system. They source the bioethanol fuel for us, largely here in Kenya, but also across East Africa. And the demand is so high here in Kenya, we do have to import ethanol globally. So we do have that with a partnership with Vivo Energy Kenya. They also support us with bulk storage here in Kenya through a network of about 30 to 40 Shell stations across the country. Another key partnership beyond our third-party partners who help us with transportation, etc., is actually in the local communities. It's with local SMEs. Through what we call the Cocoa Agent Program. That is actually the point of sale for customers. These local shopkeepers have existing shops. They install our fuel ATMs within their shops, and they earn a commission on the sale of the cooker and the fuel, which is quite a huge revenue source for many of these small businesses. So those are the two main partnerships that keep our business going.
Excellent. Creation of jobs just through one aspect, access, and also partnerships. And I think we keep, in the oil industry, we keep saying that we always get classified as the polluters. But since we are here for the long haul, we have existing infrastructure which can be utilized even to access the cleaner and renewable sources of energy. Mark, I want you to convert us.
Convert you to Welcome. So I mean, I think this has been a process for us as Piea-Wlpga now as Sun King, as a process of conversion. I think we can all agree here in this room around the challenges and the impact, deforestation, and health. I think where the conversion really needs to be is around focus on the future and really accelerating there. So I think building on the partnerships as well, specializing with companies like ourselves in terms of that can really turbocharge sales and distribution. But I think coming back to what could not just convert us, but really the remaining customers that don't have access to clean cooking at the moment, it really comes back to affordability and accessibility. And those two things, I think we're starting to see this really quick uptake, because for a long time this industry has been focused on the supply issues and the barriers and the regulations, and a lot of the conversation has been around, hey, if we just get the right regulatory environment, the supply chain challenges sorted, then the market will transition very quickly. I think what we're seeing in Kenya is that it doesn't, it will still lead to this linear growth. What we need is to, in addition to the supply chain barriers, really be focused on these demand barriers. And if we can crack the demand barriers like we are seeing at this moment, we really do see that we convert an incredible amount of customers through the saving, really like within their pockets, but then also the additional savings on health and the climate as well. So I think that's where the conversion needs to come from. The people in this room that have a lot of sway, but also it's really about converting the customer.
Excellent, excellent, well done. So we are now going to take 2 questions from the floor before we shift to the next panel, or 3 questions maximum. Question that ends with a question mark. We leave the comments to the networking session, because then we need to just, as much as possible, keep time. Do we have any questions from the floor? I see 1. Oh, I see 3. So we'll start just behind you, Ayuma. There's a gentleman, his hand is... The table behind, yes. The table behind you, just introduce yourself. Keep it brief, please.
Good morning. My name is Peter from Galana Oil. I want to ask this question direct to Martin Kimani. He talked about 400,000 households that they are offering service to. And I was just wondering, what is the consumption of these households to date?
Okay, let's take the 3, and then we'll come back to the panelists to answer the questions directed to them. At the last table, there's a gent and a lady. This is your chance, gentlemen, to really be a gentleman. So ladies, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Flora from Greenwells Energies. And my question is still to Martin. I think what you're doing is very wonderful in terms of getting to the local Mwananchi or the local Kenyan that they can be able to afford LPG. But I'd want to know, what was your main challenge when you're pushing gas to the normal people? What was the main challenge that you faced with this technology, and how did you go about it?
Okay, pass on to the gentleman on your right. We'll take the first 3, then I'll do the very last round, or we can take the 4 because I can see. So you ask the question, then you pass the microphone off to the next table in front of you.
Sure thing. Thanks for the chance to speak. So I wanted to ask, do you think it's possible to use the fuel networks and the distribution systems to also market other goods? For example, remember you mentioned that using LPG allows you to cook different meals and sometimes even better meals. So maybe if there was a way we could market some products that you typically, how can I express this? If you were able to maybe somehow use those networks to get goods that are here in Nairobi to the farther regions, right? As you're transporting maybe the LPG, the cookers and the like. So for the sake of the example, like these noodle cakes, right? They're cheap. And I know they're not necessarily the most nutritious, but if we were able to distribute everything together, so that we're able to expand our reach, because even guys in FMCGs and these other industries would take advantage of those distribution networks. Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there's an integrated distributor for at least the FMCG side. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, the last question. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Josephat. My question goes directly to Kimani from IPRA. You've said that by 2025, every school will be in a position of using liquid petroleum gas. We very well know that most of the schools in the Republic of Kenya use wood. How prepared are you as a regulator to ensure we have proper technical education to the usage of liquid petroleum gas in the Republic of Kenya as far as the schools are concerned? Because you very well know that this will be an additional expense to the schools. Do you mean that parents will be burdened further with respect to what they are paying? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll just take those, please, if you'll allow me. So Martin, you have the first two questions on the consumption for your households and the main challenge in deploying your innovation. And I think you can also speak to, because I think that was a question for everyone, if you can, speak to the one-stop haulage.
Okay, thank you. Consumption. I'll put it a little bit more general, but very closely related to what we are doing. Any substantive family, and we are seeing in our data, the average membership of the households that we are serving today goes anywhere between 4 to 5 members who are consistently in the homes. When they consistently use our solution, they are consuming anywhere between 4 kilos to 4.5 to 5.5 kilos per month per household. Second question was on the challenges that we have faced. As you can imagine, accessing homes within the low-income bracket and clusters within our society is not as easy. You know, we don't have very well marked roads, we don't have very clear addresses. Of course, that is improving with technology, etc. But you can imagine how challenging that is. To be able to locate that small house inside Kibera, inside Rongai, that flat up there somewhere in Athi River, it's not easy. However, how we have gone about that, and it's something that my colleague here mentioned about, is involving the communities. So we've done a lot of community involvement, community liaison, and this leads us to picking our sales agents from within the neighborhoods that we serve our households. Now, the moment you hire from the community, these people live there, they know the homes, they sort of have their own networks, it makes it easy. And then of course, over time, then you have mapped all those addresses within your system, you have collected data, so you fine tune your last mile strategy. So this is how that works. The silver lining on that as well, because the other challenge is this sort of an activity is a lot of, it's labor intensive. So you need to have a lot of people who are changing cylinders in homes as and when they are running out. So we need a lot of people. So we get them from the same community, but at the same time, we create a lot of jobs. We get a lot of community ownership. I mean, within a period of, in under 1 year, we are able to hire over 1,000 people permanently and, keep them in the business, train them, etc. By doing that, and this takes me to the third question, you're therefore then creating a robust, last mile channel. And I think that kind of a channel has not been created anywhere else in the world. I mean, I don't think even Amazon will be able to deal with this kind of a last mile activity. So we are creating that, which is unique. And then on top of that, you have a relationship with every household. They are connected to your system. You can see them. You can see how they behave. You are able, or we are able to offer premium service within the low-income part of the society. They don't have to lift the cylinder out of their homes to go and exchange it. They get a call. Today, even as seated here, you get a call from your house help or from the guys at home who tells you gas imeisha. In our case, you will get a call from the business, from the call center, who will tell you you have 7 days of cooking. When are you available? We come and exchange your cylinder. So we are also able to offer that premium service. Now, with such an infrastructure, ETC, and many things that have been created over time, what else can't we do? What other needs within those households and within that society can't we do in terms of being able to reach those homes and accessing them and probably offering a lot more? Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. So we hand the microphone over to Edward for the question on technical education on matters LPG for schools.
Thank you, and I appreciate the person who asked that question, because we have a real issue, and our issue is not the users. Our issue are the people who are installing these tanks. And it's important that I mention it in this forum, because this is a new concept that has come into this country, and I think government is not stopping. It's pushing schools to convert to the use of LPG. So it's an opportunity to the people who are dealing with LPG in this forum. Unfortunately, we've seen that some people are working in partnership with financing institutions, and here I'll talk about banks. And banks will give them capital to go and do certain projects in schools. But these people, where they are sourcing their tanks, especially, they are sourcing their tanks not from the genuine manufacturers. They are sourcing tanks from people who are practicing what we call juakali in this country. Somebody makes an LPG tank, he just welds some plates together, it's not even tested for pressure, and then it is installed in a school. This is a pressure vessel. A school on average has 1,000 students, for example. You'd imagine what would happen if that tank ever exploded. So what we are doing now is to work with the financing institution and also the licensees that we have. Of course, the licensees we have are easier to enforce on, but we need to work with banks to ensure that whoever they are giving finances to, the first thing they should ask from that particular person is a permit from the regulator. If you want to install a tank in a school, you have to follow the due process. You do an environmental social impact assessment license. You get an environmental social impact license from NEMA. And when getting that license, we are able to look at where are you going to position that tank. In case of danger, are the people exposed? Once you get the ESI license, the next step is to come to EPRA and you obtain a construction permit, so that by the time we give an approval to that installation, it's a safe installation. Once the installation has been done, it is upon the person installing that tank to supply gas and ensure that that tank is regularly tested, because pressure vessels must be tested, like our standard says, every 8 years. You have to test that vessel to ensure that its integrity is in place. You can also do things like corrosion mapping of that tank. So it is a responsibility of the person installing the tank to ensure they supply, and they also do integrity test, and they also train the user. It's just like a cylinder. It is your responsibility to train the users. You have a dedicated user. Maintenance, operation and maintenance is on you. But in terms of usage, you must train the school. You must have somebody who is versed with technical aspects of LPG, and you train them so that they can be the person now in charge of the operations when that gas tank is being used. But when we come to the bigger aspect of maintenance, the responsibility is yours. So you are not running away, because these are pressure vessels. And the law is clear. The owner of the pressure vessel maintains it on behalf of the customer. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. And as you know, we've been running the LPG installers course at the School of Petroleum Studies, but now we realize we have another customer called financiers, who we will endeavor to train, so that then they are aware that they should finance only those that have received permits from the regulator. So please part in short, because I need the next panel to come on board, and we'll start with Mark. Coming this way, half a second.
Thanks very much for the opportunity. It's great to be with all of our colleagues from the industry. Really looking forward to building partnerships and really cracking this problem together.
I'll just reiterate something that Kevin said, that we're not in competition. This is a problem that we're all trying to solve together. Household biomass use contributes up to 30% of all of Kenya's GHG emissions, so it's something that we all need to tackle together. So thank you for allowing us to participate.
Yep, I would just say that one of the things that my mother thanks me for whenever I visit her is the biogas. I've bought her very many dresses, but she does not remember that. But every time I call her, she remembers and tells me, you know, today I used the biogas. There is a lot of value when you transform how rural communities and also urban communities cook, especially when they know it has transformed the exposure to diseases and maybe death, the exposure to time-wasting form of cooking. And one of the things that I do when I talk to communities is I compare our impact. We have 23,000 farmers today that are using biodigesters over the last 15 years, since 2009. When you look at our impact chart, we have saved about 58,000 hectares of forest from being consumed as charcoal or firewood. It means that for every 15 years, 23,000 households are actually consuming 50 Karura forests in this country. We can avoid that. Thank you.
Numbers never lie. A round of applause. Absolutely. Absolutely. Parting shot.
With over 10 million households in Kenya still stuck in dirty fuel and more in the region, I think the room is big for everyone. More players need to come on board. There's no market distortion at this point. Let's all play our bit to make sure that we reduce this number of households into cleaner cooking. Like my colleague says, we all have a contract with the planet, and we must each play our part to make it better. How do we do that? We must innovate, innovate, innovate.
Thank you very much indeed. Edward.
I think, as I earlier said, is that the government's target is to reach 15 kilos per capita in terms of LPG consumption. Currently, we are just below 6 kilos per capita. We are barely halfway, and we are looking at a vision called Vision 2030. This is something we started a long time ago. We have like 7 years to complete that vision. We still have a lot of room for growth, and ours as government is to facilitate any investor who comes. And we are not only looking at LPG, we are looking at clean fuels. I think Coco is here, they have spoken well with the ones who gave them the pilot. I think the first time we were quite hesitant first because they were selling ethanol alongside the normal fuels in stations. And the question that you asked, how can you complement each other in terms of the retail distribution network? I think Coco has answered it. It's partnership. And you can see Coco and Vivo now are in partnership. They are not competing, and we have licensed them, and they're operating safely. So as we'll continue facilitating any investor who comes on board, you just come, explain your technology to ourselves. We do some due diligence on our side. We work with Kenya Bureau of Standards. We work with NEMA. We work with the Directorate of Occupational Safety and Health Services. And if we are convinced that you can safely work, we'll first give you a pilot. We've already given a pilot for autogas. I told you about 10,000 vehicles are already converted. There is another investor who's just come in who wants to do autogas in a bigger way. So the opportunities are there. I think it is a discussion we can have and facilitate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to this panel. I think we cannot reinforce or reiterate the fact that you're putting out the fire from death, disease, deforestation, like the hummingbird. You've each taken your space, rightful space, so it's a question of ensuring that that space is available to Wanjiku. We will not have the photo session, we'll have it after the next panel. A round of applause to this panel. So The next panel, we are being specific to transport. May I please be those behind? There are some seats here. Don't cramp up behind there. There are actually some empty seats right here at the front. Please feel free to come over to the front. Our next panel will be speaking to transport. So I am pleased that we dared to invite from far and wide matters to do with transport, because as you've heard from the regulator, we already have 10,000 vehicles that are using autogas. We have Vikram. Is Vikram here? Oh, there you are. Yes, please come over, because we also have biofuels, believe it or not. Last week there was a conversation in Uganda at the EAPCE about renewable space in the fossil resource segment, and they were surprised that we actually have biodiesel or biofuels, not just the standard, but it's actually being available. Please come over. It's actually up for sale in this part of the world. Then we have Warren. Oh, there you are. Please come right to the front. And last but not least, Jean-Sebastien, please join us. Yes, you're free to use that side. Just keep coming. Yes, yes. I think we have enough seats. Thank you very much. Yes, yes, that's a good one. Yes, do have a seat. Yes, we're actually just 3 panelists and yours truly. Very interesting. And as we said, this year we have broadened this coverage, recognizing that some of the sources of fuel are also can be used in transportation and also in geothermal. So as you know, the drill is to have 1 minute introduction of yourselves and the company, and then we can delve a little bit further into the detail of access of clean energy in the transport sector. So I'll start with yourself.
Well, thanks, and it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Warren Ondanje from the Program Institution Association for Electric Mobility and Development in Africa, but we've transitioned to the Africa E-Mobility Alliance. We are an industry organization focused on accelerating the adoption of electric mobility for obviously clean transportation, zero emissions transport. We support stakeholders in the e-mobility sector through market-driven research and also conducting stakeholder events such as investor working groups and industry working groups. More specifically for Kenya, we have been supporting in informing the policy development angle in terms of preparing policy recommendations that are fit for accelerating the adoption in the space. We'll get into the details later, but just to give you a brief overview, we have around 1,350 electric vehicles registered in the country today. That is well below the country's target of 5% transition by 2025. So we only have about 3 years with less than 0.1% adoption.
Thank you, Warren.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Vikram Gill. I represent Gill Oil Company Limited. We are East Africa's first biodiesel refiners. We successfully commissioned our unit in 2022 in October and have been exporting our diesel to Europe since then, while waiting for KEBS to get their specifications in line, which we're very glad to say they have done, and will be selling to the local market from June the 1st onwards. Biodiesel is a new concept to this part of the world, although it's been widely adopted in Europe for many, many years now and is mandatory in that part of the world. But just to give you a brief introduction for those who don't know about it. Biodiesel is a renewable energy resource. It's made from organic matter such as vegetable oils, animal fats, and recycled cooking oils. And as a result, is sustainable and has a lower impact on the environment than traditional fossil fuels. It is biodegradable and non-toxic, which means that it's safer for the environment and human health than traditional diesel fuels. In addition, it emits significantly less harmful pollutants such as carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, particulate matter than traditional diesel fuel, which contributes to cleaner air and reduces the risk of respiratory diseases. Biodiesel production can also help support local economies and create jobs in rural areas. This is because that it can be produced from local sourced feedstocks such as agricultural crops and waste products, which can provide a new source of income for farmers and small businesses. A company called ENI, which is the Italian giant, has successfully run a pilot project where they are producing vegetable oils which are non-edible, such as jatropha and croton, etc., in Makueni, and are exporting the same to Venice to convert into biodiesel for their consumptions in Italy. No reason why we can't do the same here. Finally, it also helps reduce dependence on foreign oil and improve energy security. It's a renewable resource which can be produced domestically and reduce the need for imported oil and help diversify energy resources. The previous panel expanded a lot on health and safety of the end consumer. Now, one of our main sources is used cooking oil. One of the hurdles we have found locally is that cooking oil here is consumed to the nth degree. Now, cooking oil, of which I'm a producer as well, should not be used more than 5 times. Once you take it above its boiling point more than 5 times, you're actually passing on death in a can to the person you're giving it to. We can buy this oil back from the end consumer and reduce their cooking oil costs and bring in and convert the same into biodiesel and in effect create a circular economy by delivering your cooking gas to which you're going to cook with in a car which is powered by biodiesel from the oil which you've cooked with. That's all really I have to say, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Excellent introduction. Thank you very much. And we are learning. I've just learned something there. Jin?
Yes, so my name is John Sebastian Gerard. I work with Vitol in London. So Vitol is an energy trading company. And within our group, we have Vivo Energy, who is our downstream business in Africa. They recently acquired or made a bid to acquire Engen, which is going to take the group to 27 countries, close to 4,000 service stations on the continent, and more than 2 billion liters of storage. So my entry line maybe regarding transportation would be that, we've been talking about LPG in its cooking gas dimension, and we are facing a market which is growing quite aggressively across Africa. You can argue it's a good problem to have, but at the same time, I think it's easy to lose the focus on the fact that LPG is a multi-dimension molecules. And part of my job in Vitol and my colleagues in Vivo is to look at all these other avenues that you can use LPG, and one of them is transportation. I think later on we're going to have a chat about power generation as well. So yeah, I stop there and then we can discuss later on.
Thank you very much. I'll just come back to Warren on that statistic, which I was surprised to learn about in February at the E-Forum, which is yes. The 1,350, Gadi, please don't laugh. We know your E-population in terms of cars is I think the highest in Africa, is it now? Yeah, so one, surprising that total figure is inclusive of motorcycles. So could you break that down for us and also just share with us the journey towards the 1350 and what the future looks like in displacing or at least increasing the e-mobility as an option for not just Kenya but Africa, because you're covering Africa?
So a little bit about Kenya. Hope I'm audible. The country back in 2020 developed the National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy, which outlined that 5% of the vehicle fleet would be transitioned to electric by 2025. So we had 5 years. Key to that has been the provision of policies, supportive policies and frameworks for it. However, the uptake or the setting of these policies have not come to fruition as quickly as the industry would have expected. Private sector action preceded the government actions, because today we still don't have an e-mobility policy, even though we have some provisions in terms of fiscal incentives for importers of these electric cars. There's a reduction in the excise duty. There is also provisions for assemblers of motorcycles and buses. But the private sector action is what has driven this momentum towards the 1,350 vehicles, because there are more than 35 companies that have already set up, primarily in the 2- and 3-wheeler segments. Only a handful of companies are dealing with the 4-wheelers as well as the commercial bus segments. When it comes to the challenges, policy has been one of the key missing links in providing an enabling environment, because the taxation on these electric vehicles right now is ridiculous. We're talking, instead of, we have an import duty of 25%, an excise duty component, VAT slap on top of it, all the other railway development fees and other fees, make it exceptionally unreachable for the end consumer. E-mobility in Kenya and across Africa is being adopted first by the commercial segment. That is public transport operators as well as the operators of motorbikes. Because for them, two things are working. One is that there is innovative financing that allows the end user to not bear the upfront cost, but rather make smaller payments, as has been mentioned in the previous panel. This has opened up the market for users who, over time, would realize a significant cost reduction in maintenance of an electric car or a motorcycle in comparison to a fossil fuel-driven one. Number two is the provision of a competitive electricity tariff. Kenya, as of April 1st, actually, has already installed an e-mobility tariff at 16 shillings during the day and 8 shillings during nighttime. So this is already showing that there is interest even from the government stakeholders to support the sector that's coming up and matching the private sector investment, because so far there's close to $52 million that's already been invested, both in the vehicles, in the infrastructure, in the human resource towards enabling e-mobility in Kenya. Now around Africa, I think East Africa is the area that's leading in terms of adoption. Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda have significant amounts of vehicles that are being brought in, primarily, again, motorcycles and a little bit of buses. We've seen a few buses being launched here by two companies, Basigo and Rome. The same pilots are being conducted in other East African countries. Other developments are primarily in Southern Africa, where there's a robust automotive industry, which has made it very easy for e-mobility adoption to be started. But also another market that's relatively untapped is West African market. So Ghana, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Togo, and Benin have also been bringing on a lot of electric motorcycles from other types of interesting innovations being brought into the countries.
Oh, very good update. A round of applause for Warren. Yeah, these forums are good because you also get to really learn a lot. Yeah. So on to biodiesel, and I must say, not to show off, seriously speaking, the PIA is the agency or the association that led for the development of the biodiesel standard, trailblazing in East Africa and in Africa as well, I must say. And I know we met at the technical committee. Actually, what we're doing is co-opting experts to give in input, and we had an issue with one of the specifications that you brought to light. So my question to you would be, the first one, ENI is actually exporting the feedstock. And we had this conversation with one of my colleagues because we were surprised that there is export, although I know it's a government-led project, yet we actually have our own refinery, IEU. Is there any form of partnership that you have with them so that what they harness or harvest or process that remains from the export is actually utilized by your company? Are there any steps that you've made towards, because it must be in your plan, partnering and collaborating so then the feedstock doesn't become a challenge?
We have reached out to ENI severally, but their model does not accommodate selling any of what they grow locally. They are exporting it all. However, it does open the eyes to all investors here, or not all investors, but as investors interested in climate change, etc., is that they can invest in smallholder farmers in and around the country to grow similar crops to what ENI has embarked on, and we can process the same. However, the one big hurdle which we have faced is, once again, the harvesting of used cooking oil around the country. Although under the NEMA statutes, it is illegal to dispose of waste in foreign countries and should be disposed of here locally, we find a lot of the used cooking oil still being exported out of the country. So we're busy trying to get NEMA and other stakeholders like restaurants, etc., to understand that they can dispose of their waste cooking oils here locally, and we can in fact buy it off them. It will reduce their end cost of their products, give their customers a safer product to eat, and bring their cost of cooking oil down, because we're going to buy it back per litre at up to 80 to 90 shillings a litre today, and convert the same into biodiesel, which in turn will run any diesel engine without any or little modification required.
Thank you. Just as a continuation, you don't have to tell us the details of the company, but what does it look like to have the biodiesel as an alternative, at the forecourt for the consumers in the country? Because our diesel, the quality is really good. We are at the standard says 50 ppm for the East African specification, but it's really 10 ppm. So just tell us, what does it look like to have then biodiesel as part and parcel of the offering at the forecourt in the conventional fuels, or how do you plan to go about availing it or accessing of it by the consumers?
Currently, we will be embarking on a B2B basis, whereby individual transporters, farmers, etc., will be able to access it, and they'll be able to blend the same at their recommended ratios. So, for example, in Europe, it's mandatory to have it available in the forecourts up to a level of 7% blend, which they call a B7. So 7% biodiesel, 93% fossil fuel diesel. There's still a long journey ahead with the OMCs, along with EPRA, to engage the same ratios. We have a B5 spec here in Kenya, which has been approved, and we still have a long journey ahead to go, whereby we can provide the same, and the OMCs will blend the same and make that available in the forecourts. It does not really make any. It's the impact on the performance of vehicles is unnoticeable at such small ratios of blending. Countries like Indonesia, Malaysia have made it mandatory to blend up to a 40% ratio. So it's literally a question of how much you choose to blend. But initially, we're going to start off with a max of a 5% availability. But it is wholly possible, and we can grow our feedstocks locally and get less reliant on imported fuels.
Excellent. Jean, when I met or listened to your presentation 2 months ago, I believe, it was 2 months ago, right? Yeah. It seemed very easy to just have autogas as a quick alternative. And for us, though there's the 10,000 vehicles, which is actually quite a surprise for me, Edward. I thought there were less than that. There also seems to be hits and misses. So can you just take us through what a sustainable, successful autogas industry would look like?
Sure. So a lot of what I'm going to say is coming from World LPGA, so I'm not inventing anything here. And there's a lot of very good publication on the website. So I think I would really refer to people to the World LPGA on that. The simple way to describe it is that in order to grow an auto gas industry in any given country, you need what World LPGA is calling the three-leg stool policy. And that is quite simple. What you need is first a regulatory framework, because at the end of the day, because LPG is a cleaner fuel to burn, it's first and foremost a tax arbitrage, right? So the reason why LPG is cheaper is because it's less taxed, one. Secondly, you need a refueling infrastructure. And that sounds simple. It's actually quite, there's a degree of fine-tuning because those markets, you need to grow the infrastructure at the same speed as the customers are coming into this market. So if you deploy a lot of infrastructure and you have no customers coming in, that's not going to be very funny. And if on the other side, you have a limited infrastructure and you try to push customers into autogas, the first question is, where I'm going to refuel my car? So those two things have to grow at the same pace, and it's not always as easy as it sounds. And the last element, it's about OEMs. By this I mean the actual manufacturers of kits. Please stick with the people that know what they're doing. There are plenty of competition in that sector. So what you need to do is to stick with people that design, manufacture properly those kits. They follow the technology. You have multiple indirect injection, direct injection, gasoline engines that can be converted to gas as biofuel. You have diesel engines, so compression engine that can be converted as dual fuel. So there is a solution for every car, every truck, every power generator. You just need to, look at the people that really understand and manufacture this at scale. They will be competitive. There is competition, but please avoid what some countries have been unfortunately falling into, which is with the lack of regulation, sort of putting together some kits where the parts are not very performant, they are not insured, don't have any guarantee in terms of performance, and you end up in a market where you have not a good return on investment, and also potentially dangers because those kits have not been fitted in workshops that have been properly equipped and with engineers that have been trained again properly. So it's really the regulatory framework, the infrastructure, and the kits and workshops. When you put those two things together, those three things together, the market grows. Kenya is an example. I agree with you. My idea was more in the kind of 5,000-6,000, but maybe if it's 10,000, obviously everyone should be happy. We're doing ourselves a scheme in South Africa. We're discussing with several governments in WAF. So it's attractive because LPG is known in many of those countries. You do have a degree of infrastructure, but do not underestimate from people like us, like Vivo, and our competitors that are going to push autogas into those markets. It's very capital intensive. So, and I'm sure my colleagues from electricity mobility and biodiesel, they face the same problems. That requires a lot of money, and that's on top of the infrastructure that you have to put on the coast that are themselves $50 to $100 million a piece of equipment. So all that stuff costs a lot of money, a lot of training, a lot of resources. We are more than happy to do this, and again, we have already started. But it's very important that the regulatory framework, the infrastructure, and the kit themselves are up to standards.
Excellent. A round of applause for that information. Very, very well put, very clear, very simple. Actually, it was interesting to learn not too long ago, again, another surprise from EPRA, that there are investors who have applied for construction permits for service stations. We call them service stations here, but specifically to offer autogas, which was another big surprise. The interesting thing about this region is that you sleep one day thinking, oh, it's not yet time. Then you're woken up by it's already happening. Yeah, so I think it's good that we're having this conversation. So back to you, Warren, on matters costs again. Part of the strategies that are used to decrease costs is partnerships. And I know there was a lot of conversation at the forum in February about the charging points, about, in fact, the public entity was planning in putting money to constructing charging points, other than, in addition to supplying reliable electricity for e-mobility. What partnerships are you considering or have you already put in place as a means of easing entry or utilization of EV?
How many of us have seen an electric car on our streets in any African country?
Seen or?
Seen one. Okay.
Okay.
Seen it on the streets. Okay. Have you engaged these companies to try and understand what is their model and what is their interest? Have you approached any mobility companies? Wow. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, there is a transition that's happening. Okay, this shift to e-mobility. What is the background reasons to why e-mobility is also taking stage or gaining momentum? Number one is the energy independence issue, because e-mobility relies on electricity, which in many cases in African countries is a resource that can be locally harnessed, whether through geothermal, whether through solar, whether through any other means. Energy can be generated. Like Kenya, for instance, more than 90% of our energy comes from locally generated resources. That is geothermal as our base load. We have hydro, we have solar. That reduces the pressure on foreign imports of fossil fuels. Of course, we will still rely on thermal plants for peaking purposes. Number two is that it provides an opportunity for manufacturing innovation. So e-mobility is only just getting started, both from the Asian countries, in Europe, and in Africa. This is an opportunity for assemblers to start designing products that are suited for the local market. All our imports, 80% of the imported products or vehicles in the country are actually brought in used, mainly from Japan. However, with this shift to e-mobility, a lot of the solutions are surprisingly coming from, Southeast Asia and China as the leaders of this transition. So we're going to see a shift in where vehicles and products are being sourced. We're going to see a shift in where energy actually comes from. And finally, this is going to be an opportunity to again build local skill and allow Africa to emerge as an economy that can be self-reliant. However, this transition is not going to take a day. As we've all spoken, there are different solutions for different purposes. Opportunity for partnership is where you, as the companies that have already established your network and footprints on the continent, can start accommodating for this new energy source. It's not really competition, but rather it should be a collaboration. Because it's either you see yourself as a company in the petrol business or you see a company in the energy business. At the end of the day, you're still enabling mobility for different types of vehicle segments. So where I see opportunity in this discussion is that as distributors or oil marketers, you have a significant upper hand in drawing in stakeholders from the e-mobility field with your infrastructure. A boda rider or a taxi driver will likely want to use the same routes that they use to fuel to access a charging point. Now, as a company, are you already thinking of how you will start electrifying your stations? Because the more energy sources you can accommodate, the easier or the more convenience you're actually providing to the end customer. So whether they shift or don't, you still have the infrastructure when they finally do. So this is one of the opportunities. An opportunity for the distributors of gas cylinders is something that's tied to a business model that's also coming up in the electric vehicle segment called battery as a service. You may wonder what that is. When an electric motorcycle lands in the country, together with its battery, which takes up around 60% of the value of the bike, it's approximately 40 or 50% more expensive than a petrol bike. How can the cost of an electric motorcycle be brought to cost parity with a petrol one? By removing the battery. So the battery remains property of the operator or the e-mobility company, but the motorcycle is then operated and given to the end consumer. Battery as a service means that e-mobility companies are setting up charging and battery swap stations as points of services for when a rider runs out of their charge. They don't need to worry about where they'll charge, but they just go to a battery swapping station, just like a cylinder, surrender your empty cylinder or your empty battery, get a new one and pay a small fee for it. So for distributors who already have a network in the low-income areas, middle-income areas, high-income areas, that's a great opportunity to start engaging these e-mobility companies so that you can also facilitate their expansion and in the same breath gain insights into this market and make economic sense for your business. So that's where I see
you guys, free consultancy. Round of applause. These are the words of Africa E-Mobility Alliance. So opportunities for integration are available and there's no competition, it's collaboration. Please allow me to recognize the presence of our Principal Secretary, Mr. Laiban. Karibu Sana. And thank you for that insight. Very, very, very insightful. Don't you agree? You know, I'm just picking data for my sector, particularly. Mr. Vikram, Warren has just spoken to capacity building, and one of the issues you mentioned about is the quality of cooking oil as a feedstock, and you know the limitation of it should not be used for that more than 5 times, and that you'll be available to collect it. I didn't know that, and I'm not sure. Well, here we don't have any hoteliers, but I'm assuming that your target would require to receive that information. What kind of awareness creation or capacity building are you doing for that sector where you would want to collect the feedstock from?
We've embarked on several initiatives to educate people on the health risk factors associated with overusing cooking oil. Unfortunately, that is it's a bit of a steep learning curve for us because it's a source of income for a lot of restaurants and a source of cheap cooking fuel for people who work in those restaurants and who work in households. It can be done. We import as a country about 70,000 tons of cooking oil a month. The facility I've erected only requires 2,000 metric tons of used cooking oil. There's no reason why we can't harvest that locally. The challenges are various. The country is very big, and the educational levels of the risk factors associated with overusing cooking oil is very low. They don't really, the education levels aren't high enough to explain to them. That involves a lot of resources. Generally, in other countries, the manufacturers like myself don't really embark on the collection. We generally rely on traders coming to our doorstep, and we will buy the used cooking oil from them. So that's the kind of networks which we're trying to set up, and encouraging the deliveries of used cooking oil to our doorsteps, which we will then convert into well-grade biodiesel, which we can then sell on to the OMCs. But there's still a long way to go, and we hope over the next 3 to 5 years we should get there.
Thank you very much. So last but not least, and then we'll have just one question because the PS has an opportunity to listen to the last panel from for the few minutes we'll have for power generation before he gives his keynote address. Jean, now that we have a PS in the house, fortunately, what would be your wish list to government on matters particularly costs related to the investments that come with the autogas, whether it's learnings from other countries or just what it is that Kenya would need to do in terms of policy to then spur interest in investments in autogas?
This one works. Thank you. So, I mean, the key point is obviously around the regulatory framework and the tax profile of LPG. So, what you want to avoid is obviously this to change every election cycle. So, you know, this is where the regulators enter that space. We need quite robust regulatory framework, and we need stable tax profiles for those products in order to justify investment. It was very well said in earlier today. The investment on LPG is a little bit more resource intensive and capital intensive than for other clean petroleum products, right? They last a lot longer, but they also cost a lot more. So we need to have this amount of visibility in our investments, and for this we need to be certain that the tax profile of LPG as autogas is stable. That could be VAT, for example. In some countries, it's added, removed, added again. You know, this is not helpful because clearly that impacts the competitiveness of that product versus other. So typically, again, to come back to what's really important for an LPG customer, you need to be priced, and if you look at all the countries where LPG as autogas is well developed, you need to be priced, let's say minimum 35% below the fuel that you intend to displace, right? Most of the time it's more like 40-45% below. Why do you need that? Because a car that runs on autogas for a start is going to consume 15 to 20% more than the car that would run on gasoline. It's just a matter of energy density in the fuel. After that, you need to pay for the conversion of the car, and you need the customer at the end of it to get his money back and to start to save himself some money because he moved to another fuel. So we need that spread to be there and to be there in the long term. In many countries, it's possible because actually diesel and gasoline attract a massive amount of government taxes, right? I mean, if you look at prices of fuels in Europe, I mean, I think it's like maybe 70% of the price is made of taxes. So, you know, you just need the government to accept to reduce some of that for a cleaner fuel like autogas, and that create that space for us to enter. So it's really, I think, about tax profile and regulatory framework.
Excellent, very well. So I won't ask you for the partnership because you're staying here on the stage with me.
Am I?
Yes, and you're staying here with Dr. Maura? It's the two of them, isn't it? Yes, so you'll stay here because of power generation. Yes, so I'll just have the parting shot, guys. We won't have a question and answer. Parting shot from Vikram and then from Warren.
Basically, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to give us a chance to tell you what we do as biodiesel manufacturers. But as a parting shot, it's not always about cost. We've got a huge climate change issue on our hands around the world, and to avert that, it sometimes will cost you a bit more than conventional fuels. So biodiesels are a bit more expensive, but they are renewable, they will create jobs, and they are available locally. We have the infrastructure here locally to convert used cooking oils and any vegetable oils for that matter into world-class biodiesels, which can then refill your diesel engines with no modification, and we get on the path to net zero. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much. Wonderful parting shot. Warren.
I'll just repeat that we have an objective as a nation to see through that the country actually transitions to this 5% electrification by 2025. We have less than 1% of our vehicle stock being electric. So this presents an opportunity for the private sector to become investors in this, but it also presents an opportunity for government to get a new customer segment. Electric mobility is here with us to stay because it makes sense for running costs, it makes sense for maintenance, it also makes sense for creation of jobs through assembly facilities as well as training opportunities. All in all, partnering with e-mobility companies is definitely a challenge I'm giving to you all. Engage these companies, there are more than 35 today, They're understanding what is the best distribution network for their energy and for their vehicle stock. So you guys, as the stakeholders who have been in this space, would provide them that leverage. And finally, for the government stakeholders, let's lower the barrier for the vehicles coming in. We are not asking for 0% duties, we're not asking for duty exemption, but we're telling you that it's an opportunity for the government to reduce its pressure on imported fuel, but it's also giving you a lifetime customer for your electricity throughout the vehicle's lifespan. And with that, I'd like to close.
Wonderful way to close it out. A round of applause to the panel. So I will ask Dr. Mora to please join me up here with Jean as Vikram and Warren, take your seats. Thank you very much. I think we may need to adjust the program. Thank you very much. So this is the last panel before our PS gives. Is Oliver here? Oh, Olivia, yes, please join us. So I have promised my chairman that I will not do a coup on the time that is available, because I understand that when a PS, his time with us is short. He's been running from one meeting to the other. I spoke to him a little bit earlier, and I did report to the session that you would be joining us, so thank you very much for keeping your word. So gentlemen, karibuni sana, Jean twice, that's interesting. So we're going to talk about power generation. Again, the same subject matter, clean technologies for power generation. And we're going to start again with just an introduction, but we can do an introduction and delve a little bit into the area that Kengen, for example, Vitol, and also Total is our bronze sponsor, so they're here in that regard. What we have done in terms of power, or using power that has been generated from clean sources. We learned early in the morning that, you know, you can have that power that you're talking about, but it's from a dirtier source of generation. So I'll start with Kengen.
Yeah, thank you, Wanjiko, for the opportunity and this platform to share ideas as Kengen. My name is Dr. Maura. I'm the technical advisor to the general manager in charge of geothermal development at Olkaria. And basically what we do in Olkaria is the whole ecosystem for geothermal development, from resource assessment to drilling geothermal wells, to taking care of the reservoir and the steam field, all the way to generating, that's running our plants and maintaining them. So if I was to briefly introduce Kengen to the audience, Kengen is the leading power generation company in Kenya. We have a market share of about 65% at the moment. And this is in terms of installed capacity, but in terms of consumption and dispatch, this is actually closer to about 80%. And Kengen views itself really as a pace setter in power generation, especially in the transition to clean energy, the transition to clean energy. Out of all the power that we produce in our installed capacity, we have close to 90% of this power being green. We have about 800 megawatts of geothermal, about 826 of hydro. We also have a wind station at Ngong, about 25 megawatts. But we also do have a thermal plant, mainly at the coast, to stabilize that area, about 250 megawatts. Wanjiko, it was just to briefly take you through our journey as Kengen. We also like to view ourselves as the the government heartbeat with respect to power generation, and we represent what the government really is thinking. Yeah. So we actualize the government's thoughts with respect to power generation. I was listening in the morning, and you rightly put it that about 10, 12 years ago, we were at a situation where we had load shedding in this country. There was not enough power, especially during peak hours. Most of the power that you used to consume was from hydro stations, together, of course, with some thermos. At that point, our geothermal capacity was at a mere 150 megawatts. But then there was this strategic shift, both from the government in terms of policy, in terms of from the company itself, to shift towards this enormous resource that we have in Kenya, which is geothermal energy. And from the year 2010, from the 210 that, from the 150 megawatts that we had, we have done over 6 or 7 times to the point now where we have about 950 megawatts of installed geothermal capacity in the country. So really, we really pride ourselves as representing that transition. It's not easy to make this transition. You realize that in order to develop a mode like geothermal, you really need to have huge capital investments. To drill just one geothermal well requires about 6 to 7 million US dollars, especially in a green field. So you can see that really it requires deliberate effort from the government, from all the stakeholders to really transition into this. With these investments that now we have about 950, this moves the country to around position number 6 in terms of geothermal energy generation. This is ahead of developed countries such as Italy, Iceland, who are the pioneers of such kind of technology. So it is possible for the African continent to transition to clean energy and to even industrialize using this kind of technology. So we support the government. EPRA, our regulator, was here in the morning, and they mentioned that what they are looking at, especially going towards 2030, is having 100% of energy in our grid being green. And we strongly support this position, and we have all our investments, especially in our strategic plans, geared towards supporting this government position. So all our investments in the near future, the next 5 years, have to do more with geothermal, wind, solar. But we do understand that there are challenges with some sources such as solar and wind, the intermittency that comes with them. So, but we are equal to the task here. So we believe that this will be possible, and together with all the stakeholders in the energy sector, it is possible to transition. Thank you, Njiko.
Thank you very much. And it's right here from Africa. I mean, we really have what it takes, and you can benchmark, you can make your benchmark travel within your continent. You don't have to leave the continent to learn from each other, and we have brought that right into this room. Jean?
So in terms of LPG and power generation, we definitely see a big opportunity in that field. And for this, there are mainly 2 reasons. One is that a lot of the countries, as my colleague from Kengen just mentioned, a lot of the countries are having a more diverse energy mix, and that energy mix includes more and more renewable sources. These are diffused source of energy, and they are intermittent source of energy. That means that for the more renewable energy that you bring into the grid, the more stabilizer you need to bring to the grid as well. And gas is actually a very good way to do that. The second element is grid reliability. So There are a few countries where the grid is getting better and better in terms of infrastructure, transmission loss, and all the rest of it. But it's fair to say that there are quite a few countries where the grid is actually degrading, just because, for example, all the production happens in one area of the country, and you have massive transmission losses where you need to bring it several thousand kilometers away. And again, when the grid degrades and you have, all of us are relying on mobile phones and data and so on, you need to have a certain source of energy. And that opens the door to all kind of businesses and new sectors that could be peakers and mid-merit, again, that's Kenyan expertise, but also distributed power. And that means people, businesses, municipalities, local government taking the supply of energy to the citizens into their own hands, right? And again, LPG has this unique particularity to be able to answer all those needs, from small engines for distributed power up to 200, 300 megawatts peaker and mid-merit plants.
Excellent, excellent. Olivia?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I think for Total Energies, I'm sure somebody will wonder, what has Total Energy got to do with the power generation? So if I can just give a small overview of what we are doing, is that in terms of our ambition of net zero, is that it's a transition. So we'll move from petroleum, we'll go to natural gas, renewable electricity, decarbonized molecule, and carbon storage and capture. Because what is very key for us is that if you have to reduce greenhouse emission, because you can reduce, you can avoid, or you can do compensation. And what we are doing is to focus on what we call scope 1 emission, scope 2 emission, and also scope 3. And what we have done from a Kenyan perspective is how do we reduce the cost of electricity in our service station network. So we have solarized almost 150 of our service station, and on average the production is around 15 kilowatt hour that they are producing. And when you look at the savings, each of the station makes is between 30 to 20% in terms of saving from an electricity point of view. Additionally, the other thing that we are doing is that we are also working up with the partners in terms of development of solar. So we have a solar project in Isiolo to produce 52 megawatts in terms of installed capacity. So it's a massive project. It's almost a $60 million project that really looking at how do we reduce our scope 1, how do we reduce our scope 2 from our activity, and it will help us in terms of compensating what initially our traditional model of industry will be producing. So we are transitioning from a petroleum company into a multi-energy company. So we are talking about hydrogen, we're talking about carbon capture, we're talking about renewable electricity, and all these other aspects that will really help us in our journey of transitioning to being net zero by 2050. Thank you.
So you see, I said you sleep thinking it's not happening, then you wake up, it is already happening. So transitioning, and you can see just from the rebranding of some of our members from typical petrol to energies. So I will ask Dr. Maura to make your conclusive remarks as holistic as possible, then to Jean and to Olivier, so that then I can hand over the microphone to my chairman to do the rest of the moderation for the PS to give us his remarks.
Thank you, Wanjiko. Just to mention that although we do have these plans to do all these green energy projects, for the years beyond 2030, you realize that about 10 years ago there was investment in very many thermal plants. And as it was rightly put, it was for stabilizing the grid. And at some point, these thermals will disappear from the grid. So the company has plans also to develop LPG plants to replace the thermos, especially at the coast region where there is grid instability. So it's not to totally discount LPG and the position of this energy source in the whole of the energy mix for the country. But just to say that, in conclusion, when we look at the whole energy ecosystem in our country, you realize that there is a place for all the stakeholders. The amount of energy that is required in this coming decade is actually quite enormous. The previous speaker here talked about e-mobility. We are already at the company moving towards revolutionizing our fleet, cargo and passenger to 100% electric vehicles. And this is just a beginning, as was put. There's a huge amount and there's of opportunity that exists. I was excited to hear about the cooking tariff, the e-mobility tariff. So there is a lot that we can tap in different ways. Yeah, there is a huge demand for energy in both in our country and even in the continent, and there exists a huge amount of renewables and a lot of different types of sources of energy that we can tap into. Yeah, so I really think that with concerted efforts from all stakeholders, it would really be possible to transition. Yeah, thank you, Anjiku.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maurajan.
Okay, so look, the whole concept of having energy mix which is much more reliable on renewable energy, which I think we are all supporting, there's no question around that. What I'm saying is that LPG is a key element in terms of balancing the grid in these new sort of mixes. I'll give you an example. In California today, you cannot bring a renewable source of energy into the grid unless, together with it, you bring a storage solution. They have too much renewable, and this is unstable at the state level for the grid. So there is always a need to balance the grid. LPG can do that at the grid level with the CanGen or others, or we can do it at individual businesses level. And again, there is a gas power generation solution for everyone from 10 kVA up to multiple hundreds megawatts. It exists through engines, through turbines. It's there, it's available, it's very well understood. It's been out there for 50 years. And efficiencies are going up all the time. So it's actually a very competitive solution.
Thank you very much for that technical expertise and advisory. And I would recommend that the two of you have lunch together today, courtesy of Vivo Energy. Olivier.
Thank you.
I think the reality we have now as an energy company is how do we tap into the infrastructure that already we have? When you're talking about our service station, when you're talking about our storage capacity, how do we tap into this infrastructure to be able to adopt to the new reality in terms of decarbonizing our operations? So it is very key, and also developing the human resource, because one of the gap you'll find is that you don't have the right mix of human resource to be able now to transition and tap into this. So it's the reality that we are facing, but as a group, it's making a bold decision that we have to do it. This planet, I think one of the speakers in the morning talked about, this planet belongs to us, and it's everybody's responsibility to make sure that we are in a safer planet, not only for us, but for the generation that are going to come. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's what sustainable development is about, meeting the needs of today, even as we recognize that the future needs have to be met as well. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to my panelists, and I now wish to hand over the microphone to the chairman of PIA. Please, could we have the podium back up here? Thank you, gentlemen. And just to announce that lunch has been sponsored by Vivo Energy, and soon after the PS has made his remarks, we will then break out for our lunch. And I will hand over the moderation to David Tyler. He will be with us all afternoon.
Good afternoon once again, and this is the opportunity for me to welcome our peers, State Department of Petroleum, Ministry of Petroleum and Energy, Mohamed Liban, to share with us his keynote address as well as a message from the CS who could not make it, make it here. And the topic we are talking about here is something that is very close, not to us, but I can tell you to the government of Kenya, and it's driven from the top, from the president. And I know the effort is put in place not only for us to double the LPG intake, but also to address the environmental concerns. And Bwana PS will tell you they have a mountain to climb to make sure we plant trees and it tells you we are not struggling to sell the message of cleaner energy in Kenya. We are not, because the government is with us. And it is my pleasure now to welcome our PS, Mohamed Liban, to talk to us. Thank you so much.
PIA Chairman Peter Murungi, PIA General Manager Madam Wanjiku, World LPG Association Directors David Taylor, Alison Abo, I hope I've pronounced correctly, Platinum Sponsor Stanbic, members of PIA, World LPG Association, Ministry officials, invited guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. My name is Mohamed Liban. I'm the PS in charge of petroleum in the country. My CS, Honorable Davis Chirchir, was supposed to be here this morning to officiate this event, but because he had a very urgent task and he was not able to be with you this morning, and at the same time I also having a meeting, annual general meeting for Kenya Pipeline Company, and then he told me as soon as I finish that one, at least make sure that you avail yourself. So better late than never, at least I'm here. So apology from my CS. Last week, we were in Kampala for East African Petroleum Conference and Exhibition 2023. And all the East African countries actually participated, including some of us from Kenya, because we had about 100 delegates in that conference. The aim of that particular conference was just to share knowledge, ideas, as East African community with the resources we have. When we had our status reports as per the country, of course, Kenya with the geothermal is an example in East Africa, if not Africa as a whole. Then the prospect of exploring petroleum in Lokichar in northern Kenya. For Uganda, they have started drilling oil in some part of the northern part, the Kingfisher. Then in Tanzania, the issue of LNG was very key. These are all God-given opportunities for these particular East African countries for us to use it to make better of it. And any project has its own advantage and disadvantage. We minimize on the risk and then we get the potential out of it. So today, PIA also has convened this conference for the next 3 days in line with powering East Africa, and I'm glad to represent my CS here so that we can share on a policy issue. According to the program, I've seen some of our sagas have actually been represented here. In the Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, we have under energy, the geothermal, KenGen, Kenya Power and Lighting, the solars, all these are what we are gearing to. Under petroleum, of course, we have some sagas like Kenya Pipeline, EPRA as a regulatory, they were here this morning, I heard. Then NOC, the CEO is, I can see him next to me there, is also here. So I'm sure each institution, when given opportunity, they'll be able to share with you what they can do as a country. Then having said this, let me now convey the message of my CS for this particular mission. I'm most pleased to join you here today during this summit, in which we are going to discuss issues around clean energy and towards zero net. This summit comes at a time when our country has put in place various strategies for implementing policies on clean cooking gas. These strategies aim to replace the use of charcoal, firewood, and kerosene with liquefied petroleum gas, biogas, and ethanol. One such policy is the National Energy and Petroleum Policy of 2015. The Ministry, in collaboration with the stakeholders and private sector players, PCIA is one of them, went further to formulate the plan, the action plan in 2016. Ladies and gentlemen, the action plan set out clear guidelines on the roles and responsibilities each party to ensure aspired targets are met. This review assisted in reforming sector and incentivizing the sector players to invest in LPG cylinders, which are crucial in increasing the LPG uptake. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has recognized LPG as a key energy source for households and also institutions. It is therefore included as an essential component of Kenya's energy mix within the National Clean Cooking Strategy. Our head of state has given targets to be met to hasten the shift from non-clean cooking gas to LPG for households and institutions. This has meant strategically catalyzing the requisite interventions to spur investment in the LPG value chain. We now endeavor to bridge the gaps that depend on sustainable LPG access. These interventions, ladies and gentlemen, include enabling investment across the LPG value chain, specifically in marine import, storage facilities, as well as inland storage, loading, refilling plants across the country. We have also put in place strategies that assist households to convert from using charcoal, firewood, and kerosene to clean cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, the government is set to assign a fraction of taxes collected from kerosene to fund the development of safe cylinders annually in the identified homes. Transitioning Kenya from relying on wood fuel to clean cooking technologies such as LPG, we believe is much cheaper and is low-hanging fruit towards meeting our targets. It will accelerate the achievement of our national commitment to climate change mitigation. The launched Presidential National Tree Growing and Restoration Campaign will be sustainable with a switch from driving cooking energy from forest to LPG. Reliable weather patterns and restoration of our water towers will occur once forests are regenerated as envisaged with the success of the National Tree Growing Campaign. This will ultimately translate to increased food production and availability of potable water to the citizenry, leading to the improved quality of life for the people. Forests are carbon sink to vehicular emissions. As we continue relying on fossil fuels, trees are expected to provide a trade-off for pollution occurring from cars. The government is therefore encouraging the use of LPG as the primary cooking fuel as we endeavor to transit to electricity for cooking. Plans are underway to ensure these two become easily accessible and affordable to consumers. The 21,500 preventable deaths, particularly of children below 5 on account of indoor pollution, will be eliminated. This will ultimately impact on our health budget to be converted to prevention of other communicable diseases. Kenya is a trailblazer in Africa in using renewable geothermal to generate electricity, and with the commitment of the government, I wish to state at this Africa LPG Summit themed towards net zero with clean energy technologies in Africa that Kenya will be among the leaders in clean cooking gas in Africa. With those few remarks, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As a Ministry of Petroleum, we have got programs underway. One is the clean cooking gas for institutions, targeting public primary institutions, secondary schools, and colleges. Already we have done some feasibility studies. We have found that there are about over 5,000 public primary schools, secondary schools that are using charcoal and firewood. So in the next 3 to 5 years, the government will be able to make sure that at least our schools will be able to be enlightened, with LPG. That is one program. 2, it is government directives, just like LPG, that afforestation is one of them. And as a ministry, because the government has got about 15 billion trees to be planted in the next some years to come. As a ministry, we have taken about over 1 million trees to be planted. The program is underway. I think in the course of this year, we'll be able to enforce, that tree planting in our country. 2, also, Kenya pipeline companies, they are putting infrastructure in Mombasa. They are targeting to come up, with 30,000 metric tons of LPG infrastructure in the next 2-3 years to ensure that we'll be able to get, those facilities to our country. In addition, then we'll be having also another 15,000 metric tons of LPG storage facility in Nairobi. So all these things are geared towards, what actually we are doing to make sure that we'll be moving through green environment. So in collaboration with our partners, I know some of these projects are capital intensive, as has been said, by some of the speakers here. Then it will be good, each one of us, to hold each other's hand to make sure that we move together in order to meet our target. As I was coming in, one of the presenters was mentioning about the tax on LPG, and also, what was it? It's a tax something else. But as a government, I think there's this financial bill which is coming up, and to make LPG to be affordable, I think those are one of the things that is going to be considered as a government to make sure that LPG is accessible to our community. I think with those few words, thank you so much for giving me the time, and we'll be able to move together as the time goes by. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
Thank you very much, Bona PS, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for allowing to stand here. I'm wondering whether this photograph, people will take it they're hungry. Okay, I'm told there's a think tank that's going to have lunch. We want to kill many birds with one stone, and I'll read out who they are. But lunch will be served at the main diner. Round of applause to Vivo Energy. They have sponsored the lunch. Thank you very much. But I'm told that these persons should please remain seated. And of course, as you're going, please enjoy the exhibition, interact. And, you know, on your way back also before, although we will try as much as possible to have just half an hour. Good luck. Yes, but these persons should remain behind as the others exit. We have our chairman, Peter Murungi. We have Stephen Gekonyo, our local counterpart. And we have Mark McAfee, Total Energies, Olivia Biongo, Mabel, Edward Kinywa, I'm not sure if he's exited or he's here, Martin Kimani, Dr. Maura, David Tyler and Allison, our director from National Oil, and our PS, if you could just remain here. So the rest of you, please enjoy your lunch. Let's try and keep it to an hour max, and please be here after the hour, Mongai, is that right? So that we can try and play catch up. David, good luck with the afternoon session. I know I can see looking at your watch. I'm sorry. So let's break out for lunch. Bon appetit. Those that I have, whose names I have read out, please remain behind. Thank you very much. Guys are not hungry.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Africa seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinder should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine AfriGas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose AfriGas.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the AfriGas seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinder should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine AfriGas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose AfriGas.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the AfriGas seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinder should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine Afrigas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose Afrigas.
If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities, they're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJeki. MJeki is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJeki solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited. And the challenge with that is, as a country, we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now, the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries. And so a few years back, there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%. But the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023, there is a proposal by government to reduce, to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now, what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJEKI. MJEKI is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJEKI solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is, as a country, we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now, the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries. And so a few years back, there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%. But the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023, there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now, what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJEKI. MJEKI is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJEKI solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJK. MJK is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJK solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJK. MJK is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJK solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now, the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now, what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure, then you can be able to get larger vessels, you can be able to bring the overall cost of importation down. Our support for LPG infrastructure is not only limited to the bigger players, but also in the hinterland, you'll find there's a lot of limitations in terms of LPG infrastructure. So we are partnering with oil marketing companies to develop mini storage facilities. They're called skids. And what this does is that it helps us get, product down to the last mile.
We've taken an initiative to work with oil marketing companies to provide working capital to their dealerships, commonly called petrol station. So we developed a solution called MJEKI. MJEKI is a short-term working capital solution that we provided for oil marketing companies for them to accelerate their sales towards giving the product to their distributors, which is their petrol stations. That solution enables the dealers to buy products on credit and pay up within 7 days at affordable interest rate. So we are working to enhance the MJEKI solution to be able to take care of LPG on both cylinders and the gas, to the extent that we'll finance distributors to purchase the gas from to the marketing companies at an affordable rate and ensure that the availability of the gas is enhanced.
A lot of the population does not have access to cylinders. So how do we as a bank support locally manufactured cylinders, get the number of cylinders out to the market high, and this in turn increases penetration. And then there's also the aspect of supporting institutions like schools, hospitals, because there's this move by government to try and ensure that a lot of these people move into clean energy. So we are working closely with the Stanbic Foundation, as well as customers who are involved in that space to try and get that piece of infrastructure in place. And then lastly, I think once we have a fully developed infrastructure and we have capacity, I think there's also room for us as a bank to support bulk importation of LPG into this country. We have done it for the refined product through the open tender system. There is room for us to replicate that for LPG, and what will happen is that you bring in more competition into this sector and reduce the overall cost of LPG. If you look at the penetration of LPG in this country compared to countries like South Africa and Ghana, it's quite low. So currently in Kenya, we're about 8% compared to Ghana and South Africa, which are 23%. So there is a lot of, there is a huge gap that we need to fill as a country. Now, it's important also to understand why we have that gap in LPG. One is because of the infrastructure. If you look at the infrastructure that has been put in place, it's quite limited, and the challenge with that is as a country we're not able to take advantage of economies of scale. The second thing is the cost of LPG. Now the cost of LPG in this country has been relatively high compared to other countries, and so a few years back there was VAT that was introduced by the government at 8%, but the beauty about this is that in the Finance Bill 2023 there is a proposal by government to reduce to actually waive VAT on LPG. So what that does is that it will bring the overall cost of LPG down. Now what have we done as a bank? One, we're looking to support development of infrastructure for LPG in this country. A lot of this infrastructure is located around the coastal region, and we're looking to partner with key players in this sector to see how do we develop the critical infrastructure for LPG. What that happens is that when you have the infrastructure...
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Africa seal with the silver cap with a serial number is on. Your cylinders should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase. I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine AfriGas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose AfriGas.
Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stanbic. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be. What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one and act as one to grow Africa together. Stand big. It can be.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Africa seal with the silver cap with a serial number is on. Your cylinder should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then, click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your pipe.
My name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with Aggreko. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, we have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money.
İlk LPG ile başladık. 4 yıl önce teknemiz ve motor halen devam ediyoruz. Son derece memnunuz LPG'mizden. Yaz sezonunda ben 4 ayda 170 defa tura çıktım. Yani günde 2 defa, bazı zaman 3. tura da çıktığım oldu. Sürekli en çok tercih edilen teknelerden bir tanesi. Ve Dalyan'da benim tekne kadar, bu tekne kadar çok tura çıkan tekne yoktur. Şimdi Dalyan'a insanlar başta doğal güzelliğinden, işte plajı, karette ve mavi yengeç. Artı bir de antik şehir, Kaunos, kaya mezarları. İşte gelen herkes motorun sessizliği, temizliği, kokusuz olması ve sarsıntının olmaması ve çok temiz bir suya sahip kanalımız. Aynı zamanda karetteler bizim kanalı, Dalyan kanalını seçme sebebi de karetteler tamamen LPG'yi bize işte göründüğü gibi İbragaz tavsiye etti. Biz bunu işte denedik. İlk yıl denedik. Birinci yıl 2012 yılında. Ondan sonra motor değiştirmeyi dahi düşünmedik. Devam ettik ve çok biz ondan dolayı son derece uygun, son derece güzel bir sistem. İnşallah daha da devamı gelir LPG'den. Çünkü hem doğaya hem kanalımıza zararı yok. Her türlü atığı yok, kokusu yok. En kötü ihtimal yani sintine suyu dahi tertemiz. Kanalı kesinlikle kirletmiyor. Son derece güzel bir ürün.
So my name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with the Greco. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, we have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money.
İstanbul trafik çok problem. Bundan 15 yıl öncesinde biraz daha rahattı. Ama 15 yıldan beri çok korkunç. Yani burada 5 kilometrelik yolu yerine göre bir saatinizi bulabilir bazen. Trafik problemi olur. 18 yıldan beri LPG kullanıyorum. LPG'den memnunum. Yani motor için, hava için çok iyi yani. Sürüş için benzinden bir farkı yok. Kesinlikle. Bir arabam 900 bin kilometrede. LPG'li. Yani bundan önceki arabam 900 bin kilometre. Hiçbir sorun yok. Önceleri bu kadar dolum istasyonları çok zayıftı yani. Çok fazla yoktu. Her istasyonda LPG var. Çok rahat bir şekilde. Yani LPG'den memnunum açıkçası. Rahat etmek için LPG derim yani. Çevre bakımından da çok LPG. Yani hava kirliliği falan bu zaten dünyada kanıtlanmış bir olay yani. Gelecek nesillere de daha iyi bir şekilde doğayla baş başa kalsınlar. Şimdi LPG'ye geçmelerinin sebeplerinden bir tanesi de %50 avantajlı. Düşünsene, o insanlar bana soruyorlar. Ya şu arabayı alacağım, kaç yıldan beri LPG takılı bu aracımda diyorlar. İnanamıyorlar. Benim öbür arabacım dedim ya 900 bin kilometrede.
안녕하세요. 저는 목지원이라고 합니다. 나이는 37살이고요. 지금 현재 렌터카 운송 업체에서 일하고 있습니다. 사는 곳은 서울이고요. 렌터카 업체가 서울과 제주에 있다 보니까 서울과 제주를 왔다 갔다 하면서 살고 있습니다. 우리나라에서는 가솔린과 경유가 LPG보다 훨씬 비싸기 때문에 저는 운전을 할 때 중요한 그런 연료의 저렴성 때문에 LPG카를 선택하게 되었습니다. 우리나라에서 LPG 충전소가 전국적으로 2,000개가 있다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 다른 가솔린이나 경유 충전하는 것만큼이나 매우 쉽다고 생각을 합니다. 예전에 LPG카가 위험하다는 그런 인식이 있었지만 현재에는 LPG카가 매우 안전하고 특히 트렁크에 있는 탱크로 많은 공간을 쓰지 못했는데 이제는 트렁크가 내재된 도넛 탱크를 사용해서 많은 짐을 실을 수 있는 등 여러 가지 편의성을 갖고 있습니다. LPG 차가 우리나라에서 그러니까 서울 같은 이런 복잡한 도시에서 서울 공기 정화에 있어서 상당히 도움을 주고 있다고 생각합니다. 우리나라 서울에 있는 차량 중에 대다수가 택시, 렌트카 같은 경우가 LPG를 사용하고 있기 때문에 그 대다수 차량이 이 많은 차량 중에 포함하는 범위가 상당히 크기 때문에 가솔린이나 경유를 사용하는 것보다 상당히 공기 정화에 도움이 된다고 생각을 합니다. 예, 제가 다음 차를 구입을 하게 된다면 역시 LPG카를 구입하고 싶습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 목지원이라고 합니다. 나이는 37살이고요. 지금 현재 렌터카 운송 업체에서 일하고 있습니다. 사는 곳은 서울이고요. 렌터카 업체가 서울과 제주에 있다 보니까 서울과 제주를 왔다 갔다 하면서 살고 있습니다. 우리나라에서는 가솔린과 경유가 LPG보다 훨씬 비싸기 때문에 저는 운전을 할 때 중요한 그런 연료의 저렴성 때문에 LPG카를 선택하게 되었습니다. 우리나라에서 LPG 충전소가 전국적으로 2,000개가 있다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 다른 가솔린이나 경유 충전하는 것만큼이나 매우 쉽다고 생각을 합니다. 예전에 LPG카가 위험하다는 그런 인식이 있었지만 현재에는 LPG카가 매우 안전하고 특히 트렁크에 있는 탱크로 많은 공간을 쓰지 못했는데 이제는 트렁크가 내재된 도넛 탱크를 사용해서 많은 짐을 실을 수 있는 등 여러 가지 편의성을 갖고 있습니다. LPG 차가 우리나라에서 그러니까 서울 같은 이런 복잡한 도시에서 서울 공기 정화에 있어서 상당히 도움을 주고 있다고 생각합니다. 우리나라 그 서울에 있는 차량 중에 대다수가 택시, 렌트카 같은 경우가 LPG를 사용하고 있기 때문에 그 대다수 차량이 이 많은 차량 중에 포함하는 범위가 상당히 크기 때문에 가솔린이나 경유를 사용하는 것보다 상당히 공기 정화에 도움이 된다고 생각을 합니다. 예, 제가 다음 차를 구입을 하게 된다면 역시 LPG 카를 구입하고 싶습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 목지원이라고 합니다. 나이는 37살이고요. 지금 현재 렌터카 운송 업체에서 일하고 있습니다. 사는 곳은 서울이고요. 렌터카 업체가 서울과 제주에 있다 보니까 서울과 제주를 왔다 갔다 하면서 살고 있습니다. 우리나라에서는 가솔린과 경유가 LPG보다 훨씬 비싸기 때문에 저는 운전을 할 때 중요한 그런 연료의 저렴성 때문에 LPG 카를 선택하게 되었습니다. 우리나라에서 LPG 충전소가 전국적으로 2,000개가 있다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 다른 가솔린이나 경유 충전하는 것만큼이나 매우 쉽다고 생각을 합니다. 예전에 LPG카가 위험하다는 그런 인식이 있었지만 현재에는 LPG카가 매우 안전하고 특히 트렁크에 있는 탱크로 많은 공간을 쓰지 못했는데 이제는 트렁크가 내재된 도넛 탱크를 사용해서 많은 짐을 실을 수 있는 등 여러 가지 편의성을 갖고 있습니다. LPG 차가 우리나라에서 서울 같은 이런 복잡한 도시에서 서울 공기 정화에 있어서 상당히 도움을 주고 있다고 생각합니다. 우리나라 서울에 있는 차량 중에 대다수가 택시, 렌트카 같은 경우가 LPG를 사용하고 있기 때문에 그 대다수 차량이 이 많은 차량 중에 포함하는 범위가 상당히 크기 때문에 가솔린이나 경유를 사용하는 것보다 상당히 공기 정화에 도움이 된다고 생각을 합니다. 예, 제가 다음 차를 구입을 하게 된다면 역시 LPG 카를 구입하고 싶습니다.
Hello, my name is Michael.
And I'm Christian. We are software developers at McKinsey Energy's R&D department. I work with hardware devices, the programming on them, and the signal processing.
And I work with cloud processing, data analysis and statistics, and visualization.
We're here today to talk about McKinsey Energy's next data revolution in the LPG industry and how it can take your business to the next level with the use of data collection and analysis.
Our agenda today is why do we care about data? What does McKinsey Energy have to offer? And how do you use it? Data collection and data statistics have been a part of the filling industry for many, many years. Traditionally, McKinsey Energy have been collecting data from all our COC controllers, compiling this into data statistics and reporting through visualization tools. We at McKinsey Energy believe that utilizing data and viewing the data in a more broader perspective can revolutionize the filling industry by optimizing the filling process and create better business opportunities for our customers. One example of this is identifying potential bottlenecks. With the proper use of data, such as accumulation, it's possible to find specific problems within the filling process and optimizing this to create a better workflow.
As opposed to production data, conditional data is data that describes how a machine is running. It could, for example, be vibration, where you can see a motor if it's running as it's supposed to, or it's nearing its failure. Predictive maintenance is when you go in and use this conditional data to predict when a machine is going to fail. An example of using predictive maintenance could be in a filling hall with 10 filling machines. To ensure that the machines are always running as intended, you should at least have 10 new filling heads on stock as a spare part. With predictive maintenance, you could reduce this number to maybe 2 in case of an unexpected crash. The normal condition would be that the head will eventually, over time, wear out, and the algorithm will then tell you, now it's time to order a new head and replace it before it actually fails. Okay, so let's take a look at the solutions that we have made here at McKean Energy. On your filling sites, you might already have filling machines, leak detector or check scales from either of the McKean Energy brands, Piea-Wlpga or Crest plant. Simple software updates can enable you to get more of the new data from these machines. Also upgrade your machines and get the new sensors that we have developed, like our new pressure transmitter, which allows you to monitor the air pressure going into the individual machines more precisely. To be able to collect the conditional data such as vibration, temperature, etc., we have developed our ATEX certified IoT sensor. This sensor can not only be connected to all our traditional equipment, but can also be connected to, for example, firefighting equipment or safety doors, to be able to see what the state of those are. Last but not least, we have the new data gateway. This is an industrial box that can replace the normal PC in an environment. It can collect data from all our different controllers along with the new IoT sensor. It can push all the data to a cloud solution using Ethernet, Wi-Fi or 3G, 4G network. You can also connect directly to the box using the same methods.
Now that we've taken a look on how we collect your data and from what sources we can collect your data from, we would like to introduce you to how we visualize your data. Traditionally, we collect your data into a series of applications that is then monitored through a PC system. But the new thing is that we are pushing your data into an online web SCADA dashboard. The information supplied on the SCADA dashboard is what you're familiar with, but the visualization is a new modern one. Taking advantage of this new online platform allows us to create new modern dashboards that visualize different aspects of a filling production, such as the OEE dashboards, which is an industrial standard and stands for Overall Equipment Efficiency. The OEE dashboards is a new visualization that allows us to optimize specific problem areas and bottlenecks within the filling process. The OEE dashboard is divided into 3 specific areas: availability, performance, and quality. The availability describes how operational you are within a specific timestamp. One example would be if you plan to fill for 10 hours but only fill for 8 hours, your availability will be described as 80%. Performance is a measure of how well you perform within those specific 8 hours. If your filling line is able to fill 1,000 cylinders per hour and you fill for 8 hours, you should be able to produce 8,000 cylinders. Performance is a mathematical term of how many cylinders you have filled of those 8,000 cylinders that you plan to fill. Quality is the last measurement and describes the quality of your cylinders. The quality of cylinders is, in our world, described as how many of those cylinders that you fill have been rejected either due to underfilling, overfilling, or other process errors. By taking all these 3 measurements and multiplying them together, you're getting your estimated OEE for the day. The power of OEE is that you can now take this measurement and compare them on a daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly basis. You can take the measurement and you can compare sites against each other, filling lines against each other, or in machines against each other. You can look at these numbers and see how well you're performing today compared to the same day last week, last month, last year. And thereby it allows you to take this measurement and this number and use it as a metric to optimize your filling process. You can look proactively against your filling process and thereby see if any changes you make will have an effect, positive or negative, to your daily process flow. Another example would be our IoT sensor dashboard. This dashboard allows you to monitor your IoT devices and your equipment, both live and historical.
So to summarize, to collect more data enables you to optimize your processes along with your profits.
We hope you enjoyed our presentation and we thank you for your attention.
Have a nice eLPG week.
안녕하세요. 저는 목지원이라고 합니다. 나이는 37살이고요. 지금 현재 렌터카 운송 업체에서 일하고 있습니다. 사는 곳은 서울이고요. 렌터카 업체가 서울과 제주에 있다 보니까 서울과 제주를 왔다 갔다 하면서 살고 있습니다. 우리나라에서는 가솔린과 경유가 LPG보다 훨씬 비싸기 때문에 저는 운전을 할 때 중요한 그런 연료의 저렴성 때문에 LPG카를 선택하게 되었습니다. 우리나라에서 LPG 충전소가 전국적으로 2,000개가 있다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 다른 가솔린이나 경유 충전하는 것만큼이나 매우 쉽다고 생각을 합니다. 예전에 LPG카가 위험하다는 그런 인식이 있었지만 현재에는 LPG카가 매우 안전하고 특히 트렁크에 있는 탱크로 많은 공간을 쓰지 못했는데 이제는 트렁크가 내재된 도넛 탱크를 사용해서 많은 짐을 실을 수 있는 등 여러 가지 편의성을 갖고 있습니다. LPG 차가 우리나라에서 서울 같은 이런 복잡한 도시에서 서울 공기 정화에 있어서 상당히 도움을 주고 있다고 생각합니다. 우리나라 서울에 있는 차량 중에 대다수가 택시, 렌트카 같은 경우가 LPG를 사용하고 있기 때문에 그 대다수 차량이 이 많은 차량 중에 포함하는 범위가 상당히 크기 때문에 가솔린이나 경유를 사용하는 것보다 상당히 공기 정화에 도움이 된다고 생각을 합니다. 예, 제가 다음 차를 구입을 하게 된다면 역시 LPG 카를 구입하고 싶습니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 목지원이라고 합니다. 나이는 37살이고요. 지금 현재 렌터카 운송 업체에서 일하고 있습니다. 사는 곳은 서울이고요. 렌터카 업체가 서울과 제주에 있다 보니까 서울과 제주를 왔다 갔다 하면서 살고 있습니다. 우리나라에서는 가솔린과 경유가 LPG보다 훨씬 비싸기 때문에 저는 운전을 할 때 중요한 그런 연료의 저렴성 때문에 LPG카를 선택하게 되었습니다. 우리나라에서 LPG 충전소가 전국적으로 2,000개가 있다고 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 다른 가솔린이나 경유 충전하는 것만큼이나 매우 쉽다고 생각을 합니다. 예전에 LPG카가 위험하다는 그런 인식이 있었지만 현재에는 LPG카가 매우 안전하고 특히 트렁크에 있는 그 탱크로 많은 공간을 쓰지 못했는데 이제는 트렁크가 내재된 도너 탱크를 사용해서 많은 짐을 실을 수 있는 등 여러 가지 편의성을 갖고 있습니다. LPG 차가 우리나라에서, 그러니까 서울 같은 이런 복잡한 도시에서 그 서울 공기 정화에 있어서 상당히 도움을 주고 있다고 생각합니다. 우리나라 그 서울에 있는 차량 중에 대다수가 택시, 렌트카 같은 경우가 LPG를 사용하고 있기 때문에 그 대다수 차량이 이 많은 차량 중에 포함하는 범위가 상당히 크기 때문에 가솔린이나 덕유를 사용하는 것보다 상당히 공기 정화에 도움이 된다고 생각을 합니다. 예, 제가 다음 차를 구입을 하게 된다면 역시 LPG 카를 구입하고 싶습니다.
Şarap tadımları, aynı zamanda gastronomi, yiyecek içecek konusunda da hizmet veren İsmim Ahmet Ekşe. Kapadokya bölgesinde butik bir otel işletiyoruz.
What does it mean when we say it can be? It means being fully invested in sustainable and renewable.
And my name's David Tyler from the World LPG Association. I'm going to be moderating this afternoon's session, which is already an hour late, thanks to Wanjiku, who did an awful job running over. So don't blame me if we keep going after 4 for a little bit, if we're running really, really late. And for those panelists, should be aware that I used to be a referee some years ago. And although I've stopped running around rugby fields, I still have my cards with me. So if the panelists are getting really slow, Peter, are you looking? Peter? He's not watching. If we need to make up time, I'm going to be waving the cards. So if you see the red card, you better stop quickly. So let me first of all introduce Peter again, because Peter's already spoken to you as chair of the PIA, and Peter is also MD of Vivo Energy here in Kenya. And Peter has a presentation which he said to me, because of the shortage of time, he said, I'm prepared to not show it, but I'd like him to show it because it really sets the scene for this afternoon. So Peter, if you want to come up, and hopefully we can get your presentation up on the screen. Alfred, it's prepared. I'm told it's coming up in a second, but I don't have the controller. So Peter Murungi, thank you.
Good afternoon once again. What happened? Lunch extension time, or people disappeared? I don't know. But I'll take a few minutes. These were my thoughts through this topic for this afternoon, opportunities for diversity in net zero carbon world. And luckily enough, somebody put it in a PPT format, and it found its way, so I will share with it. It talks generally what is happening, but of course it's skewed to what we are doing as Vivo Energy Kenya in this space, and it will tell you the transition, and listening to the gentleman from Total, you could hear why are we not calling ourselves petroleum companies. It's because, of course, in this, we are experts in energy provision, and energy is not limited to petroleum. And therefore, whatever is happening in this space, we are in it. So, hope I get it right. Is it moving? So let's think through the. Sorry, I skipped a slide. There's a lot of discussion around net zero. When we talk of net zero, does it mean, somebody asked me, does it mean all petroleum companies, fossil fuel companies will close and start selling solar, whatever? No. It's not necessarily that. It's the effort to try and balance the world from the carbon emissions that we are emitting to of course, prevent the damage that we are seeing in the climate. And to bring that balance, there are several approaches. Of course, the most obvious one is the reduction in the carbon emissions. But of course, we also look at what we can do on the planet to try and produce more of what takes over that carbon. So there is a compensating process that takes place, and the idea is the two of them must meet and produce a zero. And those are the targets you hear each company talking of: 2050, 2030. That's how it comes. It doesn't mean one day we will have, by 2050 we will not have fossil fuels. Most likely it will not be possible. So let's see, what are the opportunities then we have in this? Predominantly for years, if you talk to Vivo Energy Kenya, which is Shell, at the background, all people thought it's going to a forecourt, buying fuel, which is fossil fuel, and they drive off. But the dynamic that has come is we have to do this in the context of those 3 Ps. The 3 Ps of sustainability, it cannot be left out. We are the people, we serve the people, we need the people. And the people need to be safe, they need to be empowered. To have people, we need the planet, and we need to minimize the impact we have on this planet if we have to have it for generations to come. And we cannot do this alone. Impossible. We have to be in partnership. And I like the message that came across this morning. Everybody is talking of partnership. That's why competition around these sustainability initiatives cannot drive value. If I want to do solar, I may not be the expert in solar. I may have the resources, and I have to partner with that. Today morning you heard of cocoa. They may not be expert in handling hydrocarbons, but they have the technology to deploy that as part of energy provision. So the partnership, I mean, we have the bank here. Why are they here? Is to look for that partnership because we need financing. So it's in those 3 Ps that we are coming together as part of sustainability. And in all this, you can see the government, because where are the regulations that enable us to do this? Is through the government, because any transition means there are new laws need to be enacted, enforcement of those ones, but at the end of the day, doing deliver the value we are looking at. So, so closer to us, if I may share the story of Vivo Energy Kenya, and you can see that we've been working hard, just like the rest of the industry, in trying to see how we come in through the sustainability. And in this area, we've been very supportive of the transition that is happening. And as such, we are identifying the very key areas that we want to participate. Because we believe there are those we are already advanced. If you look at the business in Africa, there are areas that are quick for us to catch. The opportunities are there, but also not only the opportunities to turn this into an investment or a return-based business, is the opportunity to make a difference. And a few of the areas, if I may just skip this slide, you'll see is we picked ethanol. We did not initiate the discussion in ethanol. It came with our cocoa partners. We went into partnership, and we realized this is one of the transition energy that is coming through, and it has a depth further than what we get in fossil fuel. One, when you think of ethanol, you think of sugarcane. Even in the context of Kenya alone, and I can tell you today, we've even gotten involved as Vivo Energy to the point of going back to the production of ethanol. You may not know that. We are investing up to the production capacity of ethanol to make sure this ethanol is locally available in Kenya. What does it do? It takes us to farming. It's agriculture. And this is biodegradable. And it comes through all the way to the customers that are using it in mainly the informal sector. So we realized through partnership with cocoa, we could fit in that area, and our expertise was in providing the infrastructure capacity to bring the ethanol, to store the ethanol, to increase production of ethanol locally, to discuss with the Revenue Authority, the government on various legislations, and put it and leave it to the last mile distribution of cocoa and the sales. That's what is happening today. And in less than 3-4 years, we've seen that area grow to the numbers that were shared with you there in the morning. I mean, we started with zero volume. It's above 3 million liters a month of ethanol that is going through that process alone. So you can see, and the potential is big. And we are doing a lot of expansion. We are utilizing our service stations, which have been predominantly for the fossil fuels, for this. So they are actually the storage locations for this ethanol. What they don't do, they don't dispense to the end user at the service station. There is, the cocoa team will then come and collect that product. It's proximity to the customers, and they send it for utilization. The other area I can share with you is, this is to the smaller scale, solarizing the service station. So we discovered we have the roof of service stations. Previously, this was all iron sheets or concrete. Now we are changing all of it, and I hand my counterpart from Total mention. They're also changing. We're changing this in a big way, and the cost benefit, because service stations run mainly during the day. And that is when you need the power to power the pumps. So basically you are using that power to power the pump and fuel the cars, and therefore you can see the netting impact. You are using the solar and not necessarily the electricity generate, which you put pressure through the production system, which includes fossil fuel, and you are using that now to support the business that is happening at the service stations. Beyond this, we've gone far. With the support of our shareholder, Vito, they have a big business in solar. We've opened a full solar business here in Kenya that is now focusing in commercial customers and commercial entities. And I'm glad that our government moves very fast in this area, so we have the legislation. So what are we doing now? Now we are contacting customers to do massive solar installations. And these installations are investment from us. Initially, we were investing in petroleum. We are now investing in solar. We are putting money there. We are telling them all we need is pay us for using that solar. So we are not telling them pay me for investment. And we believe with that one, we are tapping an opportunity, but we are also contributing in the net zero efforts. And this is an area we are targeting in a big way. And we are not behind. If you think of it, we talked of the EV. We are there, we're in that space. We have the three-wheelers, we have the motorcycles, we have the vehicles. We've already piloted charging stations in our site. There are a couple of them. We have battery swapping already happening in our site. We already partnering with one of the company that is partly owned by our shareholder to see to what extent can we even expand in this space. So I'm sharing this to tell you that the opportunities are there. The people with the expertise, capacity, and the infrastructure to do it are seated here. And therefore, it's no longer a competition of what business I'll lose, but what opportunities I'm going to take in this market to drive towards the transition. And what I've talked to has nothing to do with the LPG, which is a core area, and we'll be talking on it as we sit down here, that we have been working on. This is the extra that is available there. On the planet side, we are not left behind. We've been planting trees. We are upping the game. I mentioned this number of 170,000 trees to the CS, and he told me, that's a joke. I have 1 million. I need to know what you take. So as an industry here, and Wanjiku can tell you, we've taken 200,000, and we want to add more. But these are all efforts of trying and opportunities to capitalize on as we get to push our case towards the net zero as an industry. And we need to lead this and stop being seen as the polluters, as the people producing the carbon, but as people that are actually not only reducing the carbon footprint, but as also adding value to make sure that net effect comes to fruition quite rapidly. I would like to really stop there because the rest is more of the activities that we've done. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Peter. It's a great scene setter for this session on diversity. What's going to happen now, we're going to get some chairs up here because I've got two other people who are going to join Peter and I. Carol Kiplagat, if I could invite you up, Carol, please. She's the Chief Environmental Officer at KPC, Kenya Pipeline Company, and also Agosto Liko from Piea-Wlpga. Piea-Wlpga is outside in the exhibition. I hope Agosto's not out there as well. So we'll get the chairs up and then we'll have a quick chat.
They need to be special.
And we've got some mics. Do I get a chair? No. So Kevin Hyamba is taking over from Agosta. So, Kevin, do you want to sit? And there's a mic. Thank you. And I'll sit here. Well, I love this morning. I'm writing down some things that people said, and one of them, my favorite, is we all have a contract with the planet. I love that. I love it. And that's what we're going to talk about now, about diversity and moving towards a net zero carbon world. So, Kevin, let me ask you, first of all,
Yes.
from your perspective, I saw the exhibition very quickly outside. You've got some stories to tell on that. Do you want to explain what all that is about?
Yes, David. Kevin from Piea-Wlpga, what we do basically is just simplify payments for organizations. So here we are looking at online payments, and I was glad Peter mentioned about, I've seen on his slide e-commerce and collaboration. We are here to collaborate. So we do online payments. We also do in-person payments. What we see is that there's a lot of space in Africa, and there's a lot of e-commerce growth. There's a lot of digital payments. There are areas where we can work together. That's basically what we do as an organization.
And you've been going since 2009, I read.
For the last 14 years, we've had a good run. we are grateful that the market has accepted our products, and I believe we'll keep growing. Yes.
You were ahead of the game if you were introducing that in 2009, I think. It's taken that long to get established.
It's taken some time. We've been learning, and we've been making changes in the market as we learn. Yes.
Okay. Carol, if I can turn to you. You can borrow Kevin's mic, or there we go. Yeah. So tell us a little bit about KPC's involvement in this.
Well, KPC, I know we maybe are seen as the enemies in this room, but I can assure you we are not. We run a multi-product pipeline all the way from over 1,300 kilometer pipeline from Mombasa to Nairobi, all the way to Kisumu and Eldoret that branches out and we export thereafter. But in terms of diversification, I think we started seeing where this discussion with climate change was coming in, and we started putting in systems like with regard to the design of our tanks, leak detection systems for the pipeline. But I think the open discussion right now where we are heading the big ticket item for us, because we appreciate that we're not going to be doing away with hydrocarbons anytime soon. So in as much as we're putting systems in place to ensure efficient transportation and safe transportation, we are venturing into LPG. That's going to be a big thing for us. We're hoping to have it running in another 2 years or so, where we'll be having a 30,000 metric ton handling facility. So that will be in Mombasa, where we already just recently commissioned our oil. There's a barge that we have. So we've just finished the SCS study, and then we're in talks with NEMA to make sure that we have all the licenses. There's a contractor who's been put in place to ensure that the designs are up to standard, especially considering the pipeline will be running across the sea to transport the LPG to our Changamwe KPRL facility, where we'll have opportunities for marketers to come and also just connect. So it will be open to anybody who goes through the regulatory processes, and they'll have networks to connect to the LPG. So that is one of the quick wins, apart from some of the things that Peter also mentioned that we are also doing in terms of tree planting, solarization, some of our facilities, putting energy like VFD systems for our pumps to ensure that we have energy efficiency going on.
Yeah, and I guess you're bringing multi-products up the pipeline.
Yes, it's one pipeline. It's a multi-product pipeline.
But
yes.
My experience of that is that you have, what are they called, pigs between each?
It's called an interface.
Interface.
Yeah, so we have pumps, we have 14 terminals, depots, and then 7 pump stations with about 50 kilometers each, so for monitoring purposes through our SCADA systems. So that's one of the safety ways that we monitor the interfaces. So we have the controllers who will be able to tell this is a batch of MSP, this is a batch of kerosene. And then, so the quality control checks, because the product is not ours, I should mention. It actually belongs to the oil marketing company, so quality control checks are very key. So it's one pipeline that transports the 4 different grades of fuel.
Right, and managing that interface, opportunities for saving efficiencies and so forth.
Exactly, and nothing goes to waste. So within our system, then we would have a whole quality control department that will see that so you will look at it in terms of temperature, the pH, the density, that will start telling you the interface has started coming. Those are put back into what we call a slop tank, and then either whatever it's richer in, then it would be slowly be reinjected into the tank that it's more rich of.
Right.
But of course, again, being that the product is not ours, then the oil marketers would also have to get a certification to ensure that the product is within, our standards. We are monitored by KEBS, EPRA, to ensure that at any given time, KPC is only giving a quality product.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm interested in this 30,000 ton import terminal or storage facility. Somebody came up to me this morning, Jamal from Taifa Gas. He said that he was involved in that in some way. Is that your contractor?
I don't think I can go into the details of the contractor.
You can't, okay.
But yes.
All right, we won't talk about him then. But tell me a little bit more about the terminal, because that's something that I know has been on the agenda for some years now, is to try and get product into Kenya in a more cost-effective way.
So it's been going on. So we have at the KOT, we call it the Kipevu Oil Terminal. So we recently commissioned a huge facility that's already we're using for our product movement. So we will have bulk ships coming in with LPG, and then now there'll be, so we have, short term we want to start off with 30,000, then hopefully long term, after we see the LPG demand, then we might move up to 50,000. But that was based on a study, and we would maybe be doing 500 ton a day. So we're still working based on the demand from the suppliers, but so we will have a barge that will be getting pressurized LPG from the ships. Then we have a pipe that's connected and underground through the sea, and that goes to we have a facility in KPRL that we have leased out that actually is KPC, where we'll now be storing, and we'll have a rail siding, we'll be doing bottom loading, and we'll also be unbottling directly to the oil marketer. So it's open, but of course regulatory requirements, SES studies, all those have to be on board. But it's going to be such a big win, because if we really look at it, maybe in the future we can decide to even use the network. So the infrastructure is already there. The pipeline, we have the right of way. If we decide to use the pump stations in the different towns, then it will be even quicker to, instead of having the tankers moving from Mombasa to Nairobi, maybe we can now consider having a pipework that can take LPG even into the smaller towns, because we already have the infrastructure.
Right, so you mentioned filling plants. So could you be filling Peter's cylinders there?
Yes. If he meets the regulatory requirements.
Okay,
yes.
So this is for the industry.
So he would need to apply for the licenses from the authorities, and then you would be, like what we have in the Nairobi Terminal Depot is we neighbor the oil marketing companies, and they have their manifolds. So it's metered, and then we just transfer based on demand and based on their orders. So that will be the same setup for the LPG.
Okay, so you've had quite a lot of discussion with the industry about this.
Oh yeah, it's been a long time coming. So that's why we are hoping to be up and running with it. But of course, SCRs have to be done, the designs have to be done, HAZOP studies have to be done, because we're going to be holding such big quantities that safety has to be of priority. Yeah. But we're at a very advanced stage. We're hoping within the next 2 years to be up and running.
Within 2 years? Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks, Carol. I might come back to that. Does anybody have any questions at this point? I've got a big light in my face, so I can't see very well out there. No? Peter, let me ask you about the two-wheeler electric bike charging stations, because we heard this morning, and something else that I was totally unaware of, that 60% of the cost of an e-bike is the battery. And I guess your recharging stations, you come up with your bike and you plug it in, do you? Or do you have an exchange battery program? How will that work?
Thanks. I think it's both. Yeah. This area is starting. In Kenya, Kenya has quite a significant number of motorbikes. I think in excess of 1.5 million or so. And if you look at these motorbikes, all of them are actually for transportation. These are people trying to make ends meet every day. So they have a name called, some of them are called Boda Boda. I don't know what they are called, but that's what they do. So these are people who come and pick you up, and for as low as a few Kenya shillings, they drop you in the next station. And one of the key areas for these people has been really acquisition of those bikes. The moment you start having that motorbike go in excess of, if I may say, $500, then you start having constraints in people picking it. Now that's one. So because they were able to access this motorbike through financial, whether it's fintech or banking, they face the next challenge, which is basically the cost of running them. The cost of running them, they have to fuel them and basically maintain them. So the charging option came not only in the perspective we are here today of achieving a carbon footprint, but also was perceived to be probably an easier way to remove the running cost and partly the issue around the maintenance. But of course, it comes with another challenge for them, that the battery, first of all, if they have to acquire the two-wheelers that are battery powered, EV, they need to pay more. So the price is more than double. We've seen some fintech companies come in, and I think we have the Mukopas and all that. They are trying to finance that approach, and the starting point was to have charging points. Charging point comes with time to wait. And with that, we've seen some others trying to come with battery swapping, which is faster because then you put a new battery. So this is an evolving area. And what I would say is at its startup point, really. Most of what we are doing is piloting here and there. What is required in this market to move is considering the sector that needs this motorbike. There's a lot of partnership that should come right from the financing approach down to people who have the network to support the charging points. So we play a lot in the network area. We see some of us are trying the financing aspect, but also we are seeing financing institutions starting to tap into that, so that the end user, the person who needs this for day-to-day running and to make ends meet, is basically enjoying almost what we call the net effect of his effort. So how that will work and how fast it will move, we are watching that space, but there's a lot of discussion going on and a lot of interest in that area. And we believe it's probably it will move faster than EV vehicles in this market. The motorbike will be probably a faster progression than the vehicles themselves.
Yeah. I mean, 2- and 3-wheelers are very polluting, as we see in some of the Asian countries, and there are moves to move that population over to LPG as well. And if that happens, then maybe you look at this concept of a totally separate, independent refueling facility for 2- and 3-wheelers. Because I've seen photographs in India of dozens of tuk-tuks lined up blocking a retail site, which is providing gasoline and diesel to 4-wheelers. And all these people want is like a litre of fuel. So there's almost a different models required. It's interesting. It's the first time I've seen a separate 2- and 3-wheeler recharging facility. That's the sort of concept I think could happen on the Autogas side, as Jean-Sébastien was talking about Autogas this morning and made a very, very good summary of what's required for an effective Autogas market. So who knows, maybe you can apply that model in Kenya for Autogas as well, for 2- and 3-wheelers.
Yeah, what I know is happening currently, and if I speak for the Shell service stations, is we've tried to do that to ease the pressure from the 2-wheelers to in areas where we think the population is significant. We've put separate islands for them to fill up, and that of course facilitates not only reduction in congestion for the rest of the vehicles, but also it gives them convenience. Of course, you've seen it in India, you've seen it in Kenya. Normally, the bigger the car you drive, the bigger you feel. So we don't want them to feel like they are not part of the society, because the service the 2-wheelers are giving in this country is very essential and critical. And that's why we are focused in the transition to support the structure, to make sure that that sector of economy does not suffer the transition in a negative way. Yeah.
Kevin, let me come back to you.
Yes.
What other initiatives, what other areas of diversity are you looking at?
Well,
or are you allowed to tell us?
Definitely. I mean, there's a lot of room for distribution and definitely monetizing when you look at LPG. I don't think we've reached the headroom as far as distribution is concerned. And if you look at the vehicles we have in Kenya, there are very few electrical cars, and more so LPG, very, very few. and very, very few stations that are offering them at this point in time. I believe with time, the oil marketers can take that opportunity and just enable distribution of LPG so that people in the country can be able to buy these vehicles. There's also a lot of room for embracing digitization. So here we are talking about all forms of electronic payments at the forecourt. There's room for automation because we mentioned here about the forecourt management system, but then I don't think there's anyone in the market who's been able to ensure that they've tied payments into the forecourt solution. So of course, if we enable the end user to make payments with the different forms of electronic payments, here we're looking at card payments, mobile money, we're looking at QR codes, we will definitely be reducing the carbon footprint because they're using less, it's a paperless transactions. And when it comes to the forms of notifications that are sent out, the electronic, we actually have devices in the market that don't use receipts. They use SMS and email notification. So that's basically what we are looking at as far as the petroleum space is concerned. And we feel that's an area that will keep growing. Yes.
Okay, so a company like yours, do you do all your brainstorming inside your company, or do you reach outside to the startup community for new ideas?
You have to reach outside. There's no way you're going to work alone. That's how the industry is. You sort of have to find somebody you can collaborate with. So we definitely reach out. We have quite a number of our team that are professionals, but then it makes sense to reach out and of course consult. And when we find room for collaboration, we work with other people. Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I'll do a little plug here for our startup competition that the WLPGA runs. It's started, it's called Challenge 23, and the topic that we're giving to the startup community is driving growth in the business. That's the topic. It was launched last month, and we're running it for a few months, and we are now currently reaching out to the startup community for new ideas for this problem that we have within our own industry. And that's a really exciting program that we have. I'm going to now, Carol, turn to the question of branding, because we're struggling, as Alison will tell you. We are called the WLPGA, and the P is something that we're really worried about. Petroleum, we're fossil, we know that, and we're trying to work out a way to sort of hide that, I guess is probably the best way of describing it. And we're going through this exercise now of, first of all, deciding whether we need to change and then how to change. And if I look at the Kenyan pipeline company, then I have a picture in my mind that that's all you do. But now you're telling me you're getting into storage. So are you considering rebranding?
Well, I think maybe my CEO, who was supposed to be here, would have answered that better, but food for thought. I think the quick win is just demonstrating that we are running a safe and efficient pipeline, and we are working with communities and making a difference and making an impact. So what we are doing is a lot of information is going out there. We are taking part in, our team just came from Uganda last week, just letting them know about these diversifications that we're doing. But we are a state-owned corporation, so again, that might even be beyond my CEO to respond to. But I think once you demonstrate that you're actually doing good practice, making sure, like we decommissioned the old pipeline that had been running since 1978, which had been causing us some problems, and now we have a brand new pipeline. We work with communities a lot. There's a lot of awareness campaigns that are run by our foundation, a lot of CSR activities. We'd be involved a lot in awareness, because it will be good to have all these LPG out there, but if the users don't know the safety aspects of it. So that's where KPC comes in branding, not necessarily per name, but just being known to be making a difference and ensuring that this is also about the safety of the communities that we're going to be impacting with the LPG.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great segue into another little advert I can give you now. On Friday, we're running a program. It's a workshop very much focused on safety within the industry. So if you don't know anything about that, talk to Wanjiku. My phone is buzzing in my pocket. I wonder whether it's Wanjiku telling me I need to wind up. But let me just ask you one question, and that is if you have any advice to the group here in the room about diversifying, what would it be? Diversifying away from their core business, what would it be? Peter?
Okay, sorry. Thank you so much. And I think I touched on that. And those activities taking place in Vivo Energy Kenya, which means it's a lot of diversification. And that's why I said we're in energy provision. We are experts in energy provision. We have to move with the transition to take those opportunities as the world transitions. It's not to be left to somebody else. And I want to say this. One area, all of us, most of us, especially those who call themselves major oil companies here in Kenya, or petroleum companies, got either wrong or did not focus on was LPG. The LPG market in Kenya, although we're saying has grown tremendously, it's actually been grown by people who started the other day. That growth did not come from those who started the business. And thus delayed the growth in the infrastructure, from the import infrastructure that made, because the moment the import infrastructure became constrained, what happened is the one aspect of accessibility, which is affordability, became a challenge. And with that, of course, nobody put pressure on the government. There wasn't a lot of pressure on the government until recently to make sure that the legislations and the regulations that protect investment are sound. And I'm happy to report that with PIA, we managed to crack that. The LN 100 is as robust as it can be to protect the investment. We faced another challenge, enforcement. And with that, what did we all do? When we realized the government is not helping us, we back off, because you put your cylinders out there and the next day they change colors. And as such, people pulled off. So I'm glad there are those who found the opportunity, jumped into it. Of course, they took the lion's share, but we are working to the reality that this is a key area for us to focus on. And the point which the government is pursuing and all of us need to rely on when it comes to LPG is not only to avail LPG, is to make it affordable and accessible. Most of us have been thinking traditional of LPG as a middle class product. That's not where the consumption is going to lie. It has to be in the informal sector. And the informal sector will not be only within the urban areas. It has to go far. So investment in the awareness and of course putting structures in place for distribution like we have been challenged. Awareness around safety, around the health benefits of using LPG versus charcoal. As simple as going to tell somebody, actually, if we sit down and you calculate the charcoal you buy every day for 150, you might be using LPG for 40 shillings to do the same work and in a better way. People don't know. People think because in most of the rural setup, you can jump into a neighbor's farm and pick some wood and use it. That makes it cheaper. So that level of awareness needs to come, and the people who need to do it are here. We need to be at the forefront to do that. Of course, with the government support, the opportunity for growth in Kenya, believe me, it's not the 10% we are seeing. It's a leap. We can make a step change, but we have to be fully integrated in the entire process. And that's why the interest is with anybody talking about investing in the infrastructure in Mombasa. EPRA have left, but there are so many interests. We are all looking who will have the courage to start. And I think that's where the challenge is. Who will have the courage to start? We ground break, we break ground, but hey, we need to see a structure coming up, because that one will be the point at which this will start moving. Apart from that, of course, the opportunity to diversify in other areas are there, as I've shared, and the space is so big for all of us. And I think with the support of the government, like the message from the CS, we can move forward. PIA, to close my remarks, has been at the forefront of every transition that this country has seen in energy. From the transitioning of fuels from as much as 5,000 or 1,000 ppm sulfur to currently 10, everything has been led by PIA, and that's why you see the initiatives here. And we believe we will still stay in that space and make sure that Kenya is always at the forefront of making progress in the region, if not in Africa. Thank you so much.
Carol, a message for the audience here on encouraging diversity. What would you say?
Basically, we don't have a choice but to figure out how we are going to transition. I know Africa and Kenya, Kenya and Africa as a whole, we don't have the opportunities maybe the first world have in transitioning as fast, but we need to start in our own small little ways. I know we need government support, of course, because maybe sometimes we're looking at it in a very short term and there might be costs. But if we have support from government in terms of tariffs, in terms of aligning, even when we're talking about cylinders, so that we're making it affordable, that even private companies can have their own plants in Kikuyu, in the small areas. So it can't go without government support and regulations that are there to also ensure safety. But like I said, there's no choice. We have to transition. And so every organization, what we're doing right now as KPC also is just also seeing where we are at in terms of our emissions, and also getting guided by international standards on what else can we be doing with our facilities. So it's also guided by data and the infrastructure. So maybe each organization will have different where they are right now, but my advice is we don't have a choice. So start in your own little way, even if it's with the tree planting initiatives. I just wanted to say we've planted 205,000 trees. Yeah.
Thank you. Kevin, the last word from you.
Okay, so if it's LPG, that would be distributing in rural areas. Rural areas, and of course even in the urban areas, you have quite a number of households in Kenya who are still using kerosene. If you're going to look into the rural areas, they still use charcoal and firewood. So there's a lot of room there as far as distribution of LPG is concerned. I believe if we look at that market, then we should be able to monetize. Then for the distributors in the room, I believe e-commerce payments have been growing. They're actually flourishing. If you look at the second quarter of 2020, what happened across the globe was e-commerce payments skyrocketed. So the question to ask you is, do you have a website? Can you distribute LPG on the website? There are also models where you can be able to distribute gas, where the end user doesn't actually own the tank. I'm happy I've seen Copper outside there. So in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is these are metered gas solutions. So there is still a lot of room there. There's opportunity to tap that as well and make sure that you monetize. So as far as diversity is concerned, those are the things I would talk about. And then more importantly, I believe my co-panelists have mentioned quite a bit about sensitization. So I think we still have a lot of sensitization to do because I think you can distribute, but then the question is who's going to use that product. So there's a lot of awareness which needs to be done, and the industry, all industry stakeholders have to collaborate for that to happen. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So let's draw a line under this discussion, and I'll just refer back to what I said right at the beginning, was that when I talked about diversity in the dining room just now, I talked about the gender balance, and we'll hear a little bit more about the gender balance tomorrow in the afternoon when we look about bringing in, encouraging youth and women into the LPG industry, and Alison's going to be running that session. Very interesting, and it sort of picks up that point that Peter made about all the new innovation that we've seen today that's going on in Kenya has not come from the old school, it's come from the new school. It's come from the young, bright ideas that are coming from young people, so we need to get those people into the industry. That's a challenge for us, and we'll hear a little bit more about that tomorrow. So thanks very much for the panel, Kevin, Carol, and Peter, and chairs off the table, because we've got two presentations coming up now on case studies. First of all, we're going to be looking at transport with Philip Lovstrom, and then power generation with Carol Koak, and then we'll have a little discussion right at the end, and we'll be joined by Oliver Biogas from Total. So the plan now is to have a presentation, so we get the chairs off the stage, and we'll get the presentation up on the screen. I'll invite Philip Lovstrom to come up if he's in the room. Hopefully he is. It's not Philip, no. It's okay. So you can introduce yourself when you come up, and hopefully this is your presentation. Yeah, yeah. Right. So it's your name? Denis Wakaba. Okay, you just introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests.
Is it what?
Oh, it's on now. Sorry. All distinguished guests, I'm standing in place of Philip Lovstrom. He's our CEO to Rome. My name is Denis Wakaba, representing Rome at this moment, and I will also read Philip Lovstrom's speech, just articulating what Rome is all about and where, as industry players in the public transport system and also energy and charging, we are at. Yeah. So my role at Rome is bus electrification and charging infrastructure deployment, looking how to bring the electrification baby up to speed. Up to this moment, we are doing okay, but again, through collaboration, I've heard that word, and it's through collaboration that we'll achieve a lot. So allow me to read the speech. So thank you for gracing us with your presence. It gives me considerable pleasure to discuss a vital subject that affects us all. Yeah, sustainable transport and electric vehicles, critical role in Africa's journey towards a greener tomorrow. As climate change and environmental degradation intensifies globally, embarking on key actions like reducing the country's carbon footprint through reforming transportation systems has become imperative. Although various challenges such as limited infrastructure, high energy cost, security still exist in many nations around the world, these circumstances also offer opportunities for innovation through collaborative strategies. Yeah. At Rome, our unwavering commitment remains focused on advancing and innovating electric vehicles that contribute towards making the world a greener place. Another critical component of our roadmap towards sustainable transport involves establishing efficient and accessible EV charging networks throughout all the counties, urban areas, along highways, and many other public spaces. I invite all petroleum industry stakeholders to participate in the charging infrastructure build-up, because we have existing spaces where we can actually retrofit these charging points. In addition to renewables, fostering local manufacturing and assembly capabilities for electric vehicles plays an equally important role in achieving sustainable goals. By investing resources into creating EV manufacturing facilities located within Africa itself, we can create new avenues for job creation. For example, Rome right now, 2 years ago we were at 50 people. Right now we are looking at 190 people. So a lot of traction in job creation. Economic growth alongside technical development, such an approach will further ensure customization inherently capable of servicing all aspects specific throughout the continent. We must all take responsibility with the transportation needs present through the continent. Yeah, we must all take responsibility. I'm not sure that this one is on. Sorry. We must all take responsibility for our impact on nature, because we travel through, I think it's off now, collective effort that can make significant difference. Nonetheless, addressing climate change requires systematic alteration from every entity across the board. The transition from conventional transport system towards greener alternatives requires an integrated approach that prioritizes education sensitization campaigns aimed at stakeholder knowledge across different sectors, whether it's through universities, technical colleges, or through industry itself, and also the existing market. So education plays a key role in promoting adoption of electric vehicles and also awareness by empowering communities as well as government agencies with knowledge on the environmental benefits and also debunking the myths that exist here. In addition to education efforts, targeting and educating consumers on the benefits of EVs over traditional internal combustion engines, investment in training programs. We have a few that are ongoing, and we would like the collaborative effort to help spread them out. Yeah. So regulatory interventions such as tax incentives, rebates, subsidies, we're seeing these around the world, should be introduced by policymakers to encourage consumers to uptake while supporting the industry growth simultaneously. Enabling charging infrastructure deployment, which I'm glad to report, ongoing conversation remain vital strategies for facilitating wider adoption. The partnership between government and at national level and partnerships across other sectors further catalyzes knowledge transfer while fostering innovation, which is crucial in accelerating the transition towards sustainable transportation and therefore leaving no one behind. A panoramic plan is necessary if they are serious about achieving the sustainable transport system across Africa. In the light of this objective, it is crucial that we invest in renewable energy sources such as solar, wind power, as well as establish adequate EV charging infrastructure throughout major cities, which encourage uptake among users. So let's take advantage of this opportunity to create the building blocks of developing a robust transportation system that cater to our needs while protecting the environment. Thank you very much for your attention as we embark towards this journey. So I'll take just about 3 minutes to go through the presentation. I wanted to do that justice of reading that good speech. So as Rome, we were founded, we've been here for about 5 years, and our main goal is to electrify Africa. Every product that we aim to develop, especially in the public transport industry, so we have 2 buses and motorcycles. As you know, many of us use public transport. For those who use, we get off our bus and onto a motorcycle for that last mile journey. Yeah. If you could go to the next slide. So that's our Rome here. This is under production and a commercial deployment right now through our partner, especially Vadem Copper being mentioned here. So why is the timing right for Kenya? And I would say there is the access issue and that's where financing comes in. Electric vehicles, in terms of upfront costs, they're a bit more expensive, sometimes 1.5 or twice as expensive as conventional vehicles. So how do we make them accessible? It's through finance, whether fintech or banks. That's why we have to collaborate with financial partners to develop financial solutions. The other thing is there's still lack of policy, totally, but we have standards that have kicked in towards electric vehicles, but there is lack of an extensive policy governing electric vehicles. It's being set up, we're on course, and it's something that will help accelerate and make sure that people understand what an EV is, what a responsibility of a manufacturer, a consumer, a utility company, and the like. There's also the aspect of having surplus energy, especially during at night. As EV sector, we did lobby for a special tariff, which we are glad that TEPRA gave us. 16 shillings during daytime, that's exclusive of taxes. Then you have a time of use tariff. That's when at night between 10 p.m. all the way to around 6 a.m. of 8 shillings. So most buses and most vehicles will be charged at night. So when you go to sleep, you leave your car plugged in and you'll be able to charge. This enables us to sequestrate excess energy instead of shutting down the power plant during the night, then the electric vehicles will be using these energies. So if you could go to the next slide. So maybe I'll take 1 minute to highlight these challenges, especially limited infrastructure. It has been discussed here so many times. Yes, we are working with all partners to make sure that if you can provide space to deploy what we call roam hubs or DC charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, this will help accelerate. So we also have technological limitations. You've heard about range anxiety. It's happening, it's real, but with evolving technology, then you'll be able to have a car that goes 1,000 kilometers without needing to recharge. Right now we are doing at around 350 all the way to 500, which is still good enough, but there is room for improvement. In terms of awareness and debunking the myths, it's a lot. When you tell a consumer to buy an electric vehicle, they'll ask so many questions. And this is where we can collaborate on doing campaigns to make sure that people understand what an EV is. I think I mentioned about the regulatory framework. It's in the works, and as a sector, we are there to guide government and also support organization towards development of this, because it's all about having standards rather than standardization to make sure that we deploy the right product. Then in terms of limited manufacturing capacity, as we grow our teams, whether it's Rome or other companies, we require technically trained people to handle and to do the assembly process of electric vehicles. So there is a capacity gap, and that's where university, TVETs, and any other vocational training and upskilling comes in. Next slide. So just to respond to those challenges, I would say the most important thing is formation of that regulatory framework to guide the EV industry. Yeah, we first of all have the electric mobility policy for Kenya, then you have the standards, yeah, then you have any other regulation, especially to do with implementation of standards and also like the tariff that we got. Another important thing is to do with research and development. Forum has been there doing a lot of research and development, and it's through this we're able to develop market fit product. And this cascades also to many other EV companies where market fit, so understanding the consumer. We've been told about pilots. Yes, we've done pilots before with about 100 bikes, recall them, now delivered the raw air, which is very practical and responds to the needs of the consumer. Yeah. Again, international cooperation. We all are aiming towards emission reduction, and this is something that If I pollute here, definitely somebody in Europe will be affected. If somebody in Europe pollutes, will be affected, because we do not have, we are not in cocoons rather. Next slide. So, as Rome, we consider there is a chance to grow the EV industry, and you're here to stay and fulfill our mission of electrifying Africa. And our call to action is to embrace the power and the opportunities in sustainable mobility. Because of the factors that we mentioned, it can create a lot of jobs. We'll be able to use our own resource, energy, that is generated locally. We talk about saving forex. It's more affordable to run 50%, at times 80%. Like for a border person or a motorcyclist, who spend 1 to 2 shillings with an electric bicycle or motorcycle, compared to about 4-6 shillings using an ICE. Besides saving some money, we also save the environment. So let's do this for the prosperity of our generation, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, Dennis, thanks ever so much. It's always difficult to present somebody else's presentation, so appreciate the work that's gone into that. Now, we have one more presentation, and then I'll ask Dennis and invite Oliver Biogas from Total to join us for a final panel discussion wrap-up at the end. But first, another presentation from, this time from Peter Kamal. So on the program, it's Carol Keogh, and I got excited there. I thought we'll have a lady presenting, but no, it's going to be Peter Kamal. So Peter from Schneider Electric is going to be presenting on power generation. So.
Thank you very much. So my name is Peter Kamal. I'm the offer marketing leader, Schneider Electric East Africa. I'm here to represent Carol Keogh, who is the country president and managing director for Schneider Electric East Africa. The topic for today is digitization in power generation. It is difficult to go last, but I will try to do it my best. So I will try to really keep off the presentation and probably just have a 5 to 10 minute conversation about power generation and the innovation around it and what Schneider Electric is doing in terms of driving digitization and bringing innovation to the sector. I will start off with probably 2 quotes that I've picked up from following the conversations today. And the first one would be from you, Wanjiko. And at some point, following the challenges in the LPG sector, you said that probably one of the solutions is for us to find a way of packaging information and delivering it to the sector. And another speaker said we need to innovate, innovate, innovate. I'll start with that, and I'll probably end with it. So to introduce Schneider Electric, just in brief, hoping this can move. Okay, you help me there. So Schneider Electric is a global company. Our responsibility is to help our customers make the best use of their energy. So we are an electrical energy and automation company founded in France, but which has a footholding in almost every part of the globe. Locally, we work from Nairobi, and we serve 10 countries across East Africa. So that's the geographies where we are in, and probably to move on. I think probably I'll try to move this. So yes, our purpose is majorly to empower all to make the most of their energy and to make sure that energy is available everywhere for everyone at every time. And what does that mean? And especially in this setup here that we have, speaking to industry players in the LPG sector, our main aim and being one of the companies with a very broad product base when it comes to both electrical distribution and energy management and automation, is for us to really sort of handhold our customers and walk with them in the digital journeys to unlock some of the key challenges that exist in the sector. So one of the key challenges that I think has been discussed today is how we unlock potentials in the market. For a market that is one, especially for LPG, the global costs are probably coming down. For a market that is already available, where we're saying we have so many people we need to reach, and probably looking at those macroeconomics, it would be easy for me to stand here and say, where's the problem? We have the product, we have the market, let's go. Probably majority of this people sitting here would look at me and tell me, hey, it's not that easy. So how do we unlock some of those challenges that are facing us today to help us be able to drive profitability, drive efficiencies, and drive growth? So one of the key challenges, or rather one of the key innovations that has been coming up in the world and has really been causing disruptions is the whole digitization of the entire industry and the entire sort of infrastructure that we sit on. So one, IoT, big data, and AI have been some of the biggest digital trends that we have in the world. And the big question always is, the trends exist, the technology exists, but how does it make sense to me? How does it make sense to me locally in my business? How does it help me to unlock challenges that I have? So that is one of the key sectors that we try to play in, especially in software, managing to connect infrastructure, in terms of physical infrastructure, with the boardroom conversations that we have. So one, solutions around dashboarding the sort of key business metrics that you look at across the value chain. So one, demystifying your infrastructure. When you sit in a boardroom, in most cases, especially the infrastructure that drives the business, at times seems to be a black box, because there's a lot of information coming in. It's difficult to process it all. It's easier to tell your engineering team, you do that and give me a report, but what do those metrics mean to you in terms of your business? So giving business solutions, software solutions around business intelligence has been one of the key drivers that is unlocking growth in the entire energy sector. And that is where we try to come in to fill in the gap for our customers. So probably when it comes to generation, and this is the projected sort of movement of the industry for in the foreseeable few years to come, I would say. It's interesting how LPG, in as much as it's a petroleum product, seems to still keep its foothold on the production, on the energy generation sphere. And I think part of the conversation that was here today was how LPG serves as sort of the transition fuel that will help us in the energy transition. And that is true. And even in our own projections, in where we sit, that still remains quite a very strong pillar to the conversation, rather. So we see solar and we see wind growing quite significantly up to 2050, but still LPG is still growing as sort of to stabilize power in generation. So you cannot speak about generation if you do not speak about the infrastructure that transmits that power to the end user. And creating efficiencies in that infrastructure is one of the key pillars of unlocking, one, efficiencies, two, being able to make the best use of that energy, making sure that we don't have wastes, and also delivering the right information to the right people to make the right decision. So in brief, and to probably conclude my presentation, and I will not take it too far. So how does the industry get to utilize all the emerging technologies and all the disruptive trends that we have in the market? And the answer to that is giving a sharper focus to your problem, to the challenge that you have in front of you. So today, part of the challenge is where we do not understand how the existing technologies that are already there fit in to answer my problem. So today, how to manage that conversation is purely to focus on the challenge that is in front of you. Today we have solutions around value chain optimization, around optimizing infrastructures, around demystifying risk and reducing that risk in the industry, allowing that conversation to happen across industry players. That means to the financier, the insurer, basically around this table, to help each other understand the challenges that we have through software and through solutions that we have in digitization, to be able to, one, reduce the gray areas in terms of information, to give the right information to the right people, and help drive the right solutions and the right answers in a timely fashion. Thank you. I will stop it there, keep it short, and thank you for this unique opportunity to make this presentation, and we hope to interact with you in our booth and as the workshop continues. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Peter. And I've just been told that Oliver does have a presentation, a very short presentation. So let me invite Oliver Biogas up, please, Commercial Specialities Manager for Total Energies in Kenya. And hopefully we'll have his presentation up in a second. And I'll hand over to you. Good, thank you. Need this on.
I think normally the most difficult presentation to do is in the afternoon, because the meal was very nice, everybody is full, so chances are everybody will be agreeing with you, but in reality they are not agreeing with you, it's just the weight of their head that has become heavy. So my name is Oliver, I'm in charge of specialty. So specialty is LPG, which is the topic that we're talking about, lubricant and aviation in Total Energies Marketing Kenya. And I wanted to share with you just a little story. I think every time we talk about clean energy, people look at it from different perspective, from different angle. But I want to share with you the role of proximity in terms of creating better access to clean energy. And what, as Total Energies Marketing Kenya, we were able to really understand and take some initiative that we believe that will give us better proximity to the customer. So there was a study that was done by, I think, the government of Kenya, together with one of the international body, to just look at what is the distance that does an LPG customer take to get their refill? Where is the most? And maybe some of you have seen this study. Just go to the next slide. I don't know whether it's very clear from where you are seated. But when they look at this study globally, when they were looking at all the towns that were selected, is that 56% of the customer get their LPG within the neighborhood. And then you have another category that get their LPG within 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers from where they stay. That is around 36%. And another category that get their LPG between 5 to 10 kilometers. That was 7%. And there's another 2% that actually go between 10 and 15 kilometers. So they broke it down to look at urban center. Is it the same dimension in urban center? Is it the same dimension that you find in rural area? So when they looked at urban center, almost 70% of the customers get their LPG from within the neighborhood. Then you have another category of 30% that get it between 1 to 5 kilometers. And the reality is that in urban center, almost, because when you add the two numbers, it's almost close to 100%. Majority of the customers in urban center have to get their LPG either within the neighborhood or a distance of less than 5 kilometers. Then when you go to rural town, the numbers changes a little bit. So you have a 23% that get it within the neighborhood. But you have the bulk of the customer that have to get their LPG between 1 to 5 kilometers. So the question we are asking ourselves is, how do we bring ourselves closer to this customer? Because the reality, the challenge that we have in the Kenyan market is that we complain about the black market, which is a reality. But is there something that we can learn from the black market? What is it that the black market is doing? Black market is illegal refilling of LPG. What is it that they are doing better than us? And what we discovered is that the black market is able to give better proximity, meaning that they can access these shops that sell the LPG within the neighborhood. Compare now to what the major brands probably will do. We'll sell the LPG from our service station. We'll work with the distributor who might not give better access to within the neighborhood. So the first thing we did was also to understand who is this in the neighborhood. So we call them the gas shops. So how many are they? Where are they? What is their motivation to buy? So we did a study within Nairobi Metropolitan. I think for the people who are in Kenya understand. So Nairobi Metropolitan, when there were COVID restrictions, where the barriers were. So within that, around that segment, and I don't know if I were to ask anyone in the room, how many gas shops do you think are within Nairobi? Wild guess. It's a guess, so there's no wrong. 10,000. Within Nairobi or in the country? Within Nairobi. Wow. You understand it better. Yes, for sure. The number is massive. I don't think it's a very well, I think it's an informed guess. So we mapped out almost 8,000 shops that sell gas within Nairobi. And if you are to look at the data of EPRA, in terms of how many people have been licensed to sell LPG in the country, I think there are less than 3,000 just in the country. And you have this reality of almost 10,000 that are selling LPG. And one of the challenges is that they could not access the main brand. The other thing is that the cost for doing business for them, because most of them are purely LPG shop, some of them will do M-Pesa, grocery, grains. So they try to optimize their working capital because maybe for them to invest in LPG, they need between 70,000 to 100,000. So they are torn between, do I put this money in M-Pesa, for example, and get better return? Do I put it in vegetables and turn it around within a day, compared to LPG that can take between a week or 2 weeks to turn around this money? So financing also become a key part in terms of how do we enable them to access finance so that they can invest in the business. So what we did through working with the partners is to get somebody who can give us a platform that will give this customer closer proximity, better proximity. But the other thing also is to leverage on the technology in the Kenyan market, because if you look around, probably smartphone penetration in the country is more than 90%. Then you also have, I think I'm giving trouble the camera lady moving everywhere like a preacher, so I'll try to remain still, sorry. So the trouble, the benefit is that you have a very good level of penetration of smartphone. The other thing is that you have a robust mobile payment platform in terms of M-Pesa that is quite robust. So we launched an application called EasyGas. You can go to the next slide. And really the objective of EasyGas is to bring ourselves closer to the customer, understand the customer better, and speak to the customer directly. So this is an LPG ordering app that is fully owned by Total Energies Marketing as a group and was rolled out in Kenya. So what we do is that we give customers a platform to order their LPG using the app. The other thing that we do is also to give the customer an option of calling and ordering, because consumer pattern is interesting, or customer behavior is interesting. There are some customers who will want to listen to somebody. They don't want to engage with the gadget, so they want to call and be able to place their order. So we created a back-end system that can process orders for the customers that are calling. So we piloted it in Nairobi, and now we roll it out to main of our major towns in the country where customers can order their LPG. And we are getting very interesting feedback and insight. And I think for me the most powerful is that I think we got a call from a customer in Kilifi. And what this customer was asking, first it was not a Total Energy cylinder, but they called this number to ask on how do they fix their regulator. And for me, really, this was very, very powerful in terms of if you give customer a platform, if you give customers a conduit for them to be able to interact with the brand, engage with the brand, you will have contributed in terms of better accessibility of LPG and will help in terms of creating better LPG penetration and growth in the Kenyan market. So this is the story I wanted to share with you. So thank you very much for listening to me. And let's champion proximity. Let's be closer to the customers. I'm talking about the brand owner, because this is what will give us success, and potentially it will help us create a disruption in a market that sometimes is not fair, in a market that sometimes is infested with the illegal malpractices. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Oliver, very much. Keeping that short. And I've decided to scrap this panel discussion idea. I think we're getting too long in the day here. And what I'm going to do now is ask if there are any questions at all on what you've heard this afternoon. So I don't think we'll need the chairs. It's okay. We don't need the chairs. We can stay seated. It's all right. So I'm going to wrap up now with questions from you, from anything that you've heard today that you're not clear about, you want clarification on, and then I'll do a quick sum up, and then we can break. It's 4:15. We aim to finish at 4. We've caught up a little bit of time, and it's been a long day. So are there any questions that from you that you'd like to ask anybody that you've heard from this afternoon? Was it all clear? I mean, I've just gone through the program again just to make a few notes to sum up, and we have heard an awful lot of stuff today, and I think we all need to go back and digest it. But let me try and sum up, if I can, what we heard today, and we go back to the beginning of the morning when we heard from David Appleton, Argus Media, on the future of LPG. And I think the message from David is that unless he says anything different now, there's plenty of LPG around, and the price trend in the short term is downwards. I think that was the quick summary that I got from David. So we don't need to worry about supplies. We then had a policy discussion, and the couple of things that I mentioned, I wrote down, was that there is a target for the LPG per capita consumption in Kenya of 15 kilograms per year by 2030. And now we're single figures at the moment, so there's a long way to go. So lots of opportunities there to achieve that, including the use of LPG in schools that are currently using traditional fuels. So the target is to get schools converted to LPG by 2025. And that reminded me of an initiative by Repsol in Spain, who introduced autogas cars for driving schools. And part of the rationale for that was that they said, well, if you get people to learn to drive in an autogas car, then when they've got their license, they're more likely to go out and buy an autogas vehicle. And it reminded me of this target for schools by 2025. The young kids who go to school will see what's happening in their schools and take that message home and say, look, LPG is something we need to have here as well. And the little phrase that I wrote down, consumer is king and queen. And that's a nod towards our diversity goals that we'll hear a bit more about tomorrow. Then we looked at cooking technology, and we heard about opportunities in biogas, in ethanol and solar. And the takeaway I got from Ghana was that if we're not careful, the cylinder becomes part of the furniture, and that's something we do not want to do. We heard a lot about transport, electric vehicles, we heard just now as well, and power generation. And I wrote down Kenya is number 6 in the world for geothermal. And that's something to be quite proud of, and I think something to further exploit. Because if we can dig a hole and get some phenomenal temperatures down there, surely we can do something with that energy. So hats off to Kenya for doing that initiative on geothermal, changing the landscape from 2010, I think it was, to today. Great work. And I think the final message was lots of the new ideas that we've heard about today have come from people new to the industry. You know, players joining the industry recently. This industry is about 120 years old, and we often have 120-year-old ideas. I think we need to reach out to the startup community, reach out to the young people with young ideas and who are not constrained by baggage from the past. And let's apply that innovation to our industry so that we can move forward in a sustainable way into the future. So with that, Wanjiku, I can't see where Wanjiku is, but I'm up here so I can close the event if Wanjiku's not here. So let me draw a line. I'm sorry we're 20 minutes over, but we did start a little bit late. And I would then request you to come back in the morning at 9 o'clock. We'll then restart day 2, and we have, as you'll see on the program, some really interesting topics for discussion tomorrow. So enjoy the evening, stay safe, and see you in the morning. Thank you very much.
So we have some tea at the back, so you can just have some tea as you exit. Thank you. See you tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Energy. It means providing support to expand capacity for the region's oldest port through the LAPSET project. It means expanding a solar energy deal that would light a new path in mineral sands mining. At Safaricom, we extended a tradition of innovation by negotiating and syndicating new business in Ethiopia. It is a professionalism that shone bright when we assisted Motor Angel in paving new roads in Kenya. It means being a catalyst for unprecedented growth for M-Copper. It's being dedicated to minority groups by providing loans at 1% per annum to deaf business owners. It means thinking as one.
Before you buy, always measure and confirm that the Africa seal with the silver cap with the serial number is on. Your cylinder should always be loaded and transported upright. And don't forget the burner and the grill for your 6 kg. They should go together. Your regulator should be fitted and locked. Then click on this button to turn it on. Your cooking cylinder should always be below your cooker. If you smell a leak, turn off the cooker, open the windows, and call or send the cylinder back to the source of your purchase.
I am the AfriGas expert, and I am here to keep you safe by sharing these important safety tips.
Buy genuine AfriGas from over 230 Shell petrol stations countrywide. Be safe, be sure. Choose AfriGas.
İstanbul trafik çok problem. Bundan 15 yıl öncesinde biraz daha rahattı. Ama 15 yıldan beri çok korkunç. Yani burada 5 kilometrelik yol yerine göre bir saatinizi bulabilir bazen. Trafik problemi olur. 18 yıldan beri LPG kullanıyorum. LPG'den memnunum. Yani motor için, hava için çok iyi yani. Sürüş için benzinden bir farkı yok. Kesinlikle. Öbür arabam 900 bin kilometrede. LPG'li. Yani bundan önceki arabam 900 bin kilometre. Hiçbir sorun yok. Önceleri bu kadar dolum istasyonları çok zayıftı yani. Çok fazla yoktu. Her istasyonda LPG var. Çok rahat bir şekilde. Yani LPG'den memnunum açıkçası. Rahat etmek için LPG derim yani. Çevre bakımından da çok LPG. Yani hava kirliliği falan bu zaten dünyada kanıtlanmış bir olay yani. Gelecek nesillere de daha iyi bir şekilde doğayla baş başa kalsınlar. Şimdi LPG'ye geçmelerinin sebeplerinden bir tanesi de %50 avantajlı. Düşünsene, o insanlar bana soruyorlar. Ya şu arabayı alacağım, kaç yıldan beri LPG takılı bu aracımda diyorlar. İnanamıyorlar. Benim öbür araba dedim ya 900 bin kilometrede. İstanbul trafik çok problem. Bundan 15 yıl öncesinde biraz daha rahattı. Ama 15 yıldan beri çok korkunç. Yani burada 5 kilometrelik yol.
İlk LPG ile başladık 4 yıl önce teknemiz ve motor halen devam ediyoruz. Son derece memnunuz LPG'mizden. Yaz sezonunda ben 4 ayda 170 defa tura çıktım. Yani günde 2 defa bazı zaman 3. tura da çıktığım oldu. Sürekli en çok tercih edilen teknelerden bir tanesi. Ve Dalyan'da benim tekne kadar, bu tekne kadar çok tura çıkan tekne yoktur. Şimdi Dalyan'a insanlar başta doğal güzelliğinden, işte plajı, karette ve mavi yengeç. Artı bir de antik şehir, Kaunos, kaya mezarları. İşte gelen herkes motorun sessizliği, temizliği, kokusuz olması ve sarsıntının olmaması ve çok temiz bir suya sahip kanalımız. Aynı zamanda karetteler bizim kanalı, Dalyan kanalını seçme sebebi de karetteler tamamen LPG'yi bize işte göründüğü gibi Biogas tavsiye etti. Biz bunu işte denedik. İlk yıl denedik. Birinci yıl 2012 yılında. Ondan sonra motor değiştirmeyi dahi düşünmedik. Devam ettik ve çok biz ondan dolayı son derece uygun, son derece güzel bir sistem. İnşallah daha da devamı gelir LPG'den. Çünkü hem doğaya hem kanalımıza zararı yok. Her türlü atığı yok, kokusu yok. En kötü ihtimal yani sintine suyu dahi tertemiz. Kanalı kesinlikle kirletmiyor. Son derece güzel bir ürün. İlk LPG ile başladık 4 yıl önce teknemiz ve motor halen devam ediyoruz. Son derece memnunuz LPG'mizden. Yaz sezonunda ben 4 ayda 170 defa tura çıktım. Yani günde 2 defa, bazı zaman 3. tura da çıktığım oldu. Sürekli en çok tercih edilen teknelerden bir tanesi. Ve Dalyan'da benim bu tekne kadar çok tura çıkan tekne yoktur. Şimdi Dalyan'a insanlar başta doğal güzelliğinden, işte plajı, karette ve mavi yengeç. Artı bir de antik şehir, Kaunos, kaya mezarları. İşte gelen herkes motorun sessizliği, temizliği, kokusuz olması ve sarsıntının olmaması ve çok temiz bir suya sahip kanalımız. Aynı zamanda karetteler bizim kanalı, Dalyan kanalını seçme sebebi de karetteler tamamen LPG'yi bize işte göründüğü gibi Biogas tavsiye etti. Biz bunu işte denedik. İlk yıl denedik. Birinci yıl 2012 yılında. Ondan sonra motor değiştirmeyi dahi düşünmedik. Devam ettik ve çok biz ondan dolayı son derece uygun, son derece güzel bir sistem. İnşallah daha da devamı gelir LPG'den. Çünkü hem doğaya hem kanalımıza zararı yok. Her türlü atığı yok, kokusu yok. En kötü ihtimal yani sintine suyu dahi tertemiz. Kanalı kesinlikle kirletmiyor. Son derece güzel bir ürün. İlk LPG ile başladık 4 yıl önce teknemiz ve motor halen devam ediyoruz. Son derece memnunuz LPG'mizden. Yaz sezonunda ben 4 ayda 170 defa tura çıktım. Yani günde 2 defa, bazı zaman 3. tura da çıktığım oldu. Sürekli en çok tercih edilen teknelerden bir tanesi. Ve Dalyan'da benim tekne kadar, bu tekne kadar çok tura çıkan tekne yoktur. Şimdi Dalyan'a insanlar başta doğal güzelliğinden, işte plajı, karette ve mavi yengeç. Artı bir de antik şehir, Kaunos, kaya mezarları. İşte gelen herkes motorun sessizliği, temizliği, kokusuz olması ve sarsıntının olmaması ve çok temiz bir suya sahip kanalımız. Aynı zamanda karetteler bizim kanalı, Dalyan kanalını seçme sebebi de karetteler tamamen LPG'yi bize işte göründüğü gibi Biogas tavsiye etti. Biz bunu işte denedik. İlk yıl denedik. Birinci yıl 2012 yılında. Ondan sonra motor değiştirmeyi dahi düşünmedik. Devam ettik ve çok biz ondan dolayı son derece uygun, son derece güzel bir sistem. İnşallah daha da devamı gelir LPG'den. Çünkü hem doğaya hem kanalımıza zararı yok. Her türlü atığı yok, kokusu yok. En kötü ihtimal yani sintine suyu dahi tertemiz. Kanalı kesinlikle kirletmiyor. Son derece güzel bir ürün.
Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi inaua, ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi inaua, ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? utoke. Gesi na huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na hapa nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi na huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na hapa nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi na huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na hapa nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi na huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Nawashauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na hapa nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, alafu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ile moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi na huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20, hata 30, yaani unaivisha dakika, maanake hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei.
Hello, my name is Michael.
And I'm Christian. We are software developers at McKean Energy's R&D department. I work with hardware devices, the programming on them, and the signal processing.
And I work with cloud processing, data analysis and statistics, and visualization.
We're here today to talk about McKean Energy's next data revolution in the LPG industry and how it can take your business to the next level with the use of data collection and analysis.
Our agenda today is: why do we care about data? What does McKean Energy have to offer? And how do you use it? Data collection and data statistics have been a part of the filling industry for many, many years. Traditionally, McKean Energy have been collecting data from all our COC controllers, compiling this into data statistics and reporting through visualization tools. We at McKean Energy believe that utilizing data and viewing the data in a more broader perspective can revolutionize the filling industry by optimizing the filling process and create better business opportunities for our customers. One example of this is identifying potential bottlenecks. With the proper use of data, such as accumulation, it's possible to find specific problems within the filling process and optimizing this to create a better workflow.
As opposed to production data, conditional data is data that describes how a machine is running. It could, for example, be vibration, where you can see a motor if it's running as it's supposed to, or it's nearing its failure. Predictive maintenance is when you go in and use this conditional data to predict when a machine is going to fail. An example of using predictive maintenance could be in a filling hall with 10 filling machines. To ensure that the machines are always running as intended, you should at least have 10 new filling heads on stock as a spare part. With predictive maintenance, you could reduce this number to maybe 2 in case of an unexpected crash. The normal condition would be that the head will eventually, over time, wear out, and the algorithm will then tell you, now it's time to order a new head and replace it before it actually fails. Okay, so let's take a look at the solutions that we have made here at McKean Energy. On your filling sites, you might already have filling machines, leak detector or check scales from either of the McKean Energy brands, Piea-Wlpga or Crest plant. Simple software updates can enable you to get more of the new data from these machines. Also upgrade your machines and get the new sensors that we have developed, like our new pressure transmitter, which allows you to monitor the air pressure going into the individual machines more precisely. To be able to collect the conditional data such as vibration, temperature, etc., we have developed our ATEX certified IoT sensor. This sensor can not only be connected to all our traditional equipment, but can also be connected to, for example, firefighting equipment or safety doors to be able to see what the state of those are. Last but not least, we have the new data gateway. This is an industrial box that can replace the normal PC in an environment. It can collect data from all our different controllers along with the new IoT sensor. It can push all the data to a cloud solution using Ethernet, Wi-Fi, or 3G, 4G network. You can also connect directly to the box using the same methods.
Now that we've taken a look on how we collect your data and from what sources we can collect your data from, we would like to introduce you to how we visualize your data. Traditionally, we collect your data into a series of applications that is then monitored through a PC system. But the new thing is that we are pushing your data into an online web SCADA dashboard. The information supplied on the SCADA dashboard is what you're familiar with, but the visualization is a new modern one. Taking advantage of this new online platform allows us to create new modern dashboards that visualize different aspects of a filling production, such as the OEE dashboards, which is an industrial standard and stands for Overall Equipment Efficiency. The OEE dashboards is a new visualization that allows us to optimize specific problem areas and bottlenecks within the filling process. The OEE dashboard is divided into 3 specific areas: availability, performance, and quality. The availability describes how operational you are within a specific timestamp. One example would be if you plan to fill for 10 hours but only fill for 8 hours, your availability will be described as 80%. Performance is a measure of how well you perform within those specific 8 hours. If your filling line is able to fill 1,000 cylinders per hour and you fill for 8 hours, you should be able to produce 8,000 cylinders. Performance is a mathematical term of how many cylinders you have filled of those 8,000 cylinders that you plan to fill. Quality is the last measurement and describes the quality of your cylinders. The quality of cylinders is, in our world, described as how many of those cylinders that you fill have been rejected, either due to underfilling, overfilling, or other process errors. By taking all these 3 measurements and multiplying them together, you're getting your estimated OEE for the day. The power of OEE is that you can now take this measurement and compare them on a daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly basis. You can take the measurement and you can compare sites against each other, filling lines against each other, or machines against each other. You can look at these numbers and see how well you're performing today compared to the same day last week, last month, last year. And thereby it allows you to take this measurement and this number and use it as a metric to optimize your filling process. You can look proactively against your filling process and thereby see if any changes you make will have an effect, positive or negative, to your daily process flow. Another example would be our IoT sensor dashboard. This dashboard allows you to monitor your IoT devices and your equipment, both live and historical.
So to summarize, to collect more data enables you to optimize your processes along with your profits.
We hope you enjoyed our presentation and we thank you for your attention.
Have a nice ELPG week.
Naitwa Skola na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Na sasa kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ule moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yaani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ule moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yaani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola. Na nimeishi hapa Majengo kama miaka 20 nafika. Natumia gesi kama miaka 2 hivi. Na napenda kutumia gesi kwa sababu ni nzuri kuliko mkaa. Mkaa pia ni bei ghali, alafu pia unaumiza kifua. Alafu kuna saa upatikani. Gesi napikia ndani, alafu mkaa nilikuwa napikia nje. Mkaa unawaka taratibu, afu sasa unakuta una moshi, kwa hiyo lazima uweke sufuria chini mpaka ule moshi ufanye nini? Utoke. Gesi huwa ina haraka, kitu cha haraka. Dakika 20 hata 30, yaani unaivisha dakika, maana hiyo gesi inawaka vizuri. Sasa ilikuwa rahisi kupata gesi sasa hivi. Hata ikishaisha tu ukipiga simu unaletewa. Na washauri watumie gesi. Gesi ni nzuri sana. Naitwa Skola.
So my name is Pat Heinz, a sales manager here with Agreco. I look after our building services and construction team in Canada. We're providing temporary power generation and a temporary heating solution. Obviously, outdoor temperatures are below freezing during the winter, so we're making the temperature optimal inside so that the construction schedules can be optimized and hopefully accelerated. Right now, on this 400,000 square foot building, we have approximately 15 million BTU of indirect forced air propane-fired heaters that we're basically injecting hot, dry, and most importantly, clean air into the space. When we're working with a contractor on a project, we'll compare and contrast different types of fuel sources that are available. In this instance, it was determined that a propane fuel supply was vastly more economical than going with a fuel source such as diesel. Just comparing fuel to fuel, it was 40 to 50% fuel savings. The most important aspect of using propane either for power generation or for temporary heat, especially in a cold climate, is the reliability of vaporizers. So as long as the vaporizers are robust and they're protected from the wind, the reliability is on par, if not superior, to using diesel. It's mitigating risk, it's doing things safer, and at the end of the day, it's finding unique ways to save our clients money.
मैं मीनू हूँ, 2 हस्बैंड वाइफ, अब 3 बेटे हैं। प्रेस करके ही मैं गुजारा कर रही हूँ यहाँ पे। पहले कोयले की प्रेस करते थे, गर्म करने के लिए बहुत टाइम लगता था। दिन में 4 बार तो गर्म करना पड़ता है, कम से कम 2 घंटे लग जाते हैं। फिर हमें किसी ने बताया गैस, LPG गैस के बारे में बताया, तो हमें बहुत फ़ायदा गैस की प्रेस से। हम बच्चों को भी समय देते हैं, घर जा कर के समय दे देते हैं, थोड़ा समय भी बच जाता हम लोगों के लिए। रेगुलेटर लगाने के बाद हमें बहुत कम और तेज़ करने के लिए आराम में पता चल जाता था। और कोयले की प्रेस हम लगातार करनी पड़ती थी। LPG का सिलेंडर 5 किलो का घर ले जाने में लाने में आसानी होती है। मार्केट से कोयला लाने में हम बोरी में कोयला लाते थे। जब पहले हमें धुआं लगता था कोयले की प्रेस से, अब धुआं नहीं लगता है। LPG गैस की प्रेस से मेरी ज़िंदगी में बहुत सुधार आया है। बच्चों को भी मैं टाइम देती हूँ।